Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
Saved by Her Boss. A Secret Baby Mafia Romance Audiobook. Book 11 of the Irresistible Brothers series. By Scarlett King and Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
I needed a fresh start. Lucky for me, the exceptionally handsome Chase Duran needed a personal assistant. Too bad my father wants me dead. Like a knight in shining armor, Chase Duran took me in, gave me a job, a home, and some much-needed transportation. All I had to do was take care of his dogs and do some errands for the man. Innocent in every way, I knew my boss had the ability to show me things no one else ever had. My head was a mess from what I'd seen. My heart was in pieces from who I'd lost. My body was on fire for the man I worked for. Something has to give. Once we got going, we moved like lightning. He was every bit the amazing teacher I thought he'd be, bringing me into womanhood in the most spectacular way. Fireworks have nothing on him. Everything seemed to be going in the right direction. Until my past showed up to drag me back to the one place in the world I did not want to be. And now, I have a secret riding with me. Will Chase be able to follow the clues and find me in time? Or will my life and that of our unborn child be extinguished at my father's hand?
Chapter 1. Chase.
Our dream of Whispering Waves Electric Company was finally coming to fruition. With the building done, it was time to get to work, innovating new ideas and products to harness the energy that the waves of the Gulf of Mexico had to offer. That meant the majority of my time would be spent at work. With 2 German shepherds at home and all the chores that came along with owning a home with pets, I would need someone to help out with my personal responsibilities. My ad in the Brownsville newspaper for an experienced personal assistant had been answered by no less than 10 candidates. My day was full of nothing but interviews. I needed to hire someone that day. I couldn't take another day away from the real work I needed to get doing. With 10 people vying for the job, I was sure that I would find someone I meshed with. We had to rub along well together since a perk of the job was living in my guest cottage. With the dogs, I needed someone to be at home with them most of the time, or they would get destructive. Doing the interviews in my office at work, I pressed the button on the intercom to let my assistant know I was ready for the first applicant. "David, you can send someone in now." "First up is Eugene Brady, bossman," he let me know. "If you'll check out your email, I've scanned and uploaded his resume and sent it to you so you can have it open on your desktop." Smart thinking, amigo. David and I had gone to school together. We hadn't been the best of friends back then, but I knew he had an awesome work ethic, so he was an easy hire as my business assistant. Send him in. Moments later, the door to my office opened, and in came a very tall, very thin man. The first thing I noticed was the lack of a smile on his face. He extended his hand as I stood up behind my desk. "Eugene Brady, Mr. Duran. It's a pleasure to meet you." Shaking his hand, I nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Eugene. No need for the Mr. stuff. Just call me Chase." He took the seat on the other side of my desk as I took mine again. "I prefer to keep things professional, if you don't mind. You may call me Mr. Brady, Mr. Duran." "Nope, this guy's not going to make the cut." I finished 3 more interviews before lunch and was beginning to worry. None of them were meshing with me as I had envisaged. One was obviously lazy, as she showed up to the interview wearing house shoes. She said she liked to keep it real and that she was into being comfortable at all times. Another was super bossy, starting the interview with how he was going to change my life. Since I didn't need my life changed, I saw no need to hire him for the job either. After an hour lunch break, I walked into the reception area of my office to find 6 more people waiting for their interview. Hello, everyone. I'll try to make the interviews quick so you don't have to sit here all day. I pointed at the mini fridge. Feel free to grab yourselves something to drink while you wait. I pointed to the door on the left side of the room. And feel free to use the restroom over there if you need. Out of the 6 people, 4 were men and 2 were women. My eyes landed on one of them, and when she smiled at me, I lost my train of thought. And you are? She looked at everyone else in the room before asking, me. Nodding, I let her know that I was talking to her. Yes, you. Oh, I'm nobody. I mean, I am somebody, but you wouldn't know me. I'm new in town, is what I'm trying to say. She was clearly flustered by my simple question, and I quickly noticed that she was the youngest of the group. Deciding not to embarrass her any further, I turned to go to my office. David, give me 5 minutes before you send one of them in. Got it, boss? I sat down at my desk, then pulled up the email with the next person's information. The resume was stellar. 10 years of military service. 3 years of working in the hospitality industry. And even military dog training. Dawn Rutherford seemed like a dream come true. I wonder if that's the girl I noticed. A knock came to the door and it opened slowly as a woman, not my woman, but an older woman, asked, "Are you ready to see me, Mr. Duran?" This woman was much older than my woman. Listen to me, calling her my woman. Good Lord. Standing, I gestured to the seat on the other side of my desk. Of course, Dawn. And please call me Chase. Chase it is then. She took the seat. The first thing I noticed was how professionally she was dressed. Starched white button-down shirt tucked into black slacks, and sensible black loafers too. Her short bob haircut hung to her chin, the blonde color slightly subdued as a hint of gray seemed to be coming in. I had to admit that she was the first great candidate I'd interviewed. So, tell me why you think you would make a great personal assistant for me, Dawn. When I read about the 2 dogs that would need taken care of, I knew I was the perfect fit for this job. I enjoy working with dogs. And I would love the chance to train them for you. They have a trainer who comes over a couple of times a month to work with them. That's great. I can see what he does with them and keep up his training. Unless you find that mine is even better than his. I have trained dogs for the military, primarily teaching them to sniff out bombs. Well, I don't think I'll need them to do that, I said with a laugh. But having someone to back up what my trainer does would be helpful. If you give me the job, you can expect all your clothes to be starched and ironed as well. I love to do laundry, she let me know. I'll even starch your skivvies. I wasn't a fan of stiff clothing, and I wasn't sure what skivvies were. Skivvies? Underwear, she said with a wink. I'll do your bed linens as well. I run a tight ship. I've got a housekeeper who takes care of the house and the bedding. I wouldn't expect you to do my laundry either. I drop that off once a week at the dry cleaners so that Flo can fluff and fold it for me. I've never been into starched clothing anyway. But thanks for offering. You'll get used to it, she assured me. It really makes a person pop. And with me as your personal assistant, you will pop. I'll make sure of it. Not good at following orders. So she's not so great for this job after all. More hours went by, filled with people I just could not imagine being so ingrained in my life. And then the 10th interview came. The youngest of them all, the cute dark-haired young woman with piercing blue eyes I'd noticed earlier. I'm Arabella Lauren, she introduced herself shyly before taking a seat. And I am Chase Duran. Call me Chase, Arabella. I have to tell you, that is a beautiful name. Were you named after someone in your family? A grandmother, maybe? No, nothing like that. She smiled sweetly and looked around my office. This is nice. Thank you. I opened the email on her that David had sent me, and found a resume with nothing more than what she'd accomplished in high school. So, Arabella, you don't have to answer this question, but I would like to know how old you are. There was no date for her high school graduation. If it had been recent, then I could understand her lack of employment. I'm 23. How old are you? 35, I answered, finding it odd that she would ask that of me. But I found it oddly charming. You have no experience in anything, Arabella. Yes? She nodded. I don't have any experience at all. But I am a fast learner. And I follow instructions well. I follow them well too. And I need a job, so I'll do anything. Did you read the whole ad? Yes. You have 2 dogs and need someone to help you with personal tasks and chores. I think I can do that. She didn't look very secure about that, though. Do you like dogs? Shrugging her narrow shoulders, she cocked one perfectly arched eyebrow. I've never been around any. But I'm not afraid of them. I've seen videos of dogs, and I think they're smart, and most of them are cute too. Mine are as smart as they come. They're on the large side, though. Do you know what a German Shepherd is? I wasn't sure she would like my dogs. And whoever got the job had to love them. She nodded her head. I don't know much about dog breeds, but I looked up some pictures to be sure. They look friendly. She smiled shyly. Well, except the pictures I saw of them when they're defending someone. They look fierce then. But I think that as long as you're nice to them, they will be nice to you. So you don't feel that you would be afraid? Shaking her head, she laughed. The sound was angelic. Heavens no. The tasks I would need you to do aren't hard at all. You would do the grocery shopping, and you would take my dogs to their veterinarian appointments from time to time. You would do things like dropping off and picking up my laundry. I did want my assistant to make dinner a few times a week for me as well. Do you know how to cook? If she couldn't cook, it wasn't a deal breaker. I could pick up dinners if I had to. I make excellent Italian food. Can you clean up after yourself? The maid only came once a week. I didn't want dishes piling up a week at a time. I will clean up after myself. I won't be of any hassle to you. I promise you that. I will do the things you want as you want them without complaining. She seemed more than ready and willing to accommodate me. But she also was young, and that meant she might be interested in going out to party. I couldn't hire someone who was going out in the town every night. I needed someone to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed all day long. Arabella, it's been my experience that people your age tend to go out a lot. So I'm not sure you would be the best choice for this job. It requires someone who can be attentive at all times of the day. No sleeping in after a long night out. No long naps to make up for the lack of sleep from a night of partying. Hangovers and chores don't go well together, is what I'm getting at. She relaxed in the chair, her teal dress wrinkling at her midsection. Oh. Lifting her head, she said, Well, I don't do that sort of thing. I don't know anyone here. I just moved here a couple of weeks ago. Oh. I exclaimed. Where did you move from? Immediately, her eyes left mine as she looked to one side. It seemed as if she were trying to think a bit too hard about her answer, which was definitely strange. The East Coast area. Like New York? I asked, trying to narrow it down a bit. Shaking her head, she said, No. Not New York. More like Maine. So you come from Maine? Not exactly.
Chapter 2. Arabella.
The interview was going great until he asked what should have been a simple question. The hard part was that I couldn't let anyone know where I came from, so I changed the subject. I just thought I should mention that I don't currently have my driver's license. Like, my physical license. He cocked his head at me, as if I were speaking another language. Shit. I can't have him thinking I'm an idiot. I mean, I lost my wallet at some point while traveling here. I traveled by bus, so there were a lot of transfers, and somewhere along the way, my purse and I got separated. The bus company said they'll contact me if anyone turns it in, but they told me not to hold my breath. So you have no identification? He asked me with a frown. Yes, I have none of that. I fiddled with my hands in my lap, nervous. Will that be a problem? Tapping his long fingers on his desk, he made a humming sound before shoving his hand through his sandy blonde curls. His sea-green eyes looked upward as he contemplated his answer. He looked the part of a guy who loved living on the beach, with his short-sleeved tropical printed shirt, khaki shorts, and topsider shoes. Finally, he moved his eyes back to me. Do you recall your social security number or your driver's license number? No. I had been to interviews every day since I'd arrived in Brownsville. So far, no one would hire me without my identification. You do have a driver's license though, he asked. I mean, I know you said you don't have one with you. But did you ever get a license to drive? Yes, I did. I got it when I was 18. I had to change up my tactics. Obviously, my approach to all the other interviews had gotten me nowhere. So I made something up. I can try to get a copy of it sent to me, I think. If I can go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, I think I can get them to give me a replacement. It might not be that easy since you're not from Texas. And each state has its own DMV. But if you'll at least try, I might be able to overlook that for now. You will have to get one eventually. And if you're going to stay in Texas, which I hope you are since you're trying to get a job here, then you'll need to get a Texas driver's license anyway. Yes. He's willing to overlook it. That was more than anyone else had said. Yes, I'll definitely try to get something done about that. The job comes with a car? I've got a Range Rover to haul my dogs around in. Whoever gets this job will have access to that car. I suppose if you get pulled over for some reason, you can tell them your name and what state your license is from, and they'll be able to look it up. I won't get pulled over, I assured him. I'm a cautious driver. But I think you're right about that. So I don't think it will be a big deal. As long as you're okay with that. I was so excited that a car would come with the job. I'd been going everyone on foot ever since I'd gotten into town. There is the issue of not having your social security number, though. How am I going to pay you? That had been the other big problem everyone had with hiring me. But I'd done my research this time. You could just pay me as a contract employee. At the end of the year, I'll just have to pay taxes on the money I made. Smiling, he nodded. I could do that. But once you get a replacement for your social security card, or even just know the number, then I'll get you payroll. He was far more accommodating than anyone else I'd had an interview with. Thank you so much. You don't have the job yet, Arabella. He chewed on his lower lip, and his actions made me notice the firmness of his jaw. He was a very nice-looking man. I loved his perfectly tanned skin, and since the top 2 buttons of his shirt had been left unfastened, I could see the firmness of his pecs too. He was what we called a triple threat back home, attractive, muscular, and wealthy. Yes, I know that. I ducked my head, not wanting to act like I had the job already. I'm just thankful that you're still considering me, even after I told you about my lack of identification. Every other interview I've had ended abruptly as soon as I told them about my lost purse. And how many interviews have you had? I've had 1 or 2 each day for the last 14 days. I knew that sounded bad. Where are you staying, Arabella? He asked with concern. In a motel. I couldn't look right at him, as the expression of pity he wore on his handsome face made me cringe. It's fine. I've got enough cash to pay for another week or so. And the manager said I might be able to do work around there, if I run out of money, just to pay for board. Chase fell quiet for a moment, as he looked up at the ceiling again. Living in a motel seems unsafe to me. I had heard some scary things since I'd arrived there. But I wasn't going to complain. It's okay. I lock my doors and don't go out after dark. I tried to smile reassuringly. His green eyes landed on mine. The job comes with the house. It's a small cottage behind the main house. Just 1 bedroom and 1 bath. But it has a full kitchen and living room. Cables hooked up in both the living room and the bedroom, and Wi-Fi is available all throughout my entire property. That sounded like a dream come true to me, and I knew I had to be glowing as I thought about being able to live in an actual house again. It would be nice to have a home. He leaned forward. Arabella, why did you come to Brownsville in the first place? Because it was as far away as I could get. That was a much trickier question to avoid. I mean no disrespect, but I would rather not talk about something so personal that doesn't seem to pertain to the job. I prayed I hadn't just ruined my chance of getting the job that I so desperately needed. Not only would it allow me to start making money, but it would give me a home and transportation. This job would essentially solve all my problems, and I wanted it badly. With a sigh, he sat back in his chair. I suppose you're right. So, let's talk about the responsibilities the job entails. My dogs get fed twice a day at the same time each day. If you can't keep track of something as important as your purse, the thing that carries your entire identity inside of it, then how can I expect you to remember to feed my dogs on time? I knew losing my purse seemed like the most irresponsible thing a person could do. But the thing was, I hadn't really lost it. Not that I could tell him that, though. Have you ever ridden on a bus? No. He crossed his arms over his broad chest. Would you like to tell me how that went? I could tell him about my journey. I changed buses 4 times. When you travel by bus, it takes twice as long to get anywhere. There are lots of stops to let people off and on, and that means there's a lot of shuffling around. And then there were the transfers, where I had to get off one bus and wait for another to show up. It took 3 whole days to get here. I get motion sickness sometimes on long trips, so I couldn't sleep. The entire trip was tiring, and my head got fuzzy from the whole ordeal. I took a deep breath, shuddered, trying to forget the experience. I told myself that if I was playing up my discomfort a bit in the attempt to garner a little extra sympathy, it was only because I needed this job so badly. So I must have gotten off one bus to get onto another and left my purse behind, I continued. Either on the seat, or maybe in the bathroom on the bus. It's not like I had time to go back and check once I noticed it missing either, as that bus had already taken off by the time I noticed that I no longer had it with me. They might find it. You never know, he said with optimism. Optimism that I had to squash. It's been 14 days since I reported it missing. What do you think are the odds that I'll get it back? Okay, slim to none, he agreed. I understand a bit better how you were able to lose the most important thing to you. But you've yet to convince me that you can be responsible for living creatures. My dogs are my babies. I'm not married and have no kids, so they're my family. I treat them that way too. Whoever I hire will be expected to treat them as nicely as I do. And making sure to feed them on time, and to always make sure they have access to clean, fresh water is a must. He's single? With no kids? Didn't you say that you're 35? I asked before I could stop myself. Oh, so you think I should have gotten married and settled down by now? A smirk formed on his lips. By now, you think I should have a couple of kids, is that right? I'm sorry. That's none of my business. I clamped my mouth shut, but then something made them open back up. But yes, most people your age are married with children. Were you ever married? Did it end badly? Did she die? His laughter pealed through the air, deep, honest, and sensual as hell. Arabella, you certainly know how to give a good interview, he said sarcastically. My heart sank. I knew I'd said too much. He would be a fool to hire someone like me. Someone who had no idea when to shut up. Someone who had no experience in anything. Someone who wouldn't even be truthful about where they were from, or why they had traveled so far away from home in the first place. I'm so sorry. Don't be, he said as his laughter died down. You're not the first person to ask me why I'm still single. And I sincerely doubt you'll be the last. If you want to know the honest-to-God truth, I just haven't met the right woman for me yet. I'm sure she's out there, though. Until then, I have my dogs to keep me company. And I do date, now and then. Just nothing serious at the moment. I like to keep my options open. Holding my hands up, I tried to show him that we could stop talking about his private life. None of my business. I'm sorry I went there. Here I am telling you that I don't want to talk about my personal life, and I'm all up in yours. That was rude of me, and I am sorry. I accept your apology. Can you tell me if you've ever paid any bills before? I'm paying the motel bill. And I paid for my bus ticket. I knew that sounded lame as hell. I mean like monthly bills. You know, bills that come around each month. Like the electric bill? He asked. Bills like that? No. Yet another thing I had never done. There were so many things I had never done. It's simple stuff. If I taught you how, I'm sure you could handle stuff like that, right? Most of my bills are paid automatically anyways, but I have a few for which I get notifications through my personal email account. Do you think you could monitor my personal email and pay the bills when they come in? I'm sure I could. Even though I'd never done it before, I didn't think it sounded too hard. Most people who had normal lives, did it all the time. I could get a notebook and write down everything you want me to do and by when or what time you want them done. I did well in school. I always turned in my assignments on time. So it sounds like you can manage your time well. That's a great skill to have. I like that you're already thinking of ways to get the job done. He smiled at me, and it made my heart thump hard in my chest. I could only hope it meant he was going to give me a chance.
Chapter 3. Chase.
The girl lived in a motel, and since she'd come to town on a bus and lost access to all her personal and financial information, I assumed she had no car either. What have you been using as transportation, Arabella? Her cheeks went pink as she looked down. My feet. It's mid-July. The temperature hovers in the high 90s every single day. You're telling me you've been walking to interviews every day in this heat. I thought about how far removed my office was from just about everything. Wait. How did you get here? We're 15 miles out of town. I walked. She ran her hand over her dark hair, which was slick and shiny and looked more like she'd just stepped out of a salon than that she'd walked miles in the blistering heat. I had my hair up in a tight bun to keep it off my neck, and I freshened myself up when I got here. She lifted up her purse, obviously recently purchased, and shook it slightly, an adorable smirk on her face. You'd never guess the wonders a woman's purse can hold. She was right, I could not believe it. She'd walked 15 miles to be at this interview, but still looked like she hadn't broken a sweat. That took plenty of courage, planning, spunk, and dedication. What time did you have to leave your motel to get here on time? Early, she said with a nod. A couple of people stopped to ask me if I needed a ride, but I don't like to ride with strangers, so I turned them down. Given the chance to get inside an air-conditioned car and not have to walk the rest of the way here, she'd chosen to keep walking in 90-something degree weather. I've got to tell you that you have some admirable qualities, Arabella Lauren. Being honest with me about your lack of identification showed a lot of character. But knowing that you've been walking around town to do interviews and then walked way out here to talk to me is pretty astounding. With a shrug, she said, I had to do what I had to do. No reason to think I'm admirable. How wrong she was. Well, I do think that about you. So, I'm going to give you a shot at this job. Her face lit up. But I wasn't finished yet. Hang on. It's a probationary trial. We'll see if you can pull things together during the first 3 months. You'll need to get your license and social security stuff straightened out. And you'll need to prove yourself with my dogs. Plus, I'll have to see how reliable you are with all the other responsibilities I give you. For one brief moment she looked upset, but then that expression changed to one of jubilation as she jumped up. I'll do it. Thank you. You won't regret this, I swear. Don't you want to know what the pay is first? I asked as I got up. I already know the job comes with a home and a car, so I don't care how much money you pay me. I would do the job for free with those perks. That told me how desperate she truly was. I could see she wasn't anywhere near ready to tell me about her situation, but I knew it had to be dire. Coming all the way across the country just to settle in Brownsville wasn't something a 23-year-old young woman did, had her situation not been dire. Arabella, you have to make money too. I came around the desk. $500 a week. I pulled out the debit card I'd gotten from my bank to give to my personal assistant. She'd need it to run errands and pay my bills online. Can I count on you to keep this card safe and not lose it? She smiled and held out her hand. I bought a new wallet to go with my new purse. So the answer is yes. You can absolutely count on me. Handing her the card, I smiled. This is so you can buy the things I need you to, and to pay those bills I was telling you about without having to put yourself out. I know this is short notice, but can you begin today? I didn't want her spending even one more night in the motel. Her safety there concerned me. I can begin right now, she said with a confident expression. I can't thank you enough for giving me this chance. So, how about I drive you to my place now? I can introduce you to my dogs and show you where you'll be living. And then I can give you the keys to the Range Rover, so you can go to the motel to pick up your things and bring them back to your new place. My new place, she whispered. Her eyes clouded over with an emotion I couldn't quite identify. You have no idea how amazing that sounds to me. I did have some idea since the girl was nearly homeless. Come on. I led her out of the office. David looked at me with raised brows. She's the one, David. I can see that. Welcome aboard Team Chase. He's the best boss I've ever had. I'm sure you'll soon agree, Arabella. I'm sure I will too, David. The girl glowed as we left my office. Here we are, I said as we walked up to my truck. Hop in. I opened the passenger side door for her. Wow. This truck is very tall. She looked around, trying to figure out how to climb up into it. I like the red color too. It's a four-wheel drive, so it packs a punch. I stood there watching her, holding back my laughter as she tried to figure out what to grab hold of to help her get in. Finally, I pointed it out. You grab this handle, then you put one foot on the running board down here and hoist yourself up. Oh, I see. She grabbed the handle, then tried to pull herself up high enough to get her foot on the running board 3 feet off the ground. Hopping, pulling, and huffing, she finally fell backward, and I caught her. Sorry. How about I lift you up? She nodded, so I took her by the waist, lifting her to get her inside the truck before the afternoon sun melted us both. There you go. Buckle up now. I got in and we took off. All I wanted to do was help her feel safe and cared for. It was obvious that she had isolated herself by moving here. You know, I was thinking about barbecuing something in the backyard this evening for dinner. Would you care to join me? She looked at me with twinkling eyes. You're a very nice person, Chase. I try to be. So is that a yes? Nodding, she smoothed out her dress. Yes. And thank you very much. I can pick up some nice cold beer on my way back with my things. That's what people usually drink at a barbecue, right? Her smile was dazzling, and I was struck by the lack of knowledge in her question. Had she really never been to a barbecue before? You don't have to pick anything up. Any good Texan always has some ice-cold brews in the fridge. I'm pretty well stocked up on them. Well, I've got to bring something. I can't let you do it all. How about dessert? She seemed set on contributing. You know, I like you more and more as the minutes tick by, Arabella. I'll make you a deal. I'll cook and you clean up. I hate cleaning up. Deal. Her chest rose with a heavy sigh. This feels good. A fresh start. Yeah, this feels right to me. Me too. I pulled through the gates and went up the drive to the house. This is it, home. My home, and now your home. I like the gate, she said as she looked around. There's a high fence all the way around, she asked. All the way around the 5-acre property. I can't let my dogs get out, so it's extremely secure around here. I pointed at the surveillance camera on the garage. And there are security cameras everywhere. Well, except the bathrooms and bedrooms. Some places require privacy. I parked inside the garage with all the other vehicles. Her jaw dropped as she saw my collection. Wow. Chase, you've got one of pretty much everything. A motorcycle. I watched her head swivel and take stock of everything. A dune buggy. Wow. I can see you're gonna ask me to give you a ride in my buggy. Laughing, I got out of the truck, then went to help her down. Come on, I gotcha. This truck is so tall. She put her hands on top of mine as I took her by the waist to help her down. I tried to ignore the zaps of electricity that shot through my hands. She wasn't there to be my girl, she was there to be my employee. The guest cottage has a one-car garage. That's where the Range Rover is parked. Now ready to meet my dogs? Yes? She smiled as she followed me into the house and then to the sliding glass doors. We looked out into the backyard, where my dogs eagerly awaited my arrival. She kneeled, placing her hands on the glass as the dogs came up to her on the other side of the glass. You guys and I are going to be best friends. I could feel the smile stretching my face as I watched her innocent excitement. The dogs were wagging their tails, looking just as excited to see her, for which I was grateful. They seemed to like you already. Want to come outside with me? Standing, she trailed her hand over the glass, and the dogs followed her. Of course. Unlocking the door, I slid it open, and my dogs went to the sitting position the way they were trained to. The handsome young male with the red collar is named Jürgen. I held out my hand, and he put his paw into it. Shaking his paw, I turned to Arabella. Jürgen, this pretty young lady is named Arabella. Can you shake her hand? As soon as I let his paw go, he turned and offered it to her. She took it, smiling away as she did. It's so nice to meet you, Jürgen. He barked once, and she giggled. That's his way of saying ditto, I told her. I walked over to my other dog. This adorable young male is named Gunter. I did the same with him, and he shook my hand. Gunter, can you shake Arabella's hand? He presented his paw to her, and she looked at him with adoration in her eyes. How smart you both are. Being friends with you guys is going to be very interesting. I liked the way she put it. You know, you just keep making me feel better and better about hiring you. I'm glad. The dogs moved to stand on either side of her, and she ran her hands over their heads. I love them already. They seem to love you too. I felt great about her. Come on, let me show you to your new home. We started walking toward the cottage, and the dogs trailed behind her, already looking enamored. Now remember that it's not much. Only the one bedroom and the one bath. I keyed in the code, then opened the door and stepped back to let her walk in before me. Her eyes were wide as she looked around. Granite countertops. She looked at the floor. Shiny hardwood floors. White leather couches. So nice, Chase. It looks like you had a designer do all this. Yeah, I hired someone. She looked like she belonged there too. You think you can make this a home for yourself? Cocking her head to one side, she looked at me. You know what? I think I can. Then come with me, and let's get you into the car so you can go and get your things. I closed the door and tapped in the code to lock it. The code is easy to remember, it's 4 2s. Is it the same for your house too? She asked as we went to the attached one-car garage. No, mine is 4 4s. I opened the garage door with my key fob, and then handed it to her. Here you go, the keys to the Range Rover. As you saw, you can use the fob to open the garage. And that door leads into the kitchen, so you don't have to get out in the hot sun at all to come or go. And that fob works on the gate too. So don't lose it. Clasping it in her hand, she looked at me with shining eyes. I won't lose anything. I swear that to you, Chase. I am so appreciative of everything you've given me today. I'll do my best for you at all times. I don't want you to worry about a thing. With you on the job, I already feel my worries slipping away. I winked at her and noticed a slight blush come to her cheeks. Adorable. So go on, get your things and get back here. I'm gonna start up the pit and grill us up some juicy steaks. That sounds good to you? It sounds amazing. She opened her arms and moved forward, hugging me. And this feels amazing.
Chapter 4. Arabella.
Waking the next morning with a smile on my face, I ran my hands back and forth over the comfy bed I'd had the pleasure of sleeping in. No noisy traffic, no motel room doors squeaking open then slamming shut, no weird knocking noises, only blissful peace as I fell asleep with a full stomach. Having to watch every penny I spent the last couple of weeks meant eating as little as possible. But that was over and done new. Chase had made the best steaks I'd ever eaten, and giant baked potatoes, even the salad was tasty. He'd left me a grocery list, and that would be my first chore after feeding the dogs. I had a quick shower, put on some shorts and a t-shirt, slipped on some flip-flops and then went to see how the dogs were doing. Jurgen, Gunter, come here boys. They barreled around the side of the house, tails wagging, tongues hanging out of their mouths, and I could swear they had smiles on their faces. My heart lit up as they ran to me. Being so well trained, they stopped just short of me and sat down. Such good boys you both are. I petted them both before going to get their bowls and food from the small storage room that held only pet supplies. With the dogs fed and happy, I went to the store. Shopping for groceries wasn't a thing I'd ever done before. That had been my mother's job. But I liked to do regular shopping, so I caught on quickly. Plus it helped that Chase gave me a good list, complete with the brands and sizes he liked. In the aisle with the coffee, I found a shelf of coffee cups and one of them caught my eye. I picked it up, placing it in the seat part of the basket. Best boss ever, it proclaimed in bold print, and I knew I had to buy it for my new best boss. As I perused the aisles, I had an idea. Since Chase had made dinner the night before, I would make him my grandmother's famous lasagna recipe. She and I had made that together ever since I was old enough to use a spoon to help her stir the sauce. I knew the recipe by heart. She'd never used ready-made pasta, so I wasn't going to do that either. I found the necessary pasta cutters and a pasta roller, then searched the flour aisle for semolina flour, the only type my grandmother would use to make homemade pasta. It was quite a search before I found one bag, way up on the top shelf. As I reached for it, a man came up behind me. "Can I get that for you?" I jumped and made a little yelping sound. "Oh. Sorry, you snuck up on me." I saw his red t-shirt and name tag, meaning he worked at the store. "Sorry. Here, let me get that for you." He picked up the bag of flour and handed it to me. "We don't sell much of that. Is this something you'll be buying much of?" I like to have it on hand at all times. I placed it in the seat of the basket, keeping the items I would buy with my own money separate from the items I would buy using Chase's card. "Then I'll make sure to order more of it." He smiled at me. "Have a nice day." "Yeah, you too. And thanks." I wasn't used to people being so kind for no reason at all. It was nice. There was something to say about Southern hospitality. Gathering the items for the lasagna, I found myself smiling and saying hi to everyone and just being happy. It felt like forever since I'd been happy. Chase had turned my world upside down when he gave me the job. I had been starting to worry that I might end up living under a bridge once my money ran out. I'd even envisioned myself with a piece of cardboard that I would have had to dig out of a garbage can with a scribbled message begging for food or money from strangers. But that horrible notion was no longer part of my thoughts. I had a nice roof over my head and plenty of food to eat, and money too. All that security made me feel very safe. I hadn't felt safe since that night. But I was far away from there now, and I was safe. There was no way anyone could find me. I'd made sure of that. I'd left my cell phone behind, and had bought a pay-as-you-go phone at a dollar store before leaving town. I'd covered my tracks well. My old life had finally begun fading away, and the future looked brighter than I could have ever imagined. Whistling as I drove home, I felt so wonderful I could hardly believe it. When I got back to the house, I found a little black car parked close to the front door. I pulled up next to it, needing to unpack the groceries that were to go into Chase's kitchen. Using the code to get inside, I carried in the bags and heard the sound of a vacuum cleaner going. His maid? He had told me that he had a woman come in to clean once a week. And he had a lawn service that came around every other week. He told me they would just show up and take care of the yard, then bill him later. So I knew not to freak out when they came. I took the groceries to the kitchen and began putting them away. Chase had shown me around his home too, so I knew where things went. While putting away the frozen food, I heard a woman's voice ask, "And who are you?" Turning to face her, I smiled. "Hi. I'm Arabella." "And how did you get in here?" she asked as she put her hands on her hips. Chase gave me the code. "What are you doing?" She gestured to the groceries. "You think that just because you sleep with the man, you can move in?" For a moment, I was taken aback by the vulgar assumption. "Oh, I see." I shook my head. "It's not like that. I work for Chase. I'm his personal assistant. He hired me yesterday." He told me nothing about this. Her arms crossed over her chest. "I'm sorry, what's your name?" "Mary. Mary Rodriguez. I've worked for Mr. Chase for 5 years. He's never had a personal assistant in all that time, so why am I to believe he needs one now? He told me that he's going to be remarkably busy with work, and that's why he needs someone to take care of his personal responsibilities. I'm sorry that he didn't tell you about this." I got back to putting the groceries away, not loving her attitude. "You have an accent that's not from here. Where did you come from?" She just wouldn't let up on me. "The East Coast." I tried to ignore her prying eyes as I continued with my task. "So, why are you here in the South now?" "I wanted to see more of the world," I lied. "So you came here to Brownsville, Texas, to see more of the world?" "Yeah." I wasn't loving the way she was grilling me. "You're young. Where is your family?" "Back home." "Why would your parents let you leave and go so far away?" "Because I'm a grown woman." I huffed to show her that I wasn't enjoying all her personal questions and wouldn't tolerate many more. She ignored my hint as she said, "Well, it seems suspicious to me. And you better not be here to take advantage of Mr. Chase. He's a nice man. Maybe too nice. Maybe too trusting." I couldn't disagree with her on that. But I wasn't going to admit that to her. "Look, he's a nice man and I'm not the type of person who takes advantage of anyone. I'm here to work and earn money. I understand that you don't know me yet, but you'll see that I am trustworthy and a hard worker." She looked right into my eyes. "I know nothing about you. I know nothing about your family. You can tell a lot about a person from their family, I always say. And yet, you have no family here. So, how can you expect me to welcome a complete stranger with open arms?" "I don't expect you to welcome me at all." Had this woman never met a stranger before? We just happened to work at the same place. I had no idea coworkers could be such a pain in the ass. "Esta chica debe pensar que soy un idiota," she muttered under her breath. I had no idea what she just said, and I didn't care. "If you'll excuse me, I have to go put some things at my place now." I wasn't going back into Chase's house until that woman was gone. She had a few streaks of gray in her dark hair, so I guessed she was in her 50s and sort of thought she was some mother-like figure to Chase. Her thick dark brows rose. "Your place?" "I'm staying in the guest cottage." I walked out of the kitchen to find that, unfortunately, she was following me. "You are staying here?" she asked with concern. "Yes." I walked out of the front door, heading to the car. "It's part of the job." "You're driving his Range Rover too?" Her eyes rolled as she muttered some more words that I didn't understand. "Querido Dios." "Yes, he's letting me use this car so that I can do his errands and drive his dogs around." Not that it was any of her business. Again, it's part of the job. "What are your references?" she called out as she walked out of the door, still following me. "I'm going to need their phone numbers so I can check them out." Obviously, Mr. Chase isn't thinking straight because he's impressed by your beauty. She might have been right about that. But all that mattered to me was that I now had a job, a place to live, didn't have to walk everywhere I went, and could use more of my money to buy better food for me to eat. I turned around and faced her. "With all due respect, I don't think that's your job. If Chase wanted someone to check my references, he would have asked himself." I placed my hands on my hips. "Now, I've got lots to get done, Mary, so I'll let you get back to work." "That's Miss Mary to you, chica irrespetuosa." Whatever that means, I muttered under my breath as I got into the car to park it inside my very own garage.
Chapter 5. Chase.
Our work was on hold as we had to wait for parts to come in, so I got off earlier than expected. I was eager to get home anyway. I wanted to see how things had gone for Arabella on her first day of work. Parking in the garage, I came in through the kitchen door, then went to look out of the window to see what my dogs were up to. I found Arabella playing frisbee with them. The way she laughed and smiled told me she really loved my guys already. I couldn't help but smile as my heart thumped hard in my chest. She really is something else. "Mr. Chase, you're home," my maid Mary said, startling me. I spun around quickly, not realizing how preoccupied I'd been with thoughts of Arabella. So preoccupied that I hadn't noticed Mary's car parked in front of the house. "Mary, you're still here?" With a grim expression, she nodded. "I'm finished with my work, but I waited for you to come home because I want to talk to you." "About?" I went to the fridge and pulled out a beer, popped the top, then took a drink as I waited for her reply. "About the young girl you've apparently hired as your personal assistant." She stood on the other side of the kitchen island, looking rather stern. "I had no idea you were hiring anyone. I made the decision last week. I didn't know why she would care. And then I thought about the cottage, and her thinking she would have to clean it each week too." "Oh, you probably want a raise since you'll be cleaning the cottage each week too now that I have someone living it." "Sure, how much more do you want?" It was only fair to increase her pay if she was going to have to do more work. Her thin brows rose, and her hand moved to rest over her heart as indignation began showing on her face. "You want me to clean up after another employee? I suppose I didn't want that. Not if it would offend her. Not if you don't want to. I mean, Arabella can clean up after herself. But if you wanted to make more money, then you could clean her place too. But only if you want." The last thing I wanted was for Mary to quit. That would mean I'd have to hire a new maid, and I'd recently discovered that I had no liking for doing interviews. "She can clean up after herself," she snapped. "I am concerned with the fact that she's not from here, and that no one knows a thing about her or her family. And I am concerned that you only hired her because she's pretty." I frowned, not loving the suspicion behind her words. Mary had always been a bit of a mother hen, but I'd never minded her prying before. I have my reasons for hiring her, and her looks didn't factor into that decision. But it certainly didn't hurt that she was easy on the eyes. I'd hired Arabella because I thought she needed a break, and I knew she needed a home and transportation as well as money. As far as where she comes from or who her family is, that stuff doesn't matter to me. My main concern when hiring her was whether or not she and my dogs would get along. And they obviously get along great. I went to pull the curtain back so she could see Arabella playing with the dogs. "See? Those dogs will play with anyone. And that's not of any importance anyway. What if she steals from you? What if she has people over while you're at work, and they steal from you? Or tear up your home?" It was obvious that she didn't trust Arabella. So I had to ask, did she say something to you that made you think she would do something like that? No. But when you don't know a person or the family they come from, you can never be sure about them. "I'm just watching out for you, Mr. Chase. You're a very good man, and you have been very good to me and my family. I don't want to sit back and watch anyone take advantage of you. I asked her for references, and she gave me none. Did she give you any? Did you call them? I appreciate your concern, Mary. And I like the fact that you're just looking out for me, but I can handle Arabella. I was done with the conversation. I'm gonna take a shower. See you next week. She stood there watching me walk away, and then I heard her huff before she went out of the front door to leave. The woman meant well. She was a mother to 5 children who had all grown up and moved to their own homes. But Mary and her husband still kept a rather short leash on all of them. None of them had moved out of Brownsville, and that was the way they liked to live their lives. That was okay, but it was not for everyone. I didn't know why Arabella had moved away from her family, and most likely some friends too. But that wasn't really my business anyway. She had a job to do, and the only thing I needed to worry about was if she was doing it or not. After a shower and a change of clothes, I went outside and found Arabella sitting on the grass, reading a book with the dogs lying on each side of her. Wow. They really love you already. Hearing my voice, the dogs jumped up and ran to me, happy to see me but still reverent enough to sit in front of me, waiting for me to pay them attention. How are my good boys? I rubbed their heads. Did you have fun with Arabella today? If they tell you otherwise, they're lying, she said as she got up. We had a blast. I wanted to ask you if I could take them to run on the beach sometime. I tried walking them around the property with their leashes, and they were great. I'm getting the hang of this. Yeah, sure, you can take them anytime you want to. That'll be great exercise for them. It was nice to see her taking the initiative. Do you drink coffee? She asked with an impish grin. Sometimes. Why do you ask? Walking over to take a seat at the outdoor table, I started thinking about what I would have for dinner that night. Wait here, she said, then took off running to the cottage. When she came back, she had a coffee mug in her hand. Here, I saw this at the store today and thought of you. Best boss ever, I read the words printed on the cup. I smiled. I've seen your resume, remember? I know I'm the only boss you've ever known, Arabella. But I hope I can live up to this mug. You already have. She sat down across from me. I made you homemade lasagna for dinner tonight. It's ready. It's keeping warm in the oven. Shrugging her shoulders, she went on, whenever you're hungry, just let me know. We can eat out here or at my place. Or wherever. Lasagna. I'd never had homemade lasagna. Like made from scratch. The pasta too. Yup. And the sauce. I bought the cheeses though. I don't know how to make those yet. Her smile lit something up inside of me. I've got a nice bottle of red wine too. It's chilling in the fridge. I used my own money to buy everything, even the mug. I don't want you to think that I used your money to buy them. You could have used my money to get those things. You're feeding me too, right? I got up and reached out for her hand. Come on, let's go eat. It sounds like you've been hard at work all day. She took my hand, and as she did, I felt waves of energy moving up my arm and ending right in my chest. Being that it wasn't supposed to be happening, I let go of her hand. As she walked next to me, I noticed that she rubbed her hands together, and it made me wonder if she had felt the sparks too. Not that I was going to ask her about it. We'd known each other for a bit over a day. I wasn't going to start hitting on her. But I wasn't sure how long I could hold out on doing that. Walking into the cottage, I saw that everything was immaculate. You made homemade pasta and sauce, and yet your kitchen is sparkling. I clean as I go. My grandmother taught me to do that. She hated a dirty kitchen, and I don't care for filth either, so I follow her lead. I found it promising that she spoke of a relative. Did you cook with her a lot? She lived with my parents when I was born, and stayed there until she passed away when I was 16. She did all the cooking in our home. And I did help at least a few times each week. My mother helped her con the other days. But when the whole family came over, we all did our parts in the kitchen to make these huge family meals. Being Italian, family was one of the most important things to us. She placed a glass of red wine in front of me as soon as my ass hit the chair at the dining table. Thank you. If family is the most important thing to her, then why did she move away from them all? Nona was my father's mother. My grandfather died before I was born. She came to live with my mother and father the day he died. It was only a couple of years after my parents married. My mother became pregnant with me only a few months after that. My Nona always told me that I was the angel her husband had sent to keep her heart filled with love until it was time for her to meet him in heaven. So, you were her favorite grandchild? I thought that was sweet. I guess. She had others, but I was the only one she'd ever lived with. I'm an only child. My mother had complications with her pregnancy and nearly died giving birth to me. So my father made the doctor sterilize her so she couldn't have more children. Between my mother knowing I would be her only child, and my grandmother thinking I was sent straight from heaven to her, I grew up feeling extremely loved. You said your grandmother has passed on, but what about your mother? I had a hard time believing her mother would let her leave if she was the center of her world. She stopped plating the food and looked down. Then she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. She's no longer with us. I knew I shouldn't ask anything else, but my curiosity wouldn't allow me to keep quiet. When did she pass? I got up and went to her side, then ran my hand across her shoulders to let her know I was right there if she needed me. Turning to me, she ran her arms around me, buried her head in my chest, and then whimpered, "Recently." Her body shook as she cried, and I held her tightly to help ease the pain that she felt. I knew then that she'd run away from the pain of losing her mother. A woman who had made her the center of her existence. Arabella probably didn't know how to live in that home without her mother being there. But what about the poor father she left behind? Does he even know where she is now?
Chapter 6. Arabella.
After a week on the job, I knew I had this in the bag. Chase and I had spent little time together, as things had gotten busy for him at work. He truly did need my help since he came home late and went straight to bed, then got up so early and left before I even saw him. His dogs would have gone nuts if I hadn't been there to care for them. I was cleaning up my breakfast dishes when I got a text from Chase, asking me to take the dogs to the vet for their annual rabies shot. After texting him back that I would get that done right away, I went to get the dogs ready. With the dogs being so well behaved, it took no time at all to load them into the back of the Range Rover and head out to get their shots. Since you have to go to the vet today, I'll treat you boys to a run on the beach afterward. If you're really good, I'll buy you snow cones after that. A couple of barks told me they were happy, even if they hadn't understood a word I'd said. Minutes later, we arrived at the vet's office. I took off their leashes and let them lead me inside the building, which they must have known well. "Hi, I've got Jurgen and Gunter here for their rabies shots. Chase Duran is the owner." The young man who stood behind the counter smiled at me. "For such a little thing, you certainly can handle these big dogs." "Only because of how well they've been trained." I ran my hand over Gunter's head. "I only met them a week ago, but these two have stolen my heart." The man smiled at me in a way that told me he understood. "I'm Kyle, a vet tech here. If you follow me, we'll get them taken care of quickly." I followed him to the back, and then into an examination room. Looking around, I found it fascinating. "How long did you have to go to school to become a vet tech?" "A couple of years." He got out 2 syringes, and a vial of what I assumed was the rabies vaccine. "You thinking about working with animals?" He looked at me. "I didn't catch your name." "Arabella." "And not really. I mean, I don't know. I don't have much experience with animals. These guys are my first. Luckily, it's going amazingly." I knew I had to think about what I wanted to do long term, so I'd been asking a lot of questions to just about everyone. As much as I loved the job so far, being Chase's personal assistant for life wouldn't be a viable solution. Kyle checked inside each dog's mouth. Looking healthy. I can tell you're brushing their teeth. Nice job. Chase showed me how to do it. Looking at me out of the corner of his eye, he asked, "So these guys are your first animal experience, but you weren't afraid of dealing with their sharp teeth?" Not after I saw Chase do it. He'd made it look easy. And I found out that it was easy for me too. But I gave credit to the dogs for that. You have to really love animals to do this job. Not many of the ones that come in here are as well trained and well mannered as these boys. He held up his right arm, and I saw a bandage wrapped around his wrist. A pit bull got me yesterday. The owner had a hell of a time getting him to let me go. Nope, being a vet tech is not for me. That's horrifying. It wasn't a picnic, that's for sure. But I know that bites and scratches come with the job. You have to take the good with the bad at a job like this. He took one of the needles, pinched the skin on the back of Jürgen's neck, then injected it with the vaccine. Jürgen didn't even flinch. Do you have something that you love doing? I love to cook. I'm Italian and make lots of Italian dishes from scratch. I even make my own pasta. But that can't be a career. I love Italian food. I have such a hard time finding a good place around here though. No one makes authentic Italian food. Everything's made from frozen and prepackaged foods. I spent the summer in New York and found out what real Italian food is supposed to taste like. I fell in love with it. I think you'd find a pretty loyal customer base if you ever opened a restaurant. He gave Gunter a shot without making him flinch either. But I know that takes lots of money. I'm sure it does. I didn't have the money or the credit to do something like that. Running his hands over the dogs' heads, he looked at me. The doctor will be in a couple minutes just to take a quick look at Gunter and Jürgen, and then we'll be all done here. Afterward, you can pay the girl at the front. We'll then see these boys in a year, unless they need me before that. It was nice to meet you, Kyle. I hope it's a year before I see you again, though. I don't want anything bad to happen to my boys. I understand the sentiment. See you around, Arabella. After finishing up with the appointment and leaving the vet's office, I drove straight to the beach to let the dogs run the way I had promised them I would. It wasn't easy holding them back as I just couldn't run as fast as they could, but since they were so well trained, they quickly matched my pace. The sun, the salty air, and the sand beneath my bare feet took me away as I ran with them. The last week had been very freeing for me. Not only because I finally felt like I was safe enough to start really living, but because I'd finally said something about my mother's passing. It wasn't like I planned to do that at all, but I found Chase so easy to talk to. Maybe he just knew how to ask the right questions. I had no other explanation for why I'd felt so compelled to share that with him. But it felt good to be able to finally talk to someone about my mother no longer being alive. I hadn't been able to do that with anyone. The relief that filled me after the words had slipped through my lips was astounding. And Chase's strong arms around my body had felt so good that it defied my imagination. I'd been hugged before and kissed too. But those times had been brief, stolen, and very few. My life had been far different from the lives of others my age. Attending a small, private, all-girls school had made it nearly impossible to get to know any boys my age back then. After graduation, I'd still lived at home. My mother hadn't wanted me to go to college until I'd had time to figure out what I really wanted from that sort of education. I hadn't given it much thought, though. In hindsight, I wish that I'd spent more time trying to figure that out, to find something that interested me enough to go to college. Things would have been so different for me if I hadn't been home that night. If I'd been away at school, not living in our home, then my life would have been so very different. "Hi there," a man's voice came from behind, startling me. The dogs stopped running forward, flipping around as they barked at the man who had come up beside me. He was quick to move away from me as the dogs took an aggressive stance toward him. I smiled, secretly loving the way the dogs protected me. "It's okay, boys. He's moving on." They stood in front of me, refusing to move until he was further away from me. I patted them on their heads. Good boys. Everything about being with Chase made me feel safe. From the way his home was so well protected, to the way his dogs protected me. It had me thinking that no one would be able to get through so many layers of security to get to me. That was important too. I might have been 2,000 miles away from home, but until I came to live in Chase's guest cottage, it hadn't felt that far away. Now, I felt millions of miles away. It felt like the threat of being found was barely there anymore. You guys deserve a treat, I told them as I heard the familiar sound of music playing through the speaker of an ice cream truck. Come on, let's get back to the car to get your bowls so one can put something sweet and yummy in them for my sweet protectors. I took notice of how the dogs didn't react with aggression, as I asked the man selling ice cream if he had anything that was good for dogs. They just sat there on their haunches, waiting for their promised treat. That made me think that the man who'd come up behind me and spoken to me might have had bad intentions that they could sense somehow. Handing me a couple of what the man called cool dog cones, he said, I make the cones from healthy dog food that I wet down then press out with a waffle maker to dry it out. I form cones while they're still wet enough to bend. They're filled with cold but cooked minced chicken that my wife freshly prepares each morning. The pets seem to love them. How creative of you and your wife. I took the cones, which looked an awful lot like vanilla ice cream cones, and carried them back to the car where I'd put their bowls on the ground. But before I gave them to the dogs, I took a picture of them to send to Chase. I took more pictures as the dogs devoured the tasty treats. And then I sent them to him, along with a message. I found an ice cream truck that has a cone for dogs. Can you believe these are made out of dog food, and that the ice cream isn't ice cream at all but mashed freshly cooked chicken? What a great place to have pets. After their treat, I took them back home and gave them baths to get the salty water off their fur and skin. By the time I was done bathing them, I was as soaked as they were. Shower time for me, it seems. Leaving them to dry in the warm sun of the backyard, I went inside and got into a cool shower. When I got out, I noticed that Chase had finally seen the text I'd sent him a couple of hours earlier. He's a busy man. I stood in front of my closet, wrapped in a towel, wondering what I should put on. It was nearly 7 in the evening, and I wasn't sure whether I should just dress for bed and make myself a sandwich for dinner. With Chase's long hours at work, I didn't expect to see him that night anyway. So I left the closet to get a nightgown from the dresser. My cell dinged, and I saw Chase had texted me back. I'd like to treat you since you've made it through your first week with flying colors. Want to go out to dinner with me in about an hour? That sounds like a date. I shivered at the thought. But then, reality slipped inside my head, and I began to realize that he was just being an excellent boss, and that was all. I would love that. Thank you. I'll be ready. His reply of a thumbs-up emoji told me that his invitation was purely friendly, with no hints of romance. Even though I knew that it was for the best, it still disappointed me a bit. Everything about my life was better now that I'd met Chase Duran. Plus, he was the most attractive man I'd ever been around. How could I not have some intimate feelings for him? Going back to the closet, I picked out a sundress with thin black straps attached to a solid red dress. I slipped into some black heels and put some finishing touches on my appearance. He might not have meant for things to be romantic, but I wasn't about to go out with a man as attractive as Chase and not try to look as attractive as he did. I was young and single and finally felt free. It would be fun to try and turn some heads tonight.
Chapter 7. Chase.
Arabella's blue eyes sparkled in the white Christmas lights strung above our table as I sipped on a blue Hawaiian. This is the first time I've been out at night. It's so much cooler in the evenings than it is during the day. She put the tall drink down on the table. What time of year does it cool down here in Brownsville? It can range anywhere from late September to early November. And it can last anywhere from January to March. I can't recall the last time the temperature got close to freezing though. Leaning back in my chair, I looked up at the starry night sky. So, I take it that you're glad I asked to be seated outside instead of eating inside. I'm very glad you asked to sit out here. It's so refreshing. She watched a couple step onto the dance floor. I wondered what that little patio was for. We can dance, I suggested, then thought that might involve too much touching for an employer and an employee. If you want to. Staring at her drink, she said, I've never danced. Never. I knew I sounded astounded and tried to soften my response by adding, well, that's okay. I went to an all-girls school. We had a few socials, but dancing wasn't part of any of them. Our school would invite the nearby boys' schools once a year while we were in our high school years. But it was a luncheon more than it was anything else. And the boys never seemed interested in being there. Not that any of us girls were interested in that, either. It wasn't like we had any idea how to socialize with members of the opposite sex. Another tidbit of info about her past, nice. Intrigued by the idea of anyone going to an all-girls school, I had to ask some questions. Were girls sneaking guys into the dorm rooms, or were there other things going on? Her eyes met mine for a second before she let out an amused, though slightly incredulous laugh. Chase, are you asking me if I experimented with women? Shrugging, I smiled along, but had no idea what her answer would be. I mean, girls were all you had to figure out that stuff with, right? We didn't live at the school, Chase. She laughed as she shook her head. Besides, just because we had urges didn't mean we had to act on them with each other. She rolled her eyes, but the smile playing at her lips told me there was no harm done. Oh yeah. Guess the imagery in my brain went a little haywire there. I pictured you in one of those short skirt uniforms, hair in a couple of braids, getting into pillow fights every night, I joked. She laughed. Our uniforms were anything but sensual. Baggy blue Dockers with bright pink long-sleeve Oxford shirts and penny loafers. Hair had to be pulled back into a tight bun at all times. No makeup, no jewelry, and absolutely no displays of affection of any kind. Sounds strict. I would have hated going to a school like that. It was the strictest, she confirmed. But I had a lot of really good friends there, until we all got separated after graduation. My two best friends went off to college in the West, and I stayed home. Why didn't you go with them? I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up, and my mother was against me going to college until I knew what I wanted to get a degree in. So I stayed home while everyone I had gone to school with ventured out, leaving me behind. That must have been lonely. My brothers were my best friends, so I couldn't imagine how being separated from her friend group like that must have felt. No one stayed behind. She shook her head. No one I was close to. You know, Arabella, my brothers and I had a meeting today, and we decided that we need to start taking weekends off so that we don't burn ourselves out with work. That means you get weekends off as well, since I'll be home and can take care of the dogs and do any chores that need to be done. You'll have plenty of time to pursue your own interest and socialize. Everyone needed friends. I'm good, she said with a grin. I've got my boys. The dogs? Yes. They're great company. She looked up as the waitress brought the appetizer. Wow, that's gorgeous. Oysters Rockefeller, the waitress said as she sat down the large tray. I'll be right back with more drinks for you two since you're just about out. Thank you, I said as I scooted my chair closer to the table. And can you bring some Cholula hot sauce, please? Sure thing, the waitress said as she left us. I like to add some kick to my oysters. I took the liberty of squeezing some lemon wedges over the spinach and melted queso blanco that was drizzled over the fresh oysters. I think you'll like these, Arabella. She leaned up to give the tray a good look. I have to tell you that I was skeptical when you ordered this. But now that it's in front of me, I can see why people find this dish so appetizing. The colors are spectacular and it smells delicious. Dropping off our drinks in the hot sauce, the waitress asked, "Are you ready to order your meals yet?" I wasn't in any rush. Let us get finished with this first. We're in no hurry tonight. Sure. No rush. I'll be back to check on you two in a bit. With an expression of excitement, Arabella rubbed her hands together. Okay, show me how to eat these things. First, as a newcomer to the state, I have to ask you if you like hot sauce. Real Texans put it on pretty much everything, I teased. Well, I like it on tacos. So, I'll try the first one the way you like it. I smiled. I love it when a person is willing to try new things. It was one of my favorite qualities in a person, but it seemed rare to find, especially among the women I'd recently dated. Not that this is a date. You can't know if you like or dislike something until you try it. So true. I picked up the hot sauce and gave 2 of the oysters a couple of shots of it. Then I picked up one of the shells and waved it around a bit. Go ahead and pick up the other one. I've never eaten anything right out of its shell before. Her expression told me she was enjoying it though. So cool. And now what? I mean, we don't bite into the shell, obviously. No, we don't. This whole thing will slide right out of the shell and into your mouth. Do not chew it. Why not? The texture isn't great. And sometimes the oyster sort of explodes with this salty, ocean-tasting juice that tends to turn most people off. Okay, no chewing. Got it. She looked at the size of the oyster that she was about to put into her mouth. So, you want me to just swallow all of this at one go? That is the best way of doing it, yes. I knew it looked impossible, but I also knew that it could be accomplished. Watch me first and then try it. With her eyes on me, she nodded. Okay, go for it. I slid mine into my mouth, swallowed it down whole, then took a drink of my beer. Easy. My turn. She licked her pink lips, then opened her mouth, closed her eyes, and let it slide in. With a quick swallow, her eyes opened wide, and she took a drink of her cocktail. Oh wow. I could tell by her expression that she liked it, but I wanted to hear her say it. What do you think? It's so crazy. I mean, I didn't chew, and it barely had time to pass over my tongue, but there's so much flavor. The hot sauce had this warm, buttery taste. The lemon seemed to bring out subtle flavors in the spinach, and the salty oyster too. The queso blanco enhanced the whole thing, giving it a smooth texture. So you like it? I chuckled as she picked up the hot sauce, giving another oyster 2 shots. Since I'm diving in for seconds, the answer is yes. She downed another, then took a drink. So good. I can't figure out how something that ugly can taste so good. I am glad that you ordered it with the stuff on top, so I didn't have to look at the disgusting raw oyster. I don't think I could have gotten that nasty thing past my lips. Yeah, I'm with you on that. They are hideous. I ate another one, happy that she liked one of my favorite appetizers. She picked up the menu and began looking it over. I want to try some other things that I've never tried before. But only if you've tried them and like them. I trust your taste, Chase. If you trust my taste, perhaps you'll trust me on the dance floor. The oysters already seemed to be doing their magic, as I suddenly really wanted to hold Arabella in my arms and sway with her. She ate another one, then got up. Come on then. She held out her hand and I was quick to take it. You got it, girl. There were a few other couples dancing as we stepped onto the floor. A nice slow song played as I slipped my arm around her waist, holding her hand and leaving some space between our bodies as I moved back and forth. Easy, huh? It is easy. She sighed as she leaned in, resting her head on my shoulder, our bodies getting closer. Her hair, gathered in a loose bun, had tendrils dripping down. The coconut scent of her tresses went right along with our tropical night under the stars. I like the way your hair smells. Thank you, she said softly. I like the way you smell too. Being with her was easy. She made it that way. She wasn't fussy about anything. She was willing to take risks. She was fun and outgoing. You know, you really should think about doing some things to meet other people, so that you can have some friends, Arabella. I didn't want to think of her sitting at home most of the time with no one but the dogs to talk to. You should join a club or something. What are some of your interests? She pulled her head off my shoulder to look at me. I don't want to join a club. It was important to me that she got involved with something fun in this town, for reasons that I wasn't willing to examine just yet. Well, why not? You like to cook, and you're great at it. I mean, I only had the one meal, but it was 5-star quality. Maybe you should join a cooking club. Or maybe you should learn how to paint. There's this group that meets every Sunday down at the beach, and they paint pictures out there. They have some great pieces. And some of them exhibit their paintings at the art museum too. I bet you would be great at painting. I don't know. I've never tried. She put her head back on my shoulder. And if I ever do try, I don't want to be intimidated by painting with people who are good at it. Too intimidating. If I bought you some paint supplies, you could practice at home first. I knew I was being pushy, but I couldn't stop myself. I wanted this woman to think of this town as her own. I wanted her to have reasons to stay instead of moving across country again. Chase, I don't like groups. She pulled away from me as the music had stopped. Thank you for the dance. It was much easier than I ever thought it would be, but I think that has everything to do with my dance partner. For a moment, we both just stood there, smiling at each other like a couple of idiots. Staring into her eyes, that's when I knew I was in real trouble.
Chapter 8. Arabella.
Waking up to my first day off in a week, I stared at the ceiling, wondering what I should do with the free day. It had been nice having something to do each day. While some people may have thought my tasks were menial, I had never had so much responsibility before. And I loved it. Chase needed to have his time alone with his dogs, I supposed. And I was sure there were things he needed to do for himself that he wouldn't want me around for. What sorts of things those were, I had no clue. With no idea of what I might want to do with my day, I rolled out of bed and went to shower and get dressed. Shorts and a baby doll t-shirt seemed an appropriate attire for a day of lounging around the cottage. I made myself some coffee, scrambled eggs, and toast, and then sat down at the bar to scroll through my phone as I ate my breakfast. When I found a free trial for a free virtual book club, I knew how I would be spending my free weekend. Reading free ebooks sounded good to me. I scrolled through some horror novels, but none of them interested me. Then I moved on to check out romantic comedies. I was in the mood for some laughter and romance. It took me no time to find one that sounded good, so I went to lie on the couch to begin my day of reading. After reading for about an hour, I went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of cold water out of the fridge. I heard the dogs barking and growling in a way I'd never heard them do before. Sprinting to the door, I threw the curtain back on the window that was right beside it. I wasn't about to run into a dangerous situation. But I had to know why they sounded so aggressive. What I saw made my mouth fall open. What the heck are they doing out there? Some man ran around in a thickly padded suit that covered his entire body while Chase gave the dogs orders to attack the intruder. As soon as the dogs latched onto the other man, Chase called them back. Obediently, they came to stand in front of him, their eyes never leaving the other man who lay on the ground. I couldn't believe the dog's strength. Chase gave them treats as the man walked further away. Then I heard him call out to Chase, "I want you to attack me now, Chase, and see what the dogs do on their own. Don't give them any orders unless I tell you to." Nodding, Chase ran at the man, tackling him down to the ground. I looked at the dogs, who stood their ground, looking ready to take off as soon as they were told to. Their eyes never left Chase, as the two wrestled all over the ground. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might well come right out of my chest as I watched Chase, worried he was going to get hurt. But I also thought that he looked as tough as nails, like no one could hurt him. He was all muscles, the shorts and sleeveless t-shirt showed them all off. With the other man on his back on the ground, Chase stood up and began walking away. But the man suddenly jumped up and put Chase into a headlock. I looked at the dogs, who began barking. I felt like they were asking Chase if he needed help. It was crazy. The way the man held Chase made it impossible for him to speak. Chase managed to get one hand free and held it up, then made a fist. The dogs took off like bullets being shot from a gun. One took one of the man's arms, and the other went for a leg. They pulled him in both directions at the same time, and he ended up losing his balance, falling to the ground. Chase staggered backward, trying to stay on his feet while the dogs held the other guy's appendages firmly. Wiping away sweat from his brow, he called the dogs off. I couldn't hold back my excitement and burst out of the door. Wow! The dogs made a beeline for me. But not in the way they usually did. They slid to a stop in front of me, then turned around, backing up against me as close as they could get, facing the man in the suit. Chase looked at me with wide eyes. Wow yourself. They're protecting you, Arabella. He looked at the other guy. Care to take a go at her to see what they do, Max? First, you go inside so they won't be waiting for you to tell them what to do, the other guy said. Is this safe? I asked. You're safe, Chase said as he walked into his house. I saw him peeking out from behind the curtains to watch. The man started running right at me, and the dogs barked ferociously at him, warning him to stay away. But he kept coming anyway. The sounds they made were frightening. I was glad I was on the right side of their fury. They sounded as if they could kill a person if it came to protecting me. The man Max was about 3 feet away from me when Jurgen led Gunter and bolted toward the man. They didn't get an order to attack, they just went for it. And this time, it wasn't as strategic as their attack had been before. They went savage on his ass, not content to hold him still as they dragged him away from me. As I watched the dogs, I noticed Jurgen look at me, and our eyes met. I swear that at that moment I heard a male voice say, "Run." So I turned, ran inside, and looked out of the window. The dogs held Max in place, no longer pulling him, but not about to let him go either. Chase walked outside. Good job, guys. You can let him go now? He wasn't really going to harm Arabella. They walked away with plenty of hesitation, not daring to remove their eyes from Max. Max got up, stumbling around a bit. Holy shit. I'll put them in their kennel now, Chase said. They've earned some rest after all that. Coming back out, I asked the courageous man, "Are you hurt?" The patting helps a lot. He jerked his head toward Chase's back door. Care to open that door for me and help me out of this get-up? Sure. I ran in front of him, opening the door and then following him inside. I'm Arabella, Chase's personal assistant. He said your name is Max, right? Yeah. He turned around. There's some Velcro back there, holding this thing together. Can you undo it for me? Chase came in as I was helping tug the gear off Max. Those dogs love you, Arabella. I smiled at him, knowing he was right. And if a small part of me wished I could say the same about the dog's owner, well, I pushed that part aside.
Chapter 9. Chase.
Something about Arabella kept pulling me in. She had things going on for her that other women I'd been around just didn't. She seemed both fearless and fragile at the same time, which was odd but endearing. Truth be told, I couldn't spend enough time with her. So when Sunday morning dawned, I went to work, making a breakfast that would dazzle her. The plan after that was to spend the entire day with her. I didn't care how we spent it, but I didn't want to waste a second of it without her. I texted her to come and eat breakfast with me whenever she got up. A half hour later, she came in through the back door. I am starving. What did you make? My specialty. I went to the oven to pull out the food I'd kept warm so we could enjoy it together. Quiche Lorraine. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the food I laid out on the table. That looks so yummy, Chase. She went to the fridge and pulled out some orange juice. Care for a glass? I would love some. I liked the way she knew her way around my kitchen. There was never an awkward moment with us. I made coffee too if you want some. I've already got a cup. Cool? She put the orange juice glasses on the table before going to make herself a cup of coffee. So, what is in quiche Lorraine anyway? Bacon, I said as I sat down, cutting the pie into pieces. Lots of bacon and eggs, milk and cheese. And I added some chives too for color. I put slices on each of our plates. She sat down, steaming coffee cup in hand, and looked at everything. So we have hash browns too and some fruit. I think you've covered all the bases here, Chase. I hope so. I had outdone myself for her. Be honest with me if you don't like it. Nodding, she took the first bite of quiche, and when her eyes closed, I knew she loved it. Yum. Good. I ate mine as she dug into hers. This right here's like my fave Sunday breakfast. I love it, she said, then looked around. All that's missing are some fluffy biscuits. Damn. Jumping up, I went to the second oven and sighed with relief as I saw the biscuits were brown but not black. Thank you for bringing that up. Hopping up, she went to the fridge. I'll grab the butter. You want jelly too? Hell yeah, I do. I put the biscuits into a bowl and brought them to the table. Strawberry, please. Is there any other kind? She put the jelly and butter on the table, then sat back down. Now we can dig in. An hour later, we were both laid out on the sofa, staring at the television as we rode out our food comas. We need to get up and out of this house, Arabella. I have to run some of this food off. I am with you on that. So the beach? Yep. Let's take the dogs too. I'll meet you at the Range Rover. I thought we might as well get wet since we'd be at the beach anyway. Put on a cute bikini too. I want to make all the other guys jealous. Her cheeks turned pink as she smiled at me. Oh yeah? I took it as a great sign that she responded sweetly to my flirtatious remarks. The last thing I wanted was for her to think of me as was her older pervy boss. Yeah. Later, as I got the dogs into the back of the Range Rover, I just about lost my breath as Arabella came walking into the garage. Clad in a black bikini covered by a thin see-through white lace cover-up, her dark hair pulled up into a loose bun with spiral tendrils falling down her back and over her shoulders, she hopped into the passenger seat, acting like she wasn't the most sensual thing on 2 feet. I took my seat, looked at her over my sunglasses, then made a wolf whistle. Hey there, baby. She smacked me in the arm. Stop it. But she was smiling. Come on, let's go. I'm itching to run through the surf. I was itching for way more than that. Your wish is my command. Parking on the beach, we got out, and she helped me with the dogs. Then I pulled my shirt off and kicked off my flip-flops, wearing only my board shorts. Pulling down her sunglasses, she looked me over. I think I'm going to be making all the girls jealous. Could you have any more muscles, Chase Duran? I wanted to preen like a peacock, but opted for teasing instead. Probably not. I flexed as many of them as I could at one time, making her laugh. I had to admit that we were turning heads as we ran with the dogs down the beach. After 15 minutes, she asked, "Are you getting hot?" In so many ways. Why? Are you? One trickle of sweat rolled down her cheek. Yeah. It's hot out here this afternoon. Want to take a dip? Do you? Looking around, I realized that we'd come far enough down the beach that there was hardly anyone around. Sure. The dogs will be fine. We can let them off their leashes so they can splash around too. She pulled off the cover-up, and I got the full spectrum of her bikini-clad body as she walked into the water. I came in right behind her and she turned around, kicking water at me, splashing me. Got you wet, she teased. Scooping her up, I laughed. Oh, you're gonna get it now. I'm taking you out to the deep. She hung onto my neck, laughing and kicking as if she wanted me to put her down. But the smile on her face said she was happy right where she was. I can walk, you know. Where's the fun in that? I walked out further and further until I was chest deep. Then I let her go, and she went under the water. She came up quickly, splashing water at me. You want to play? In ways that you cannot imagine, baby. Since I was taller than her, I could stand while she had to swim around. So I reached out and dunked her. She didn't pop right back up though, and when I felt her hands on the back of my bathing suit, tugging them back and making me lose my balance, I fell under the water as a wave crashed over us. We both came up laughing and headed back to shallow water where the dogs played around. Another wave came, and I grabbed her hand as we jumped with it so it wouldn't go over our heads. Gotcha. Thanks. That one would have taken me all the way in, I bet. She didn't let go of my hand as we kept moving toward the shore. I liked the way her hand fit in mine. I liked everything about her. So when the next wave came, I made a little move and pulled her closer to me. I can't let you get dragged off now, can I? The way her blue eyes sparkled as she looked at me made my knees weak. I hope you can't. Another wave crashed against us without us expecting it, and she put her hand on my chest to steady herself. My heart sped up with her touch, and she giggled, tapping my chest as if she'd noticed it. Did that one scare you, Chase? Your heart revved up. It's not fear that made it speed up. Not wanting to scare her, I stopped when I was waist deep so she wouldn't see the effect she'd had on me. I think we're shallow enough here. Gunter came paddling up to us, and Jurgen wasn't far behind him. They swam in circles around us, making Arabella laugh. You silly puppies. What are you two doing out here? Most women would have been afraid of my dogs. They weren't puppy-like at all. They were full-bred German shepherds with the lineage of a warrior, and she had seen that herself the day before during their training. Yet she truly looked at them as if they were fluff balls that couldn't harm a fly. You seem to have captivated my ferocious canines. She moved into shallower water, and the dogs moved right along with her. Laughing, she splashed them, and they began jumping up and down to splash her too. I swooped in, not about to be left out of their playtime, and made some splashes of my own. Laughing until we were out of breath, we laid back on the sandy shore while the dogs ran down the beach, playing what looked like a game of tag. You guys make such a cute couple, a woman said from behind us. Leaning upon our elbows, Arabella and I turned our heads to see who'd said that. An older couple had walked up the beach, holding hands. That used to be us, the man said. Before old age slowed us down. Arabella's eyes met mine. Is that right? We used to kick up the water just like you two were doing, the woman said. Have fun, you two. Enjoy it while you can. Bye now. They moved on past us. Bumping my shoulder against hers, I asked, Do you think we make a cute couple, Arabella? Laughing, she laid back and closed her eyes. What do you think? Leaning over her, I ran one finger along her shoulder. I think they were right. I see, she said, keeping her eyes closed. I don't know much about couples, as I've never been part of one, but from what I understand, they don't usually get together in 1 week's time. And we've only spent a few days together in that 7-day period. But when you know, you know. Wait. I barely caught on to something she'd said. You've never been in a relationship? She shook her head only once. That intrigued me to no end. Have you been kissed? She nodded. Have you been? I tried to think of the right way to ask such a personal question. But before I could say anything, the dogs were back, licking us in the faces and getting in my way. We were both distracted by their antics. I say we get these dogs back home so I can wash them, and then you and I can get cleaned up and go out to eat, I said instead of finishing my very intriguing question. She sat up, petting Jurgen. You're not sick of me? I mean, this is your day off. You don't have to spend it all with me. Fear spread through me like wildfire. Are you sick of me? No. She got up, dusting the sand off her body. It's just that I don't want to get in the way of your real social life, Chase. You're not in the way of anything. I got up too and grabbed our sunglasses, putting mine back on. Then I picked up her cover-up that lay on the sand, shook it off, then handed her stuff to her as we walked with the dogs back to the car. I am sure that you spent time with other people before I came to work for you. She pulled the cover-up back on, then put on the sunglasses. Yeah. I wasn't sure how to say what I wanted. It had only been a week, and I was her boss. I wasn't blind to the situation. I had given her a lifeline when she desperately needed one, and I didn't want her to do anything she didn't want just because she was grateful. I wasn't trying to rush anything. but part of me wanted to rush right in and make her mine. I was eager to get to the good stuff. So I made a small move and took her hand in mine as I handed her Jürgen's leash. "I'd like to spend the rest of this day and most of the night with you. But only if you want to. I don't want you saying yes just because you work for me. If you don't want that, then we can pretend I never asked. Then my answer is yes. I would like to spend more time with you. You're kind of awesome. As are you, my sweet, sweet Arabella."
Chapter 10. Arabella.
Take my hand, Arabella. Chase reached out to me as he stood on the deck of his boat. The waves moved it up and down, making me afraid that I would fall into the water if I didn't take the step at exactly the right moment. "I've never been in a boat before, Chase. This is sort of freaking me out." "I won't let you fall," he said as he dipped his head to catch my eyes. "I promise you that I won't let you fall." He wiggled his fingers. "Take my hand. You can trust me." Closing my eyes, I held out my hand and felt him take it, pulling me to him. My foot hit the deck, and then the other one did too, and I finally opened my eyes. "I did it." "Yes, you did." He led me to a seat, not letting go of my hand. "You sit here, right across from me. Once we get out to calmer water, I'm gonna let you drive the boat." "I don't know about that, Chase." I looked around the chair, not finding a seatbelt. "I don't see anything to strap myself down with." Laughing, he sat down in the seat behind the steering wheel. "You don't need one." However, as he said so, he pulled something out of the cubby hole next to him and handed it to me. "This is an inflatable life jacket. If you fall out for some odd reason, all you have to do is pull this thing here. It will fill up with air and keep you afloat until I come back around to pick you up." What? This was sounding a lot more dangerous than I liked. "Chase, is there a chance I'll fall out of this boat?" "Well, it's not likely, but things happen." He put one on too. "See, strap it around your waist like this." Quickly, I put the thing on but felt no safer at all. "You promise not to drive crazy, right?" "I will not drive crazy. I'm not that guy who enjoys terrorizing people. We're going to take a leisurely evening cruise. I want you to enjoy this, not hate it. I love boating." He started the engine, then moved the stick thingy next to him, and we moved backward, out of the boat slip. "This is the throttle. You use it to move forward and backward. Only you push it forward to move backward." He pulled the throttle backward, and we moved forward. "And you pull it back to move forward. Got it?" "Yeah. So the opposite of a car, got it. I'm still not sure about driving though." The wind whipped through my hair since I'd left it down. Thankful for putting an elastic band around my wrist in case I needed it, I pulled my hair back into a ponytail so it wouldn't get in my eyes. I wanted to see everything. The scene was gorgeous as we headed away from the marina and out to the bay waters. The sun's light reflected off the blue water, catching its every little movement, highlighting it in ways only nature could. Chase's dark blonde curls flowed back perfectly. He looked as if he was made to be on the water. Dark aviator sunglasses, tight-fitting long-sleeve knit shirt with built-in sunscreen protection. He looked like a model from a sports magazine. "See the lighthouse?" he said, pointing ahead. Pulling my eyes off him, I looked in the direction of his hand. "Wow, that's so beautiful." "Yeah, it's one of my favorite places out here." He drove toward it, slowing down as he came closer to the shore. "At night, when you turn on the underwater lights, you can see all sorts of sea life. I'm gonna show you that later on tonight, after it gets dark." "We're staying out late then?" I knew he had to get up early to go to work the following day. "As long as I'm asleep by midnight, I'll be good." He pulled away from the lighthouse, and we sped off. Water splashed up beside me, and I put my hand out to feel the spray of water. The wind rushing by made it too loud to talk, but just being with Chase made me happy. He veered one way and pointed at something in the distance. The closer we got, the easier it was to see that he'd spotted a group of dolphins frolicking around. I had never seen them in the wild. Their size amazed me as they joined us, using the waves from the boat to surf along beside us. This is too cool. His smile made my heart skip a beat. Glad you like it, he shouted over the wind. I love it. Watching the dolphins made me think about life, and how enjoyable it could be. I hadn't ever really enjoyed my life up until this last week with Chase. I'd lived it, but just barely. There were so many things I'd never done. It wasn't that I was afraid of new experiences, but I was afraid of how my father would react to some of those things. So I just avoided them. The dolphins left us for a bigger boat and Chase slowed down. Your turn to drive. Looking around, I saw only water. I have no idea where to drive to. Just cruise around. Get to know the boat. Her name is Espiritu Marino. It's Spanish for sea spirit. So that's how you say what's written on the back of the boat. He stood and moved to stand behind the seat he'd vacated. Come on. I'll be right here behind you until you get the hang of things. Although I wasn't sure at all of how to drive the thing, I was getting excited about learning. Okay, here I go. I got into the seat, looked things over, then asked, so I pull this thing back to go forward? The throttle. Yes. I put my hand on the handle, then he put his hand over mine and leaned in close. I'll help you so you can see how to ease into it. Jackrabbit starts are not fun. The urge to turn my head and kiss him nearly overwhelmed me. He smelled of sea air and Irish spring soap. It was thoroughly intoxicating. Show me how to do it, Chase. With his help, I eased the throttle back and off we went, slowly of course. Turn the wheel so you can get a feel of how the boat moves. It's not on wheels, so it feels different. It feels smooth. He moved my hand back further, and the boat went faster but not too fast. You're doing great. Am I? I wasn't so sure. You are. He moved out from behind me to take the seat I'd freed. You've got this, girl. Just drive around and watch out for other boats. I'm going to stay far away from other boats. I moved to the steering wheel, turning around in a circle, loving the way it felt, almost like we were skating on the water. I used to love ice skating in Central Park around Christmas each year. This feels like that. So, you lived close enough to New York that you were able to go there often? Holding my jaw tight, I knew I'd said too much. When I saw something moving through the water ahead, I changed the subject. Is that a fin, Chase? Where? He stood and looked in the direction I pointed. It is. Move in really slow. My heart raced as I moved in closer. Chase, is it a shark? Yep. Oh my. How big is it? My hands shook the closer I got. And when another fin popped out of the water next to me, I freaked out. There's another one. They can't get to you, Arabella, he said as he chuckled. Are you sure? I'd seen enough horror movies to be scared. What about the one who ate all those people in Jaws? That was a great white. These are just black dips. They only get about 4 or 5 feet in length. Of course, I wouldn't ever recommend swimming with them, but we're perfectly safe up here in the boat. I wasn't so sure about that. We're like 3 feet above them. I'm sure they could jump this high if they wanted to. 3 more fins popped up and I was done. Can we just get out of this swarm? It's an inboard motor, he said like I should know what that meant. You can move on through them without hurting any of them. Easing through them, I was glad when I no longer saw any around us. Okay, I love dolphins, but I'm not crazy about sharks. Not many people are. The sun began to set, and he took over. Let's get to the lighthouse before the sun sets. The view from there is a lot better. Gunning the engine, we sped back. He stopped, hit the button to drop the anchor, and we moved with the soft waves, watching the sun melt into the bay. Each sunset I see here just gets better and better, I whispered as the last bits of light left the sky. When I turned my head, I found him looking at me. Can I be honest with you, Arabella? Of course. Reaching out, he grazed his knuckles across my cheek. I really like you. Heat spread through me. I really like you too. I really want to kiss you. My lips began to tingle with the thought. Then you should think about doing that. Cradling my face in his large hands, he moved in. I closed my eyes and waited. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened when our lips met. It was like the 4th of July inside my head and my body. He gently grasped my face between his hands. You're safe with me. I won't hurt you. He kissed my forehead, then my nose. You can trust me. We won't do anything that you're not ready for. He kissed a line along my neck, making me melt in his arms. I gasped, but I needed to tell him one more thing before we got carried away. You should know that I've never been with a man, I blurted. There, I said it.
Chapter 11. Chase.
Holy cow. This changed everything. I had to take things a hell of a lot slower with her now that I knew she was utterly innocent. Isn't that something? Her eyes drooped as I let her go and moved back to my seat. Does that bother you, Chase? She looked up at the sky as the first stars began showing up, seeming shy all of a sudden. It doesn't bother me. I wasn't sure what I felt, but I didn't feel bothered. Arabella, it's just that I don't want to rush into anything. If I'm going to be the first person you've ever given so much to, then I want to earn that. We've only known each other for 1 week. You deserve better than that after you've waited so long. We need to get to know one another before we do something drastic. Her eyes moved to mine. I'm sorry I said anything. Reaching out, I took her hand. I'm glad you did. This doesn't mean anything bad at all. I just want things to be right for you. I don't want you to do anything that you'll regret. I kissed the palm of her hand. So, let's get to the getting to know more about each other. I know that you're an only child. What about your parents? Have you spoken to them recently? She looked away, almost like she was avoiding me. Chase, do you mind if we get going back home? She asked. I'm not feeling that well. I think I've had too much sun. I had no idea how I was going to get to know her if she kept evading my questions. Sure. But I wasn't going to keep her out on the water if she didn't feel well. 20 minutes later, we were in my truck heading home. She was as quiet as a mouse the whole ride. Once we got out of the truck and headed inside, she asked, "Would you tell me if what I said turned you off?" It did not turn me off. It did the opposite, really. Are you sure? She asked as she shifted her weight back and forth from one foot to the other. Because I felt like things were about to go further, but then I had to open my mouth and ruin everything, and all of a sudden, you grew distant. The words rushed out in one breath. I took her hand, leading her into the house. Arabella, I just want to make things good for you, is all. I don't want to take things lightly. And I don't want you to take them lightly either. I knew I wasn't doing a good job of explaining how I was feeling. I'm not 16 though. I am a grown woman. I'm 23, not some kid. I might be innocent, but I'm not clueless about what happens when people are intimate. She took a seat on the sofa, and I sat down beside her. I'm more than curious, Chase. And I really do like you. And I really like you too. If I didn't, then I would just jump your bones without giving a second thought to how that would make you feel. You've waited for this longer than a lot of people. It should be special, and not done in the spur of the moment. And we both should know more about each other. Her shoulders slumped and she sighed. I can't see why that would be important. You're making a bigger deal out of this than you need to. What matters the most is that we share mutual feelings and an attraction for each other. I feel like I can trust you. And you can. It was very important to me that she knew that. If you trust me, then why don't you want to tell me more about your family and where you come from? Because none of that matters. She pulled her hair out of the ponytail, letting it cascade down her back and around her shoulders. The clean scent filled my nostrils, and it took everything I had not to grab her, toss her back on the sofa, and kiss her. But I knew where that would lead. Is there any reason you don't want to talk about those things? I just don't want to. Slipping her sandals off, she tucked her feet under her butt, shifting to face me. What I really want to do is more of what we were doing earlier. I understand you don't want to do anything more than that. I've been kissed before, but it never felt like that. How many times have you been kissed? I asked, brushing my hand through her silky hair. A few. She took my hand and moved it to rest against her cheek. None of those kisses came close to the one you gave me. Based on what she'd told me, I had the idea that she'd never really made out with anyone before. So, what you're saying is that you've never kissed anyone the way we did. The kisses I've had were stolen and rather quick. She kissed my fingertips. You've already been my first for making out. Why not be my first for the other stuff too? I'm not saying that I don't want that, because I do. I really, really do. But I want it to be special for you. She had me on fire, and I had the feeling she was well aware of it. Moving my hand to rest in between her chest, she asked, "Can you feel that?" Her heart was pounding. That's to be expected. So kiss me, and let's go as far as you want. Baby, I'm not some kind of angel. Once I get going, I don't stop.
Chapter 12. Arabella.
He kissed me softly and sweetly. Come on. I'll walk you home. 10 minutes later, we stood in front of the cottage door. We were dressed, but our disheveled hair hinted at what we'd just done. His curls were as unruly as they could get. I ran my hands through his hair to tame it a bit. Thank you for today, and especially for tonight, Chase. Taking my hands, he held them to his lips. Thank you too, baby. I'd never been someone's baby before. But I liked the way it sounded. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow when you get home from work. Whenever that'll be. It won't be late. We hash out the plan for the week on Mondays. I should be home relatively early. I can bring something for dinner, and we can hang out together if you want to. I want to. I could spend every moment of my life with the man. Night. Good night, baby. He kissed me, pressing my body against the door as his hands moved over my hips. Melting into him, I knew this was real, even though it felt like a dream. Later, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if my life was on the verge of something great, I fell asleep with a smile on my face. Why'd you do it, Beto? I heard my mother cry out. Climbing out of my bed, I went down the hallway to my parents' bedroom. My mother's face was red, tears streaming down her cheeks. He was my brother, Beto. How could you kill him? I put my back against the wall so that neither of them would see me. Danger was so thick in the air that I could smell and feel it lingering heavily on my flesh. Maria, you shouldn't have come into the den. I've told you 1,000 times that you're never to go in there when I have someone in there with me, my father said, his words all the more chilling for how calmly they were spoken. I knew you were bad, Beto. I know what you're a part of. But why did you and your partners kill my brother? And in this house of all places? She broke down, crying hysterically. I can't believe you would do this to me. I heard a clicking sound, so I peeked around the corner of their bedroom door to find my father with a gun pointed at the back of my mother's head. She had her face in her hands, crying. No witnesses, Maria. You know that. No witnesses. I watched as he pulled the trigger, and everything slowed down. Fire erupted from the barrel of the gun, brown eyes wide open but vacant as they stared at me. Inside my head, I heard her voice. Run. My feet pounded on the hardwood floor as I ran back to my room. My father's words kept ringing in my ears. No witnesses. As soon as I got into my bedroom, I closed and locked the door, then pushed my bed up against it to make sure he couldn't get to me. I opened the window and pushed the screen out, then looked down from the second floor of our home. The ground seemed so far away in the dark of night. I had to run. There was no other way. But I had nothing. Not a damn thing. Rushing, I threw as many of my things as I could fit into a backpack before putting on a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, jacket, and running shoes. Closing the door to the closet so that my father would think I went out of the window instead, I climbed into the attic through the door at the top of my closet. Years ago, my mother had shown me a box that she kept hidden in the very back of the pantry in the kitchen. She told me that if I ever found myself in some sort of emergency or danger of any kind, I should grab the box before I left the house. Then I was to get as far away as I possibly could, because my father could be an extremely dangerous man. He'd just proven that she was right. "Open this door, Arabella." I heard him scream just as I closed the small attic door. Doing a belly crawl across the dusty attic, I found the other door, the one that came out in the upstairs guest bathroom. I could still hear my father pounding on my bedroom door, the wood splintering as he broke it down. Staying close to the wall, I made my way down the back staircase that came out in the kitchen. I went to the pantry and found the box. It still was right where my mother had shown me all those years ago. I didn't bother to look inside. I just tucked it under my arm and slipped out of the back door, making sure to use my house key to lock it back so no one would think I went out that way. Under the cover of darkness, I moved through the backyards of our neighborhood, trying to stay off the streets. After half an hour, I sat behind an old warehouse, then looked inside the box to find cash, and lots of it, along with a picture of my mother. I snapped the box closed, and the sudden sound in the quiet of night made me jump. My body twitched as my eyes shot open. Sitting up in bed, I wiped the tears away as I tried to catch my breath. "It was only a dream, Arabella. That's over now," I whispered to myself. "You're safe. You are safe. When will the nightmares end?"
Chapter 13. Chase.
After our Monday meeting, Casey had asked us all to come over to his place for dinner that night. I'd asked Arabella to come with me, and she'd hesitantly agreed. But now that she was there and had been introduced to everyone, she seemed right at home, playing with Casey and Zuri's 2-year-old daughter, Clarice. "You're the cutest." Zuri was all smiles as she watched Arabella playing patty cake with her daughter. "She adores you, Arabella. She's usually pretty shy around new people. You must be a natural with children." She smiled sweetly at my sister-in-law. "I have no idea, I've never been around any." Just another thing Arabella had no experience with, but seemed to be great at. "I'm going to help the guys outside with the barbecue." I got up to leave the ladies to talk, secretly hoping that Zuri might be able to get information out of Arabella that I hadn't been able to. "I'll be out back if you need me, babe." I kissed the top of Arabella's head before leaving. With a beer in hand, I walked out to join my brothers, who all looked at me with concerned expressions. "So, why have you started calling your personal assistant baby?" Casey asked. "We spent the weekend together and had the best time. So we decided to make it official, and now we're a thing." I didn't see any reason for all the concern that was staring back at me. "It's only been a week," Chance, the youngest of all of us, said. "Don't you feel like this is rushing things a bit? And what if you two don't work out, and you end up losing her as your assistant?" "I'm not worried about that happening. We really do get along great. She's great." I took a drink of the cold beer before adding, she is having trouble trusting me enough to tell me much about her past. But I think she'll come around soon enough. I wanted her to know that she could trust me with her deepest, darkest secrets. That sounds like a red flag to me, bro," Callan said. Casey flipped the steaks on the grill. "Can one of you hand me the sausage links?" I picked up the tray and held it out so he could grab them with the tongs. "Here you go." I turned to Callan. "Care to explain your red flag theory?" "People who have things to hide can become a danger to those around them," he said. He took a jalapeno wrap and popped it into this mouth. "She's about as dangerous as a kitten, Callan." I laughed and held out my hand. "Pass me one of those things." "I'm not talking about her per se. But you have to admit that you don't know a thing about her. She could be an axe murderer on the run for all you know." He handed me the wrap, then got himself a deviled egg. "That's not a thing I had ever even considered," and I still didn't. If anything, I think she came from an abusive family. She has said little things about them. It seems she was the center of her grandmother's and mother's world, but she hasn't said anything good about her father. And I do wonder how she could go away and leave her mother since she was so close to her. It makes me think that her father was abusive. And what if he's looking for her, Chase? Chance asked me. Is that something you want to get involved in? I had to admit the kid might be right about that. It's possible, but that doesn't worry me at all. My house is secure and my dogs are insane protectors. As long as Arabella doesn't want to go with him, she's safe right where she is, with me. Casey arched one eyebrow. And when you're not home? The dogs protect her even when I'm not around. She's perfectly safe at my place. I didn't want to start worrying about some hypothetical father who was out to get his daughter back. So, when's this food gonna be ready? I am starving. I popped another wrap into my mouth. Chance wasn't going to let it go that easily, though. She's from the East Coast, I can tell from her accent. And you know what kind of organized crime they have over there. The mob, gangbangers, motorcycle gangs. Hell's Angels for one. Can you imagine one of those guys being her father? You might see 100 motorcycles pulling up to your front gate and demanding you to hand her over, or else. He was grasping at straws. She doesn't talk or act like someone who was raised by anyone in any type of motorcycle gang. Besides, it's only been a week. Maybe she just needs more time before she's ready to open up. I shrugged my shoulders, hoping they'd take the hint to drop it. They did not. What about the Mafia? Callan chimed in. They have the Italian Mafia, the Russian Mafia, the Irish Mafia, and who knows what else over there. She could have come from a family like that. I really don't think so. I think she came from a normal family, and that maybe her father was overbearing and somewhat verbally or emotionally abusive. I haven't seen any permanent scars on her body, so I'm thinking it wasn't so bad that it was physical. And just how much of her body have you seen, Chase? Casey asked with a grin. You taught me that a gentleman doesn't kiss and tell, so don't ask me about that. But I had seen plenty of the woman, and there wasn't anything to show that she'd been treated bad. Mostly, I think she was overprotected. Her remark about stolen kisses told me that much. Callan was quick to ask, and with an overprotective father, you don't expect to get a visit from him soon. I do not expect that to happen, no. But if it does, then I will handle it. Even though they were bringing up things that should worry me, I wasn't fazed at all. I trust Arabella to tell me if there's impending danger. What if she's unaware of it as well? Chance asked. I didn't see that happening. As time goes on, I will ask her more and more about her family. And I'll encourage her to contact them, to let them know she's happy and healthy as well as safe. I'm sure they must be worried about her. Hey, Casey said. I wonder if she's been reported as a missing person. I rolled my eyes. It was times like this that I realized just how small a town Brownsville was and how much we'd all gotten used to small town thinking. Though it might not happen a lot here, people cut contact with their families and moved all the time. It was nothing to be grilled about. Chance pointed at me, wagging his finger. You should check that out, Chase. I think you can find out that kind of thing on the internet or something. You should do that at the very least. If someone had reported her missing, it would be nice to know that. I might check that out. But nothing more than that. And if I did find that she's been reported missing, I would tell her what I found out. I wouldn't go contacting the people to let them know where she is. She might have her reasons for going missing. Casey shook his head. If she has been reported as missing and they find her with you, guess who will be blamed for taking her? Me? I asked. No way. I haven't even left Texas in like a year. No one could blame me for that. Plus, she's an adult, and she left of her own free will, remember? I'm not worried about anything right now. And I will thank you guys for leaving your weird paranoia out of this, and let me have my moment in the sun. I was as close to falling in love as I'd ever been, and I wasn't going to let anyone ruin that for me. "We found a new babysitter," Zuri said as she walked outside. "Arabella is great with our daughter, Casey." She came up beside me, patting me on the back. "You found yourself a good one, Chase. I'm happy for you both." Casey sighed, rolling his eyes. "Wow." "What?" Zuri asked as she looked from Casey to me. I filled her in. "My brothers are afraid I'm moving too fast and don't know enough about Arabella to warrant a relationship of the romantic nature. What's funny to me is that no one came up with these insane conspiracies when I told y'all I had hired a personal assistant who would be living in my guest cottage. But suddenly, now that romance is in the works, it's a problem." Zuri looked at her husband. "Casey, she's really nice. You should talk to her more so you can find that out for yourself. And she told me that she came from the East Coast to make a new life for herself. People do that, you know. Look at what I did. I needed to make more money, so I came all the way from South Africa to Brownsville to get a better paying job. She didn't come here for this job, though. She was here before that," Casey pointed out. "It seems like she's running is all we're saying. And that was okay when she was just my brother's personal assistant, but this is his heart we're talking about. None of us want to see him get hurt in any kind of way." Zuri's light laughter filled the air. "Life cannot be lived if all you do is worry about getting hurt. You have to take risks or you'll never move forward in any way. I like her. Clarice likes her. Chase likes her. You boys should come inside and talk to her before you go trying to scare Chase away from her." "I agree." Turning to head back inside, I tried to put the conversation out of my mind. I wasn't mad at my brothers, but I was a bit insulted. I wasn't some dumb shit, after all. When I walked inside, I stopped short. Arabella was running around, giggling with my niece as she played hide and seek. My heart began to ache. Putting my hand on my chest, I couldn't remember a time I'd felt that exact way. Could she be the woman for me? The future mother of my children? "You found me," Arabella said as she popped up from her hiding place in front of the sofa. Scooping my niece up in her arms, they both laughed. There had never been a sound that was so pleasing to my ears. "You two look like you're having fun." "We are," Arabella gushed. "She's just as much fun as the puppies. And she's even more adorable than they are, too." Carrying Clarice in her arms as she came to me, she glowed with happiness. "Thank you for inviting me to come with you. I love your family." The sound of my brothers coming inside made me hopeful that they would come to think as much of Arabella as I did. She was a rare gift. Speculation about her family and her past was just a disservice to the young woman she truly was. Zuri swooped up from behind my brothers. "Ah, Arabella, we love you too. Thank you so much for coming with Chase. I know we're going to be great friends." She looked at my brothers. "All of us." Casey gave a small nod as he held up the tray of barbecued meats. Yes, yes. I hope you're all hungry. I made enough food to feed a small army." Arabella carried Clarice to her high chair. "This looks like your throne, little princess. Let me see if I can figure out how to get you in there." I smiled and shook my head. Arabella seemed to have no problem figuring out how to get into things. At least, she'd had no problem getting into my heart.
Chapter 14. Arabella.
Although my extended family was large, my immediate family hadn't been. So, spending the evening with Chase's family had been different than what I was used to. But it was an amazing experience. "I never knew little kids could be so much fun," I said as Chase and I snuggled on his couch. "You took to my niece the way a duck takes to water." He kissed the top of the head. "I find it hard to believe that you've never been around kids before." "It's not that I haven't been around them. I have. But I haven't interacted with them. My aunts and uncles had come over plenty of times. But they had never brought their kids with them until the kids were in their teens. Now that I knew what kind of man my father was, I understood why that was. Chase hugged me tightly to his side. Come on, how did you never interact with little kids your whole life? I saw my cousins when they were young, but it was only at family events like funerals or weddings. And I was young too then. I stayed close to my mother during those sorts of things. She preferred me to stay within sight. Actually, she really liked me to stay right by her side. In hindsight, I could see how afraid my mother was for my safety. Things began to fall into place in my mind in the days that followed my mother's murder. My father and the men he called his partners all wore black suits all the time, and all drove black Cadillacs. I always thought they worked in some office with a weird dress code, but had no clue what they did. I did know that any time my father had people in his den, we were to stay away from that side of the house. And there were times that I had seen one or more of his partners bringing someone into our home with what seemed like force. I'd been taught to walk away, pay no attention to who came and went, and to mind my own business. That was like rule number 1, mind your own business. I had lost count of how many times I'd heard that said around my home. You know, being overprotected can sometimes feel suffocating. Did that make you feel uncomfortable at all? He asked. It was all I knew. I had always felt somewhat uncomfortable. That had just been the way I thought life was supposed to be. You know, you've never said anything about your father. Was he in the picture? I went stiff as a board at him bringing up my father. If I let Chase in on who my father was or the things he'd done, that would put him in grave danger. He was. He worked most of the time. I didn't see him much. It wasn't a lie. Days, even weeks, would go by without me seeing so much as a glimpse of the man. So he wasn't always around. Maybe that's why your mother wanted you close to her all the time. Maybe she thought you were missing out on having a hands-on father. Overcompensating for him, you know? Maybe. It wasn't that at all. She must have known that he was a dangerous man who was involved with other dangerous men, and if I ever accidentally saw anything that I shouldn't have, it might be the end of my life. And now her worst fear had come true. Moms seem to always be trying to make their kids' lives as good as they possibly can. My mom was like that. She was a great mother. And Dad was great too. But there was this time when he got a new job, and worked out of town all week long and only came home on weekends. She hated that. And she fought him tooth and nail to find another job. She wanted us to have him around, and we wanted him there too. In the end she won, and he quit that job and took one where he could be home every night. His parents sounded wonderful and normal. You said they live in Florida now, right? Yeah. But they come to visit now and then. And we always go to see them for Christmas, so we can spend the holidays with our grandparents too. Mom's mother and father are the only grandparents of ours that are still alive. Stroking my arm, he looked at me with fire in his eyes. Watching you with Clarice gave me some pretty strange thoughts. For some reason, what he said made me feel giddy. What kind of thoughts? Thoughts of a future with you. I think you'd make a great mother. Hell, even the way you are with the dogs tells me that much. He kissed my lips softly. I think you and I will have a happy life, baby. The kiss put the icing on the cake for me. He'd started a fire I was dying to add fuel to. You do make me happy, Chase Duran. You make me happy too, Arabella Lauren. Him calling me by only part of my last name felt like a stabbing pain inside my heart. There was still so much I was hiding from him. But it had to be that way. For now, and maybe forever. I like your sister-in-law too. She's super cool. She told me a little about how she and your brother met. It's amazing how love can find a way somehow, even when things get off to a rocky start. Her story had interested me, and I wondered if Chase would fill me in on the details. The time when he'd find out that I'd lied about my name, and hadn't given him any information about the danger I was in, or who my father was, might come. And if it did, I hoped Chase could be as forgiving and understanding as his brother was with Zuri. Want to tell me what happened between those two? Well, it's a long story. But I can shorten it up, I think. He took a deep breath. We used to work for this one company, and the owner and CEO wasn't happy when we quit to work full-time on our own thing. Whispering Waves Electric Company? I asked to be sure. Yes, he said with a nod. So the owner used Zuri, since she already worked for him, to blackmail Casey. The two had an instant attraction, and they ended up in bed together almost right off the bat. Even though she didn't want to do it, she told him that if he didn't go back to work at our old company and bring us along with him, she would press charges against him. Wow. I couldn't imagine the Zuri I'd met today doing something like that. She must have been under some unbelievable pressure, especially if Casey was able to move past it. How did he ever forgive her? Well, he found out that she was being blackmailed by our old boss. He was using her family against her. Knowing that there was really only one villain, it was easy for him to see Zuri just as much of a victim as he was. That made a lot more sense. After all, he and she were in the same boat. But Chase and I were not. I was somewhat on the run. I felt more like a fugitive than a victim, and he was just the man who had hired me and given me a place to live. If he ever found out the truth, he might hate me for putting him and his family in the line of danger. He might not ever be able to forgive me for keeping so much from him or for lying about my real identity. That is a complicated story. No wonder Zuri didn't tell me the whole thing. Yeah, and it's not that nice of a story either. She and Casey don't go around bringing that difficult and hurtful time up. He said lots of horrible things to her, and she to him, and it was all over a lie. So that was ugly. That is one thing I hate. I mean, I cannot deal with a person who lies, he said, making chills run down my spine. I mean, don't get me wrong. I adore my sister-in-law. I know she wouldn't have ever lied if she weren't being blackmailed. But if there isn't an extremely good reason to lie, I couldn't pretend it never happened. I couldn't just move past it. Well, this isn't good at all. I felt like I had an extremely good reason to lie, but how was I to know what Chase would think? I think some people lie for no reason at all, I said. I don't care for those sorts of people. There was a girl I went to high school with who told the stupidest lies. Just totally unnecessary stuff. You know, like that she was related to the Queen of England. Or that her mother had gotten her a puppy when she hadn't. It was all for attention. I don't like those sorts of liars. But I do understand when someone feels forced to lie. It would have to mean life or death for me to be able to forgive that in a person. With Zuri, it was life or death. The man threatened the lives of her mother and sister. The way he shook his head only reinforced the fact that he had strong opinions on this. But there is nothing else that I would be able to look past. Nothing. Even though my situation was life and death, it did worry me that he would never be able to see it that way. Well, it's been a long day for me. And tomorrow, there's so much for me to do. It's grocery shopping day, and there's your laundry to drop off then pick up too. Lots of things to do. I tried to get up, but found him hanging on to me. Ah, don't go yet, baby. We haven't even had a good night kiss. I knew that was a dangerous path. Chase, one kiss will lead to another, and then who knows what else. I've got to get some sleep. And so do you. You've got a hard week ahead of you. I care about you, and the important work you're doing. So I'll go to my bed and you can go to yours. I've been thinking about that. He pulled me close, his breath warm against my skin. It might mean more restful nights for us both if you just moved into my room with me. You know how late I've been coming in from work. Finding you in my bed would be more than nice. He pressed his lips against my forehead, and then rested his head against mine. Seeing you with Clarice did something to me today, he whispered. If you're ready to take the next step, then I'm ready too. I'll leave that up to you though. I didn't know what to say or do. Of course I wanted to be with the man. Nothing would make me happier. But I was lying to him. And he'd just been honest with me about how much he hated liars. Chase, that's a lot to take in. A lot to take in? he asked with a frown so deep that it made 3 lines appear along his forehead. That's not how I thought you would react at all, after everything you said yesterday. I sort of thought it would be more like you falling into my arms, telling me that you would love that too. And then I thought I would carry you to what would become our bedroom, and we would have an experience like nothing either one of us has ever had before. You have experienced it, Chase, I felt I had to remind him. No. Every experience feels new with you. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. Including last night. I really mean that. As a man who hated liars, I tended to believe him. And even though I wanted to let him take me to his bed, I knew it was the wrong thing to do. His heart was in it, and I could feel that. I never wanted to hurt him. I'll think about that tonight, from my own bed. Good night. I kissed him deeply and then stood up, walking away even though it hurt like hell to leave him.
Chapter 15. Chase.
I sat there, staring at the empty spot on the sofa where Arabella had sat moments before. Something felt off about how she'd acted. I couldn't pinpoint where I had gone wrong or what I had said to ruin her amorous mood. But it had to have been something I'd had said that made her feel like she had to leave. As many times as I'd told myself that I wouldn't rush things, I just kept on rushing them anyway. She hadn't seemed to have any qualms about getting physical the day before, so asking her to move into my bedroom must have been my biggest mistake. That had to have been where I'd gone wrong. She'd said that it was a lot to take in, and shortly thereafter gotten up and left. Running my hands over my face, I tried to get out of my head and into hers. Of course, I was eager to be with her intimately. And she might have even been eager too. What we'd done the night before was a lot for someone who'd barely even been kissed before. Why I couldn't be happy with having that one night, I didn't know. Going back in time, I had to admit that actually moving in with my then-girlfriend would have sounded insane to me. Living together wouldn't have even been an idea in either of our minds. Stupid. 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 Coming to the realization that I was a selfish person made me sick to my stomach. Arabella had obviously had problems in her past, or she wouldn't have traveled halfway across the country to get away from her home and family. And all I could think about was getting her into my bed, and making it permanent too. What am I? Some sort of monster. I needed to apologize. I needed to make things right with her. And I needed to actually follow my initial plan of not rushing things with her. But how am I going to stop myself when I have this need for her? Shaking my head, I tried to rid the thought from my mind. My needs didn't matter right now. Her needs did. She was the innocent one in this thing, not me. Arabella needed and deserved time to absorb things between us. So I got up to make my apologies to her, and let her know that I wasn't going to be doing any more rushing where she was concerned. We could take things as slowly as she wanted to, just as I'd initially told her. My phone vibrated inside my pocket, and I stopped to take it out to see who'd texted me. I'm sorry about my sudden mood change. It wasn't you. It was me. If you'd care to let me make it up to you, come to the cottage. You can find me in bed. Naked. I'm ready. No way. This had to be a dream. It couldn't be real. But I was making my way to her cottage anyway. Maybe I'd been wrong all along. Maybe she needed to be with me, as much as I needed to be with her. I began peeling off my clothes as I went, leaving a trail along the floor, striding out of the sliding glass back door with nothing on but a smile. As soon as I walked into the cottage, I heard music playing softly. The bedroom door was wide open, and candlelight flickered, illuminating her with a golden glow. I had to stop and just look at her. I wanted this image to remain in my mind for a lifetime. You look as beautiful as any angel in heaven. Her eyes scanned my body. You look as if you were chiseled from stone. Perfection at every point. The white sheet covered her up to her waist. I lifted it, dropping it off to one side. I can say the same thing about you, Arabella. Caressing her soft skin, I sat down on the bed, facing her. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Don't second-guess this, Chase. I want you to be my first. I wanted even more than that. I wanted to be her first and last. But I wasn't going to rush that part. Not yet. Then your first I will be.
Chapter 16. Arabella.
My eyes flew open as the bed moved. Flipping over, I saw Chase sitting up, stretching before he stood. Time for you to get ready for work, huh? He turned around, then sat back down on the bed. Yeah. He ran his knuckles across my cheek. How are you, my love? Taking his hand, I held it against my cheek. Great, my love. I laughed a little. Last night, we barely admitted to each other that we might be falling in love, and hours later, we're calling each other my love. He kissed my lips, then sighed. I've got to go. I know. I hated to let him go as much as he hated to go. He looked at me for a long moment before asking, You want to move into my bedroom today? I know I'll have a late night. But you could make room for your things while I'm at work. I won't mind at all. It's Tuesday and Mary cleans your house on Tuesdays. I wasn't about to be moving things around in his room when she came in. So no. To be honest, I'm not sure about moving in there at all. I think she sort of hates me. And I know she doesn't trust me. I don't care what she thinks. He sat up, shaking his head. Look, I promised myself that I wouldn't rush you, but I just keep on doing it. I'm sorry. If you feel like moving into my bedroom, then do it. And if not, I'll understand that you're just not ready for that yet, which is perfectly fine. Once you're ready, you'll be able to tell Mary to step back. You will be the lady of the house, you know. I want you to feel comfortable telling our maid where you draw the line. Our maid? I asked as I laughed. We're moving too fast, I teased him. And on that note, I've got to get back to my house so I can get ready for work. I'll shoot you a text whenever I have some free time. Enjoy your day, and hopefully I'll see you tonight when I get home. If it's not too late. I don't want to wake you up. So, you're saying I might not get to spend time with you again until Saturday. I already missed him. The way it was last week. Afraid so, sweetie. He kissed the top of my head. I've got to run. Have a nice day, I called out to him as he left. You too. Lying in bed, I looked at the ceiling, not sure of what I should do. I didn't think I was up to dealing with Mary yet. But I knew I would miss Chase if I didn't get to see him all week long, the way it had been the week before. Then again, our relationship was brand new, and spending too much time together might be bad for us. I didn't want us to burn out on each other. I went back to sleep, since I didn't need to get up at 6 in the morning to start my day. When I woke up at 8, my eyes flew open as one thought popped into my head. We didn't use any protection. Sitting up in bed, I pulled the blanket up to my chin as chills ran through me. I cannot get pregnant. My life was in danger. I couldn't put a poor little baby in danger too. After a quick shower, I got dressed and went to the pharmacy to see what types of products I could use to prevent us from getting pregnant next time, because there would be a lot of next times. I couldn't go to a clinic, because I couldn't let anyone know my real name. So I had to rely on over-the-counter products. I kept looking, and found some pretty interesting options. Spermicides seemed like a good idea. They came in gel or sponge form. But the one that caught my eye was a package that had the words, Safe Effective Birth Control, written in big letters across its top. At the bottom of the package it said, You both won't feel, which I also liked very much. I picked it up and read more about it, learning that it was called a contraceptive film. I bought a few packages of it, since it said that each strip of thin film only lasted for 3 hours. I didn't want to run out of the stuff. Just as I left the pharmacy and got into the Range Rover, I got a call from Chase. Hey you. How's your day going so far? We're making some good progress over here. I just thought of something, and figured I'd call you to ask something sort of important. What's that? I started the car to start heading toward the grocery store, so I could do the shopping for the week. Well, I guess I wasn't really thinking last night or this morning. From my experiences thus far, the girl has always taken care of birth control. I know I should have asked before we did anything. Oh, not to worry. I've got that covered. I smiled as I looked at the small bag with the contraceptives inside of it. Oh good, he sounded relieved. Man, that takes a lot off my mind. I should have known you would be taking care of that. But I had to ask. Sorry I didn't bring it up last night beforehand. It's okay. It's my body, and I'm the one who would get pregnant, right? It makes sense for me to be on top of it. I thought that sounded right. I couldn't expect someone else to think about what would happen to my body. He chuckled lightly. Well, you might be the one carrying it, but it'd be my baby too. It was reckless of me not to ask about it first, since it takes two to tango. Birth control goes both ways, baby. I can use protection from now on if you want. The way he wanted to take equal responsibility for this only made me fall deeper for him. It made me feel like he really wanted to be my partner in every way. You're so thoughtful, but that won't be necessary. I've got it covered. That's great to hear. Will I see you in my bed tonight? He asked. Before I even had the chance to open my mouth, he added, Don't answer that. I shouldn't have even asked. I keep saying I don't want to rush you, and then I do it anyway. If you're there, and if not, I'll understand. No pressure. I didn't feel pressured by him, but I had to admit that my body wanted more and more and more. I'm not sure about that yet. But it's not because I don't want to be with you just as badly as you want to be with me. You make my body sing for you, babe. Yeah, you make mine do that too. I've honestly never felt this way with anyone else. It's sort of addicting. But I'll respect whatever you want to do. Just as long as you know that you can move into my bedroom anytime you want, it's an open invitation. He really did want me, and that made me feel like I could fly high up in the sky. You're such an amazing man, Chase. We'll see what happens. I might try to see if I can stand up to Mary today. Who knows? I wasn't sure about that. She had a formidable presence, and I wasn't one to mess with someone like that. I'd been taught to avoid people like her my whole life. In the world I came from, those types of people were the most dangerous. Just remember that you're my girl now, and that carries a lot of weight where anyone who works for me is concerned. I don't want to fire Mary, but if she thinks she's going to bully you, then she's gone. I can find another person to clean the house, but I can't find another you. It's not a problem at all. I didn't want anyone to lose their job just because I was afraid to speak up for myself. I'm sure that won't be necessary. I'll learn how to deal with her. I had to. I couldn't be what Chase needed in a romantic partner if I couldn't stand up for myself. I'll let you go, baby. Hope to see you tonight. Me too. Have a nice rest of your day, babe. You too. As I drove to the store, I felt great. I was taking control of things. Being with Chase made me feel safe. And I hadn't felt safe since the night of my mother's murder. After last night, though, something had flipped inside of me. I had been gaining confidence every day, but I finally felt like I might make it through this. My father might not find me after all. And even if he did, I knew Chase wouldn't let anything happen to me.
Chapter 17. Chase.
After 4 days and nights of not being able to see each other due to my crazy work schedule, I was overjoyed to come home and find Arabella in my bed. She was fast asleep, so I went to the closet to see if she'd brought her clothes in or if she was just there for one night. She'd made space for her things on one side of the large walk-in closet. I noticed that she didn't have much in the way of clothing. Unsure if she'd finished moving in all of her things, I went out to the cottage to pick up anything she'd left. I thought that there had to be more, that she just hadn't moved yet. When I opened the closet, I found all the clothes and shoes were gone, but there was a box at the top of the closet. I didn't mess with it though. I felt that she must have wanted to keep it there, instead of bringing it inside my house. She still has secrets that she's not ready to tell me. Before I left the cottage, my phone rang, and I answered my brother Callan's call. "This must be important for you to call so late." "Sort of," he said. "I forgot to ask you about using your boat tomorrow. I've got a date, and mine is in the shop. You should really sell that piece of crap." His boat had been in the shop more than it had been on the water the entire year. "You'll have to stop by here to pick up the key, but yeah, you can use it. I had other things I wanted to do with my weekend off anyway. Things like lounging around in bed with my girl. Arabella moved in today." "She did what?" he asked, sounding a little upset. "Without you asking her to?" "No." I couldn't believe he'd think that. I asked her to move in at the beginning of this week. She wasn't sure about it at first, but I found her in my bed when I came in just a few minutes ago. She's moved her things in as well. Well, almost everything. She did leave a box behind in the closet in the cottage. "What's in it?" "I'm not snooping through her things, Callan. It seemed to me that my younger brother had no clue who I even was anymore." "Why not?" he asked, sounding clueless. "I mean, she probably went through your things if she moved her stuff into your bedroom. Why not see what's in the box? Maybe there'll be a clue as to why she purposely left it in there instead of bringing it in with the rest of her things. First of all, she trusts me, so I doubt she snooped on me. And what would it say about me if I didn't return that trust?" "I mean, can you trust her though?" he asked. "There's still a lot you don't know about her, and she's not an open book like you. If you won't look to see what's in the box, you should at least ask her why she left it out there." "I don't want to do that. If she wants to tell me about it, she will. If not, who cares? I'm sure it's nothing that I should be concerned about." "Then why did you tell me about it?" "Well, that was a good question. I don't know why I said anything." I pinched the bridge of my nose, wondering why I had opened my mouth in the first place. "And frankly, I'm sorry that I did. I think you told me because you wanted me to be the devil on your shoulder, telling you to open it. Or so that I'd know where to start looking if anything happens to you and your mysterious personal assistant/lover." I had to laugh. "That imagination of yours is astounding, Callan. I blame that on our mother and her love for mystery novels. You two always have enjoyed the dramatic and mysterious." "So?" he asked, not denying it. "All I'm saying is that she's moved into your home, your bedroom, and yet she hasn't told you anything more than she had a week ago, right? You still don't know where she's from and why she really left, do you?" "She hasn't said anything else. But in her defense, I've been super busy, and we haven't been able to talk face to face since early Tuesday morning. And now it's late Friday night. Maybe she'll feel like telling me more this weekend. And if she doesn't?" "She might. She probably won't. What are you going to do if she doesn't start talking, bro?" "Nothing. I didn't see a reason to cause trouble when there wasn't enough for me to be concerned. Besides, I had done a bit of research on her. I haven't said anything to anyone, mainly because I don't want this to get back to Arabella, but I did look to see if she was on the missing persons list, and she isn't. So I see no reason to keep worrying about where she's from or why she doesn't want to tell me the whole story yet. Maybe because the story is gruesome or worse, illegal," he said sinisterly. "Maybe you should have also checked to see if she's wanted by the cops." "Come on, the girl is as innocent as they come, Callan. Her heart is pure. Dogs and babies love her and she loves them. Admit it, you know she's good for me. So what if she has some secrets that she's not ready to tell me about yet? I feel certain that she will tell me someday, and that's more than good enough for me. You sure got a lot of trust for a person you've known a whopping 2 weeks." I stood there, looking at the ceiling, wondering if he was right. Maybe I was getting carried away here. There were things she was hiding, and I didn't know shit about her past. Not really. Sure, she told me some things, But how was I to know if there was any truth to them? I think the thing to consider here is that she's not dangerous, and that's what matters the most. I had to find a silver lining in the dark cloud he'd conjured. That's a rather large assumption, Chase. How would you know if she's dangerous or not? I had slept next to her. She could have killed me already if she'd wanted. I've been in situations with her where I was vulnerable, and she let me live, Callan. I laughed at his craziness. Again, I want to reiterate that my dogs adore her. If she had one evil bone in her body, they would have already sniffed it out. You put too much faith in those animals. If you won't, then I will have a background check done on her. If you're at risk, then that means our company's at risk. It's the smart thing for us to do, at least from a business perspective. He had a point there, but I didn't want to let my family pry like that either. Her replacement identification is supposed to be coming this week. I had no idea if that was true, but I wanted to put a stop to this, and I will do a background check then. It wasn't like me to lie, but I didn't know what else to do. I did make a mental note to ask her about how that was coming along, though. It had slipped my mind, and that was an issue for me. Am I letting my feelings for Arabella cloud my judgment? Fine. I'll get off your case until you get a clean background on her. But be careful and try not to move any further into this thing with her until you know everything, he advised me. I'm just saying, don't take her off to Vegas and marry her or anything. I couldn't do that, even if I wanted to, since she had no identification. You have my word that I won't do anything like that. Cool. Get some rest, and I'll see you tomorrow when I come to grab the boat key. Be safe, brother. You too. Night. Shoving the phone back into my pocket, I left the cottage and went back to my bedroom, where Arabella still slept. After taking a shower, I climbed into bed. Snuggling up behind her. With a soft moan, she reached back, resting her hand on my hip as I wrapped my arms around her. I pressed my lips to the back of her neck. Sleep, baby. We have all weekend. We have longer than that. I moved my things in today. I'll be waiting for you in this bed every night for as long as you want me to. A long sigh echoed in the room. Which I hope will be a very long time. I'm sure it will be. A yawn came out of my mouth. I am exhausted. We can sleep in tomorrow, and that should refresh me for our weekend. She moved her hand to cover mine, which now rested on her stomach. I'm down with that. Night, my love. Good night. I was already halfway asleep when the word left my mouth. When I woke in the morning, she wasn't in my arms or in my bed. Arabella. I heard the sound of water running in the bathroom and smiled as I closed my eyes. A few minutes later, she climbed back into bed, and I opened my eyes again, happy to find that she hadn't put on any clothes. Come here, you. With a smile, she moved right into my arms, throwing one leg over my hip. I have missed you more than I knew it was possible to miss a person. I kissed the tip of her nose. I've thought about you nonstop. When I found you in this bed last night, I felt so relieved. Finally, I can come home to you every night and hold you the way I've been dreaming of since pretty much the day I met you. Her dark brows rose with surprise. Oh, so you've always had designs on me. I've always had an attraction to you. Let's say it the right way. And I bet you can say the same thing. Well, you are quite a handsome man. I thought it was just a perk of the job at first. She kissed my lips softly. But the more I got to know you, the more I liked you. You have some amazing attributes, Mr. Duran. As do you, Miss Lauren. For the briefest moment, she looked away. But I saw the distress in her eyes before she was able to hide it. When she turned back to me, she had a smile on her face and no trace of anything bad in her gaze. What do you say to me making some pancakes and sausage for breakfast this morning? Nope. I kissed her, taking charge of the situation before she tried to get out of bed. I'll take you out for breakfast. But first things first. I'm hungry for something other than food right now. Are you? She laughed. I could see us doing this every morning when we woke up, and every night before we went to sleep. Life with her would be amazing, I knew that instinctively.
Chapter 18. Arabella.
To celebrate our 1-month anniversary, I wanted to make my grandmother's chicken parmigiana for dinner. It needed to be perfect, so I wasn't about to buy just any chicken, I wanted the best one I could get. "Excuse me," I said to the man standing behind the meat counter at the grocery store. "Do you have anything fresher than you have out here? I want the freshest chicken you've got. Would you like a whole chicken or just parts of it?" "Well, I guess I only really need some breasts and thighs. I'm making chicken parmigiana for 2. "Ah, well, I can cut the meat fresh and pound it out for you, nice and super thin. You finish your shopping and come back here right before you're ready to check out, and I'll have that ready for you." "Thank you so much." I moved on, happy as I could be. I picked up a nice block of Parmesan cheese and fresh mozzarella. At the produce department, I found some overly ripe tomatoes that would make my sauce taste even better. Green and red bell peppers, a sweet yellow onion, and some fresh garlic rounded out the ingredients I needed. Wandering over to the bakery, I asked the lady behind the counter, "Do you have any fresh French bread coming out soon?" "In 5 minutes," she said with a smile. "I'll wrap you up a loaf. Just stop by after you've finished your shopping, and I'll have it ready." "Thank you. And do you have any cakes? It's a special night for me and my boyfriend. 1-month anniversary. I have this lovely little Italian cream cake." She put it up on the counter, and I thought it was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. "It looks great. I bet it tastes as good as it looks too." I picked it up and put it into my cart. "I'll take it, and be back for the bread in a bit. Thank you so much for your help. I really do appreciate it. You know, I see you come in here every week, and I like to get to know my customers by name whenever I can." She pointed to her name tag. "As you can see, my name is Delia. What's yours?" "Arabella," I said. "What a lovely name. I've never met anyone named that. I won't forget it." "Thanks, Delia. I'll be right back. I've only got a few more things to pick up." In the month's time that I'd been with Chase, I had become much calmer than I'd been when I'd first come to town. I began feeling like I was fitting in more with the people who called Brownsville home. Chase and I had our favorite restaurant, and knew the waitress by name, and she knew us too. I no longer felt like an outsider. Sure, I still hadn't made any friends, but I was beginning to feel so much better about my life there that I was thinking about joining some kind of group or club, just like Chase had suggested. I loved to cook, and I thought I was good at it too. Chase loved my Italian dishes. The grocery store had a community room where they gave cooking lessons and sometimes had small events. On the calendar, I'd seen that there was a group of people who got together to share their cooking skills every week. I thought I might be up to joining them soon. It had now been 2 months since I'd left, and my father hadn't found me. It was reasonable to believe that he just couldn't track me down. I had been careful about getting rid of anything he could use to do so. I'd cut up the credit cards that he'd given me and burned them to make sure no one would find them and report them. I'd even tossed my phone before leaving New York. I'd covered my bases well, and now that some time had passed, I was finally starting to feel secure about things. The odds of my father looking in Brownsville, never mind my specific neighborhood, were slim to none. I headed to the aisle with the semolina flour and saw Rick, the employee who'd made sure to order more flour for me. He was moving things on the shelves as he dusted everything. He smiled as I walked toward him. "Fancy seeing you here. I thought about you earlier today." "You did?" "Yeah. A man came in here asking if we carried semolina flour. I showed him where it was, but he didn't even take a bag. It was weird. Actually, he just asked if we sell a lot of that sort of thing around here. I told him that we carry just enough for one of our regulars." "Wow. Do you think it's someone who might be thinking about opening an authentic Italian restaurant or something?" I had high hopes for that. I'm not sure. He didn't sound like he was from around here. He had an even thicker accent than yours. But he could have been in the restaurant biz, I guess. He didn't say anything else. Weird. Well, I've got to get this shopping done so I can get back home. My boyfriend and I are celebrating our 1-month anniversary, and I'm surprising him with dinner. Congratulations. He smiled, and I felt again like I was finally becoming part of this community. Don't forget to grab some red wine. On it. I took the bag of flour he handed me, then went to the wine department. I headed to the wine section and picked up something that looked Italian. Then I picked up the chicken and the French bread, with a big smile on my face. I felt like I was on top of the world. The sun's heat blasted me as I walked out of the automatic glass doors, and I was quick to put on my sunglasses to shield them from the bright sunlight. This sun is murderous today. A woman passed me as she headed into the store, taking her sunglasses off. Can't agree with you more. The people of Brownsville were so much friendlier than New Yorkers. Have a nice day. You too. Exchanging pleasantries was as easy as breathing in this place. Every day, I came to love the town more and more. I imagined myself living there with Chase for the rest of my life. And I loved the idea. After packing the grocery bags into the back of the Range Rover, I walked around and got into the driver's side. I plugged my cell phone in so it could charge up on the drive home. Just as I started the car, something caught my eye in the next row. A black car drove slowly through the parking lot, the windows so dark that I couldn't see the driver. That was an odd thing. The front windows couldn't be that darkly tinted in Texas, it was against the law. Chase had told me that when I asked if he could tint the front windows on the Range Rover as dark as the ones in the back. The way the black car was going so slow bothered me, and I continued to watch it. It kept going until it came down the row I was parked in. Something in my gut told me to slide down so the driver couldn't see me. Leaning the seat back, I watched it from the back driver's side window that was tinted so darkly that no one could see me through it. I watched as it crawled along at a snail's pace. As it got closer, I found it hard to breathe. I recognized it as a Cadillac. The same kind my father and his partners drove back in New York. No. Don't let this happen. Through the windshield of the oncoming car, I saw the person driving wearing a hat. Not a cowboy hat like so many people in Texas wore, but a fedora-style hat. The type of hat my father and his partners wore. And I could see that the driver wore a dark suit jacket too. My heart stopped as the car moved slowly behind me. I looked out of the other window to see the back of the car as it went by. What I saw made me feel faint. Blinking my eyes several times, I wanted to be sure I was seeing things right. But it didn't matter how many times I closed my eyes. The words didn't change. On the back of the car, the license plate confirmed all my worst fears. The driver was from New York State.
Chapter 19. Chase.
Our 1-month anniversary had Arabella cooking up something that smelled out of this world amazing. The aroma hit my nose as soon as I came in the door. "You're gonna make me fat, girl." "Oh, you're home already," she said, looking a little frantic. "Nice to see you too, baby." Pulling her into my arms, I kissed her to settle her down a bit. "There's no rush, Arabella. Take your time cooking." "Yeah, cooking," she said, then looked at the pot of boiling water. "No rush." Her body was tense in my arms. "You okay?" "Yeah, sure. Just rushing around a lot today. You know." She wiped the sweat off her forehead with the dish rag she had tucked into the pocket of her apron. "I'll slow down now that you're home. I think you're putting too much pressure on yourself to make this the most perfect meal ever. I will love it no matter what, baby. I promise you that." Glancing around the kitchen, I noticed that the sink was full of dishes and the counters had flour all over them. There was a mess on the floor where it looked like she'd dropped eggs too. This was not how Arabella cooked. She always cleaned as she went along. "Let me help clean things up. It's obvious that you're feeling overwhelmed." No. I've got it. This is my present to you. I can't have you cleaning up. She moved out of my arms and went to grab the big bottle of wine that was chilling in a bowl of ice. Here, have a glass of wine and go watch some television or something. Or play with the dogs outside. I'll have this cleaned up in no time. I feel much better now that you're home. You were feeling worried being here alone? I couldn't help but feel like she was on edge. No. Just go, Chase. She held out the glass of red wine, taking a deep breath. I'm chilled out now. You go relax. I'll tell you when dinner is done. Maybe you should have a glass or two of wine yourself, baby. She shook her head as she wiped her forehead with the dishcloth again. No. I need to stay focused on what I'm doing. Now go. She waved her hands to shoo me away. I've still got lots to do. I did what she said, even though all my instincts told me to stay and clean things up for her. But I didn't want to frazzle her any more than she already was. Okay. I'll be out back with the dogs then. I took a sip of wine. And this is fantastic, honey. Great job picking the wine. Thank you, she said with a smile, looking more relaxed already. I feel so much better now that you're here. I still couldn't figure out why she hadn't felt good until I had gotten home. But I would hold off on asking her anything about that until later. An hour later, we sat at that table in the dining room. She'd made it look like something out of a romantic movie. Candles glowed everywhere, soft music played, and food that looked like something from a 5-star restaurant sat on the table. Wow. Her cheeks flushed pink as she sat down in the chair across from me. Glad I've impressed you. I hope you find the meal as impressive as my decorating skills. Taking my seat, my mouth was already watering to get a taste of the delicious-looking food. It all looks so good, Arabella. In the middle of the table sat a small but gorgeous cake, with one gold candle in the middle of it. You even made a cake? I bought a cake that was already made. I'm not that good at decorating, so I can't take credit for everything. It's an Italian cream cake. I thought it would be good for us to blow out the candle together. If you don't think that's too silly. Taking her hand, I kissed the top of it. It's not silly at all. I think it's the most romantic thing ever. You certainly have thought of everything. Cutting into the chicken, she didn't look up at all as she said, "Since we've been together a whole month, I think you should know a little bit more about me." With my fork hovering in midair just above the plate, I had a brief moment of shock. She was finally trusting me enough to let me in on more of her life before she'd come to Brownsville. I'd love to hear more about you, baby. She looked at me, and then at the food that I hadn't touched yet. Well, you can eat. I was quick to get some food onto my fork, then into my mouth, as I didn't want to distract her. Yeah. Go on. Tell me anything you want to. I'm all ears. I grew up in Queens, New York. She took a bite, then washed it down with water. Only then did I notice that she had water in her glass while wine filled mine. You're not having any wine. Shaking her head, she said no. She didn't give me any explanation, which I thought was a little odd. Growing up in Queens must have been some kind of life. I can't imagine growing up in such a big city. I wanted to keep her talking. Did you like it? It was my life. I didn't know anything else. But I have to say that I like living here much more than I ever liked my life in Queens. Twirling the pasta on her fork, she looked at my plate. You like the sauce? I think this is the best sauce I've ever had. I'm the luckiest man in the world, having you as my girl. Since she was in the mood to talk about herself, I asked, "Are you pure Italian?" I mean, you cook like someone who has deep roots in the Italian culture. My parents are both Italian. My father's grandparents came here from Tuscany. I'm not sure when my mother's family came to America. It was probably way before my father's family did. Picking up a chunk of French bread, she went on, "My mother has passed on. My father's still alive, but we were never very close." Did you live with him? My parents were married, so yeah. But he was a busy man and didn't spend a lot of time with me, which was fine by me. He had a bad temper. My mother and grandmother told me many times not to set him off. So when he was around, I didn't say much unless he asked me a question. Wow. I could not imagine living like that. That must have been rough. It was all I knew, so it didn't feel rough. It felt normal to me. She shrugged, dunking the bread into the sauce. Since I wasn't allowed to go over to friends' houses, I had no idea how other families interacted. The families I saw on television were all happy. When I asked my mother why our family wasn't like that, she said that those were make-believe people, and that no one really had a family like the ones on TV. Arabella's experience was one I couldn't relate to. Ours was a pretty happy family. But rubbing that in didn't sound like a smart thing to do. Have you told your father where you are? I mean, even if he was distant, he might be worried about you. She bit her lower lip, moving the food around her plate. I don't think he would be worried about me. You should think about sending him a brief message, letting him know you're fine and happy. My parents would have freaked out if any of us took off, and left them not knowing how we were doing. Did you tell anyone when you left Queens? You know what I forgot? She got up. The grated Parmesan. I'll be right back. I knew I'd asked one too many questions, and wanted to kick myself for going too far. But at least, I knew that she had a living father and deceased mother. She'd already told me about her grandmother also being deceased. So the only family she had was her father, who she wasn't close to. But why did she take off and move so far away from her home? The circumstances wouldn't bother me so much if it weren't for the fact that she'd left all of her belongings behind. She hadn't brought very many clothes either, and only a few pairs of shoes. When I'd really looked at the things she'd brought into the bedroom, I only found a backpack that must have held everything she'd brought along with her. When she first told me about how she'd lost her purse with her identification in it, she'd led me to believe that she had more luggage than just a simple backpack. But now I knew that wasn't the case. When she came back to sit down, I saw that she was empty-handed. But I kept that to myself and changed the topic, not wanting to spook her anymore. So my day was pretty good. We took the prototype out to the water, and we were able to get trace amounts of electricity, even from the shallow waves. That's amazing. Her eyes shone as she smiled and reached out to put her hand on top of mine. You guys are geniuses. I'm sure you'll have everything figured out and be making tons of money in no time at all. I'm so happy for you all, Chase. I really am. Thanks, babe, that means a lot to me. It really did. Having her cheer on my professional accomplishments felt great. You know, I really respect what you do too, right? I mean, you're like a dog whisperer or something. You're great with them. I never worry about them, as long as they have you. My boys, she said as she placed her hand over her heart. I love them so much. Should I be jealous? I teased her. Oh, I love you more. But I do love my boys. Her eyes were on the cake. I think I've had enough real food. Are you about ready to blow out the candle with me so I can dig into the cake? Pushing my nearly empty plate away, I was more than happy to oblige. Sure. Light it up. Pulling a lighter out from under a napkin she'd hidden it under, she lit the candle, then took my hand. This has been the best month of my entire life. I wish for many, many more months with you, my love. Aw, baby, you're gonna make me cry. There was more truth to that comment than I cared to admit. I felt a slight burning sensation at the back of my eyes. I have to say that this past month, and really being together with you, has changed me for the better. I'm fulfilled in ways I didn't know were even lacking. You're a part of all of my thoughts. You're a part of me. I mean that. I know it's only been a month, but I feel like I've known you forever, and I feel like we'll always be together. Nothing would make me happier than to spend the rest of my life with you. However long that is. She closed her eyes. Let's blow the candle out now. However long that is. I looked at her with her lips pursed to blow and wondered what she meant by that. With how strange she'd been acting all evening, I figured now was not the time to bring it up. "Hey, let's blow it out." The flame went out, sending a thin tendril of white smoke up, floating and drifting above the little cake. When she opened her eyes, I gazed into them. Her lips pulled up, but only a little. "I really do love you, Chase Duran." "I really do love you too, Arabella Lauren." It would have been a perfect moment if she hadn't looked away from me, the shine leaving her eyes as she did.
Chapter 20. Arabella.
I woke up the next morning alone. Chase had already left for work, and tension filled me. Are they still here? Although unsure of how many men my father had looking for me, I knew how they did things when trying to find someone back home. I had watched them organizing from my upstairs window more times than I could count. Thinking about it now, I remembered one sunny afternoon in particular. There had been a lot of banging downstairs, and then shouting had followed shortly after. The next thing I knew, men in their signature black suits and matching fedoras had jumped into their black Cadillacs and began driving slowly on the streets of our neighborhood. Mom had come into my bedroom, spotting me as I sat by the window. "Come, Arabella. There's nothing for you to see out there." I'd been only 12 then. "Mom, what's going on?" "Nothing that concerns us. Come now. Come with me to my bedroom." I'd noticed the lines on her forehead, and even then I'd known that meant she was worried. So I'd left my perch by the window and went with her. She had always tried her best to keep me as far away from danger as she possibly could. Not that living under the same roof as a man who was into such dark business as my father could ever make it possible for us to be completely out of danger anywhere in that house. I'd felt completely different in the house I'd grown up in than I did at Chase's. Or at least, how I'd felt until I spotted that license plate. Now, even though I should have felt safe inside Chase's home with his gated entrance and fenced-in property, I didn't. Somewhere deep inside my mind, I had this belief that my father and his partners could sense where someone was hiding. It may well have been nothing more than my imagination, but I felt like they always found the people they were looking for. Like they had special powers or something. Ridiculous as that idea was, it wouldn't leave my brain alone. Whatever the truth behind their skill was, they were good at what they did. But I did think that if I could stay hidden long enough, they would move on to another town. How long that would take, I did not know. With my job as Chase's personal assistant, I had to leave the house. And that wasn't going to be easy for me. I knew my father and his partners carried guns, and bullets would rip right through the dogs if they were with me when I was found. I couldn't allow those precious boys to get into any sort of danger at all. But even as I sat there on the bed, I heard them barking in their kennel, ready to be set free. I'd spoiled them, taking them out to run on the sandy beach each day. They'd come to expect it. If I wasn't going to tell Chase everything, I couldn't possibly expect him to understand why I didn't want to leave the safety of his home. So I had to figure things out. Being that it was Tuesday, I always tried to spend as little time as possible at home since Mary came to clean on those days. She didn't say anything to me that I could say was rude or ugly, but she gave off the vibe that she knew I wasn't on the up and up. Technically, she was right. Maybe it was the guilt I felt about lying to Chase that she could sense. Whatever it was, I felt uncomfortable being around the woman who clearly saw through me. So even though I was scared to death of leaving the house, I got ready, then went out to get the dogs to take them to the beach. As soon as I let them out of their kennel, they seemed to understand that something was bothering me. They walked to me more slowly than they normally did, a slight whine coming from them. They were being so easy with me, nudging me with their noses. I ran my hands over their heads. "It's going to be okay, boys. We'll go way down the beach where no one ever goes. Maybe we'll run in the dunes instead of along the water's edge." I'd put on one of Chase's baseball caps and borrowed one of his t-shirts. It was baggy on me, making me look fatter than I really was. I had my dark hair tucked all the way under the cap too. With dark sunglasses on, I would be hard to recognize. At least, That's what I kept telling myself as I loaded the dogs into the car, then drove to the furthest part of the beach before getting out. At first, there was no one on the beach. It was early, only 8 in the morning, so it wasn't out of the ordinary. Even though there wasn't another soul around, I still couldn't calm down. My head was on a swivel as I constantly scanned everything around me. Water, sand, seagulls, shells, blue sky. Over and over again, I looked from one thing to another. And then, a truck pulled onto the beach from an access road ahead of me. I stopped abruptly and the dogs looked at me. "Let's head back to the car, boys." Being the good dogs they were, they didn't fuss or fight about heading back in the direction we'd come from. And that's when I noticed 3 more cars driving down the beach toward me. Texas had the only beaches in the country where people could drive on the sand. That had been a good thing all the other times I'd come with the dogs. Now, I hated that there was nowhere I could go that cars didn't have complete access to. Keeping my head low so the cap would shield most of my face, I ran with the dogs all the way until we got back to the Range Rover. Loading them up, I decided to go for a drive to see if I could see anything out of the ordinary. Cruising the parking lot at the grocery store where I'd seen the car, I found many other black cars, some of which were even Cadillacs. But none of them had New York plates. Maybe they left town. I kept driving around anyway. I wanted to be sure. So I went to all the hotels in the area to check out the parking lots. I found all sorts of different license plates, but I didn't see a single black Cadillac from New York. My hopes began to rise as one by one, I crossed more and more places off the list. I began heading back home and passed by our favorite restaurant, Peeps Taqueria. Chase and I usually got food from there at least a couple times a week. Tacos sound good right now. A yummy breakfast taco sounded perfect after my stressful start to the day, so I got into the turning lane. As I drove through the crowded parking lot, I noticed a man walking out of the door. Black suit, black fedora, dark sunglasses. My heart stopped as I eased the car up slowly, wanting to see which car the man got into. I kept moving though, so I wouldn't look suspicious. Damn. Black Cadillac. As he pulled out of the parking lot, I saw the New York plate on the back of the car and felt like I might fall apart right there at the drive-through window. "Welcome to Peeps. Can I take your order?" I heard a familiar voice ask. I wasn't even hungry anymore. But I had to order something. Yeah. Can I have some sweet tea and a potato, egg and cheese taco? "Is that you, Arabella?" the woman asked. Then I knew exactly who it was. Leticia. "Of course," she said. "Who else would it be? Girl, I'll hook you up. Drive on up here." When Leticia said she was gonna hook me up, that meant I was going to get the works. She was the best waitress I'd ever met. It was a real shame that I had totally lost my appetite and now had no idea when or if it would ever come back. But I pulled up and parked at the little window. She slid it open, handing the drink to me. "That's going to be $5, miss." I handed her the money. "Here you go." She leaned her arm on the window ledge. "So just a little while ago there was this man who had your kind of accent. He was as rude as hell though. And the jerk didn't even leave a tip for poor Renee." "Really?" I knew she had to be talking about the man I'd seen. I saw a guy leaving as I pulled into the parking lot. He had on a black suit and hat. "Yeah, that's him. Do a lot of jackasses dress like that where you come from? And where is that, anyway?" "New York, and yeah. I know plenty of men who dress like that." "Did he happen to say why he's here in town? I mean, who goes on vacation wearing a suit and tie, right?" "You know how we are here," she said. Super friendly. Renee said he told him his name and asked him what his was, and the man said it's none of his concern. So rude. I could see the men my father worked with saying something like that. How weird. He really does sound like an ass. "Yeah, I know, right?" She turned around as someone handed her a big bag. "Here, I hooked you up just like I said I would. Anyway, the man had the nerve to ask Renee if there were any girls that talked like him in town who had come into our restaurant. Girls from the East Coast. My head went light and I thought I might faint. Do you know what he told him? I think he said something about there being lots of girls from all over who come in here. But what's that man's problem anyway? He comes to Texas looking like some kind of mob guy, and then he's looking for girls he could have stayed home to find. It makes no sense at all, right? None at all. It made perfect sense to me though. Thanks for hooking me up. Your tip next time we come in will be enormous. Have a great day, Leticia. You too, girl. See you soon. Don't be a stranger now. I won't. Driving off, I knew my gut feeling had been spot on. The man did work with my father, and he was looking for me. How they'd track me down to Brownsville, I had no idea. But I must have left them some kind of clue. I passed the bus station where I'd first pulled into town. The thought hit me that they might have somehow been able to track me through the bus company. And then I looked across the street at the cheap motel I'd lived in until Chase hired me. And there, in the parking lot, was the black caddy. God help me, he's going to find out where I live. Racking my brain, I tried to recall everything I'd told the manager of the motel about where I was going when I left. My memory was spotty at best. I'd said that I had gotten a job as the personal assistant to a man who owned a new electric company. I'd said he wanted me to live in the guest house at his place, so I no longer needed the room at the motel. But I didn't think I had ever mentioned Chase's name. I drove home and spent the rest of the day hiding out in the cottage while Mary cleaned the house, only going inside after she'd left. I was so nervous that I'd bitten every single one of my fingernails down to the quick. Chase came home, whistling happily. Hey, baby. He plopped down on the couch next to me. I got off early. Yeah, I see that. I couldn't focus at all, and got up to keep myself busy. Want a beer? I just didn't want to be right beside him, for fear that he'd feel all of my frantic energy. That would be nice, but I can get it. You don't have to. No, let me get it. It would give me a chance to take some deep breaths, to try and calm down, so he wouldn't notice my anxiety. I was thinking we could go out to Peeps for dinner tonight. No. I shouted, and immediately winced. Chase had only been home a few minutes, and I was already acting like a lunatic. I didn't know how I could continue keeping this from him. And what would happen to me, to us, when he finally found out?
Chapter 21. Chase.
That's a little snappy. Anxiety hung heavy in the air. Something was up with Arabella. I wasn't sure if I should try to talk to her about it, or wait a bit to see if she would calm down. When she came back, she handed me the bottle of beer, wearing an unsteady expression. Sorry about shouting. It's just that my stomach's been bothering me. So going out anywhere right now isn't in the cards for me. That made me feel a bit better, but I wasn't sure that was all there was to it. Did you take anything for it? Like what? She sat down in the chair instead of next to me. Like, I don't know. What exactly about your stomach is bothering you? Gas? Diarrhea? Monthly issues? Her cheeks flared red as she ducked her head. Chase, I don't want to discuss any of those things with you. How embarrassing. My tummy isn't feeling well. I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure what I can take to make it any better. I just don't feel like going out anywhere. I'll make dinner here. It's not a problem at all. Why should you have to make dinner if you're not even going to eat? I'll just order in. I'll get something like mashed potatoes for you, something soothing, just in case you get hungry later on. Nodding, she still looked agitated. That's very nice of you. Thank you. With her feeling out of sorts, I wondered if she'd been able to do anything with the dogs during the day. Did the dogs get to go out and about today? Her eyes shot to mine. I took care of my duties today. Just like I've done every day since you hired me. I took them for a run on the beach. The way I do every day. Okay. I could see that she was in a mood, and I didn't want to poke the bear. I just asked because you obviously aren't feeling well, and if you hadn't felt like taking them out, I was going to do it. You know, I understand that if you're not feeling well, it might be hard to do all the things you normally do. I'm not mad or irritated about that. I will never be upset about you feeling under the weather, baby. Thanks. She looked away. I'm glad you can understand. But I did my job today. Just like any other day. If you feel bad tomorrow, just sleep in or do whatever you want to do. You do get sick days, Arabella. It won't cut into your salary, if that's what you're worried about. I'm not worried about anything. She got up and walked to the window, pulling the curtain back only a little to look outside. You close the gate behind you, right? I always do. I took a long drink of the cold beer, trying to figure out what she could possibly be so out of sorts about. Why? Snapping her head around to look at me, she snapped, I'm just making sure is all. I can see that. I wasn't sure how to stop drawing her ire. So I picked up the television remote and found something to watch. Looking for something funny, hoping that if she laughed a little, her mood would change, I found a romantic comedy. She took a seat at the other end of the sofa, crossed her legs, and leaned way over, seemingly trying to stay as far away from me as she could without having to leave the room. I got on my cell, looking for a place to order dinner from. I'd had a hankering for Mexican food, so I looked for a restaurant that would deliver. The way she was acting had me not wanting to leave her alone. She seemed worried, maybe even a little afraid. I placed my order, then decided to try and talk to Arabella about what was really going on. I got some tortilla soup for you. Plus, I ordered nachos with everything on them, just the way you like them. Okay, she said quickly, not bothering to look at me. It should be here within the hour. Okay. Getting up, I asked, I'm going to grab another beer. Can I get you anything while I'm up? No, she said, her eyes fixed on the television. Going into the kitchen, I racked my brain about what could be wrong. She'd been sort of a wreck the day before, but I'd chalked that up to her feeling pressured to make a perfect meal for our 1-month anniversary. She was even more of a wreck now, and that worried me. I got myself a beer from the fridge and picked up a bottle of cold water for her. She'd said she didn't want anything, but I wasn't going back into the living room without something for her. I stopped just before going into the room. She'd made me a fantastic dinner for our anniversary, and I hadn't done diddly squat for her. But I hadn't realized she was going to make a big deal about it. That's got to be it. She's mad I didn't do anything to commemorate the special occasion. It suddenly occurred to me what I could do for her. I handed her the bottle of water as soon as I walked in. Here you go. I know you said you didn't want anything, but I thought I'd bring you a bottle of water anyway. I sat down beside her. You know, I was raving to everyone about the dinner you made for us last night. It was so good, and the mood you set was off the charts romantic too. I had to tell everyone I could about how wonderful you are and how lucky I am that we found each other. Cocking her head to one side, she looked at me with soft eyes. Ah, you did that? Yeah. It wasn't a lie. I just hadn't thought about telling her about it. You know, I sort of blew our anniversary on my side of things. I didn't get you anything. I could blame it on working so hard, but that's not the truth. The truth is that I've never been in any relationship that was this strong before. I shook my head. Expressing myself like this was really not my forte. I guess that what I'm trying to say is that this is as new to me as it is to you. And I'm sorry. I pulled my wallet out of my pocket. I'd like it if you'd take this credit card and buy yourself whatever you want. I was thinking you might want to buy some new clothes, shoes, handbags, the works. There's no limit on this card, so go crazy, baby. I want you to have all the nicest things. You're my girl, and I don't want you to want for anything. Her eyes were on the card as she shook her head. No, thank you. What? I couldn't believe that she was turning down my gift. Is this some sort of pride thing? Well, not exactly. She took a deep breath. I just don't want to go out shopping. Order things online. I don't care how you do it. Just buy yourself whatever you want. I mean it, Arabella. I want you to have the best of everything. I placed the card in her hand. Keep it. Use it. I don't even want it back. This is your card from now on. Once you get your ID, I'll get you a card with your name on it. Her head dropped. Chase, my identification won't be coming anytime soon. I still haven't filled out the forms. I'd had some idea that she hadn't done anything to get that fixed yet. Arabella, you can tell me anything, baby. Anything at all. I will never judge you for a damn thing. You know that you can trust me, don't you? She looked at me, her eyes shining like she was about to cry. I know that I can trust you. But there are things that I can't talk about. And trying to replace my driver's license and social security card right now could be bad for me. How? I knew I was pushing her to tell me things she didn't want to, but she had to learn to trust me in every way, or we would never be able to move further in our relationship. You have to understand that if you can't tell me important things like this, then what we have will stagnate. If we can't have it all, then this won't work out for either of us. She searched my eyes for a long time before asking, what if what I had to tell you would put you in danger? Are you in trouble with the law? I had to know. Am I harboring a fugitive? You are not harboring a fugitive, she said, then laughed. I was glad to hear her laughing. I hoped it meant it wasn't as bad as I was thinking. If you won't tell me what the deal is, then you must know that I'm thinking the absolute worst. And I need to be honest with you about something that I've done. Her eyes went wide and the color left her face. What have you done, Chase? I searched your name to see if you were listed as a missing person. It felt good to get that off my chest. But I wasn't going to check to see if you were on some wanted list. I was afraid that if I checked for that, then some feds or the CIA or something like that might find me and make me turn you over to them. And if that ever happened, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could hand you over to anyone, Arabella. Well, you don't have to worry about that. No one from law enforcement of any kind is looking for me. But is there someone looking for you? I felt like there had to be, or else she wouldn't have an issue with getting her identification replaced. Chewing on her lower lip, she whispered, I'm not sure. Why would anyone be looking for you? I asked, then thought of her father. Did you tell your father anything before you left? Is that who you're worried about finding you? Because you're a grown woman, and he can't make you do a damn thing. You should understand that completely. There is nothing he can do to you, baby. I won't let him make you do anything. You're safe with me. I circled my arm around her, kissing the top of her head as she clung to me. I felt like I'd hit the nail on the head. It's just that I didn't tell him anything, because I didn't want him to stop me. And I don't want him to know where I am. I just don't. I do trust you. But I don't want you to be in any danger. My father can be a dangerous man, and I don't want him anywhere near us. I can be a dangerous man too. Hugging her tightly, I nuzzled the top of her head. I wanted to let her know that she could count on me. You know, there are things we can do to make sure that your father never has any control over you again. If that's what you're worried about. Tears ran down her cheeks as she looked up at me. You really do love me, don't you? I really do love you. More than you even know.
Chapter 22. Arabella.
I'm sorry I've been snappy with you lately. Chase was the most patient and tolerant person I'd ever known. He hugged me again, leaving a kiss on top of my head. I don't expect you to be in the perfect mood at all times, baby. This is real life, and in real life, people can have bad moods or be bothered by things. You haven't been in a single bad mood since the day I met you. Honestly, you've missed out on my bad days. They happen most often while I'm working. When I'm working on a project and things aren't clicking along, I get frustrated. As anyone would, I would think. I snuggled up to him, laying my head on his shoulder. Yeah, and anyone would get moody when they feel frustrated or afraid of something. So don't feel guilty about the way you've been feeling. But you should try to take some comfort from me. That's what I do when I've had a bad day and come home to you. You make me smile, even when I've been in the worst mood. I had to give him a kiss for saying something so sweet. You do make me happy, Chase, more than you could ever know. I don't want you to think that my mood or my inability to squash it has anything to do with you. Part of my problem was that I'd been unable to be 100% truthful with Chase, and that was frustrating to me. But if I told him what my father had done, it would put his head on the chopping block too. My situation was complicated, and since I couldn't share anything about it with anyone, it only made things harder for me to deal with. Being silent about something that was so painful and deadly for me affected me in so many negative ways. It was a miracle that I had been able to put things to the side long enough for me to fall in love with Chase. I have a theory that when you finally feel completely safe and secure with me, then you'll feel like telling me everything. I do know that you're keeping some things from me, but I can deal with that. That's something you should know. I can deal with anything when it comes to you, Arabella Lauren. You think so? I hated when he said my last name, the shortened version of my last name. Part of me wanted to tell him the truth about that, at least. The other part of me feared he would do some internet prowling to find out more about me, and would put himself in danger. Although old school in many ways, my father and his partners were computer savvy. They knew how to track people down in every way imaginable. And with someone in town that I was pretty sure was part of my father's group, I didn't want to take any chances of him finding his way to me. Can you tell me a little bit more about your father, and what you mean when you say that he can be a dangerous man? I bristled at the question, not wanting to say too much but needing to tell him something. Since I'd already told him that much, I decided I could tell him a little bit more. He's part of a group. Like, the Knights of Columbus or something along those lines? He asked with a lopsided grin. Shaking my head, I said, like a group of men who do business together, all kinds of business. They make money together, and they deal with non-paying customers together. They deal with people who try to get in their way of doing business. Narrowing his eyes, he said, that reminds me of a movie I saw once. I think it was called Goodfellas. He cocked his eyebrow at me, as if the comparison held some significance. I haven't seen that movie. I shrugged. It wasn't a lie. I hadn't seen any movies about men that were like my father. I knew there were some out there, but Mom never allowed me to watch them. It's about the Mafia, he said, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Is my father in the Mafia? I've never known what my father is exactly involved in. I just called it a group. He has these partners. They all dress alike. They all drive the same black Cadillacs. And they all wear fedoras and dark sunglasses. You don't think? I couldn't even say the words. That your father is in the Mafia? He nodded. He could be, I guess. Tell me more about what he does. It's not like I know, Chase. I mean, I knew he could kill someone, even someone he was supposed to have loved. If he could kill his own wife, then he could kill anyone, and probably had killed many others. He wouldn't have been so calm when he shot my mother, if it was his first time. The reason people in organized crime wear the same clothing is so that no one can point them out in a crowd. It's like the way groups of animals all look the same. You know, like camouflage, he said. Why would your father and his partners not want anyone to be able to point one of them out? If they were committing crimes of some kind, I would guess that it would be a lot harder to say which one of them did it. And if you can't put a finger on at least one of them, then how can they charge anyone with the crime? Plus, it is hard to make out what they really look like under the hat and glasses and suits. It makes them all look about the same body shape and size. Even their shoes are all similar, shiny black with round toes. That way, if footprints are left behind at a crime scene, it would be extremely hard to say which one of them did it. Chase looked a little shaken as he stood. I'm going to grab another beer. Would you like anything? No. My stomach, remember? I wasn't lying. My stomach was in knots. But I did know why that was. My nerves were frazzled after everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. I thought about my father and his partners while Chase was out of the room. When they were all together, I couldn't even pick out my father from the group. And I'd never been allowed around them enough to know what any of the men he worked with looked like. But I did know how they dressed, and the man from New York dressed just like them and drove the same car too. There were just too many similarities for it to be a coincidence. And the fact he'd said that he was looking for a girl with an accent like his was more icing on the cake. My only hope was to stay out of town for a week or so. Surely, then he would move on to another town to continue his search. I should tell Chase about this. He came walking back in. I have a friend who might be able to help with this thing. I'll talk to him tomorrow about it, but I'm going to need you to get your driver's license number and social security number. I don't think he can help without those numbers. You don't have to order replacements. You just have to call the different agencies to get the numbers. I think I can handle it from there. I had my driver's license and social security cards in the box that I'd taken from home. I'd left it in the top of the bedroom closet, out in the guest cottage. But I wasn't about to start giving them away to anyone, and I could at least explain that to him. Chase, the last thing I want is for my father to find out where I am and come to confront me about leaving out of the blue. And I'm afraid that he might have one of his partners keeping tabs on those numbers, waiting for them to pop up in some system. I don't think that's how those things work, honey. He sat down next to me and took a drink of the beer. Credit cards and bank cards can be traced, but only government agencies can track your identification numbers. But are you sure? I wasn't. Plus, I hadn't even realized that my father could be in the Mafia, but I knew he had far-reaching connections. So I wasn't ready to test Chase's theories. You're right. I'm not 1,000% sure. But I can find that out. He set the beer bottle on the coffee table, then turned to face me, taking my hands in his. Honestly, Arabella, so what if your father does track you down to ask why you left without telling him? That's all he can do, honey, ask you some questions. I don't think that's a good enough reason to keep hiding from him. Maybe you should think about giving the man a call to tell him that you're safe and happy right where you are. You can apologize for causing him any grief too. Maybe then you'll feel better about things. And that should take the weight off your shoulders. I could not ever do that. But I didn't want Chase to know that. I'll think about it. You should think about it really hard. You've said that you don't want to put me in any danger. But the fact is that if he comes looking for you and finds you with me, he might think the wrong things about me. He might think that I kidnapped you, or brainwashed you or something like that. And any father worth his salt would most definitely shoot first, and ask questions later. The words chilled me. Chase didn't know just how close his words came to what I knew of my father. But I knew my father wouldn't suspect kidnapping. Chase was safe on that account at least. But only if I never told him what my father had done. You know, my father probably doesn't think I was kidnapped. He stared into my eyes. Why is that? I can't tell you. Well, I took some of my things with me I came up with on the fly. Kidnapped people don't usually get to take some of their things. And my father's not a stupid man or one who jumps to conclusions either. I'm fairly positive that he knows I left on my own. Then maybe he's not looking for you at all, Arabella. Maybe he knows that you needed some space and isn't going to bother you to come back at all. Have you thought about that? If he only knew the whole truth, he wouldn't be saying these things. And as hard as it was to keep things to myself, I had to keep doing it. I guess I should really do some thinking, huh? I think you should. It would be nice not to have this hanging over us. And when something as simple as a phone call can give us both some peace, why not just do it? A chill ran down my spine as I thought about what he'd said. Something about saying the word peace made a thought come into my head. Chase might be in danger after all, if my father thinks I might have told my new boyfriend anything that would incriminate him. Of course, no one knew I had anything to do with Chase at the present time. But if I was ever tracked down, me and everyone close to me were sure to be targets. My heart raced as the epiphany reverberated throughout my brain. I'd put Chase in mortal danger and hadn't realized it until that very moment. I promised to think about that long and hard, Chase.
Chapter 23. Chase.
The next morning, I went into the courthouse to talk to one of my old high school friends who worked there. Clara smiled at me as I came into the county clerk's office. "Morning, stranger. Long time no see, Chase Duran." "Hi, Clara. I've been working my ass off, and that's why you haven't seen me around. My brothers and I are burning the midnight oil more than ever before." "Yeah, I heard about your exciting endeavor. How's it going?" she asked. "It's going. I mean, we're working on a prototype right now, and we've had some success with it." I held up my crossed fingers. "Keep your fingers crossed for us." She held up her crossed fingers too. "Will do. Now tell me what has you here today." "I have questions." Leaning on the counter, I knew she'd have some questions of her own pretty soon. "What do I need to do to get a marriage license?" "A what?" She put her hand over her heart, acting like she might faint. "Marriage license." I laughed at her over-the-top antics. "I've never gotten one, and need to know what all me and my lady will need." "And who is your lady, Chase?" "Arabella Lauren. You don't know her. She's not from around here." I figured I should answer as many questions as possible before she had to ask them. "And we've only been together for a month, but when you know, you know." "Wow." Shaking her head, she seemed stupefied. "Well, let me give you the form you'll need to fill out." She slid a paper across the counter toward me. The first thing I read was that we both had to have a picture identification card. "Okay, I've got a little problem." She lost her driver's license. She's from New York State, so I don't know how easily she can get a copy. "Since you know me, would you be able to process it with just the number?" Clara looked over her shoulder to be sure no one was around. "I can overlook that part. But just because I've known you forever." She's lost her social security card too, but I've got her trying to get both of those numbers, if not a replacement. If we have those, that should be enough, right? "Yes. But make sure you turn in the application to me and only me." I read something else on the paper she'd given to me. "So, we have to wait 72 hours before we can get married?" I had no idea there was a waiting period. "You're supposed to. But a district judge can give you a waiver. Johnny Caldwell's office is just down the hall if you want to see if he'll give you one. Hell, he can even marry you guys if you want." "So what you're saying is that she and I can come up here, fill out the license, and then head down the hall to see Johnny to get the rest of it done. And then you can head right back here to me, and I'll file it for you and give you the legal marriage license. You two can leave this courthouse as a married couple within an hour's time." That was great to hear. "You've made it easier than I ever expected." "Thanks, Clara. Should I call you to let you know what day we want to do it?" "Nah. I'm here Monday through Friday, Chase. You might want to stop by Johnny's office to see when he's going to be available, though." She pointed to the door on the left. "If you go out that door, it's a shortcut to his office. That way you can bypass the rotunda." "You are an angel." Whistling on my way to go see Johnny, I felt like there was about to be a shift in my universe. Marrying Arabella should make her feel safe. Her father sounded like the traditional type, so I hoped he'd think he had no say over her at all if she and I were legally married. Rapping on the door of Johnny's office, I heard a woman say, "Come in." Opening the door, I saw a secretary sitting at a small desk. "Is Johnny in?" "Judge Caldwell is in, sir." "Who can I tell him is here to see him?" "Chase Duran." I waited as she got up and went through the door in the back of the room. She looked out only moments later. "He will see you now, sir." Striding across the room, I walked into the office of the man I went to school with. "Johnny, how the hell are you?" He shook my hand, then we patted each other on the back. "Great, Chase. How've you been, man?" "Great too." I took the seat he gestured to. He took the chair across from me. "I'm assuming you're here to ask me a question, and not just for a visit." "I was just down the hall talking to Clara about something, and she told me that I should come talk to you." "Shoot. I'm all ears, man." I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. "I'm going to ask my girl to marry me." "Holy shit. Congrats, man." He jumped up, and I did too as we shared another half hug, and he patted me on the back. "So, do you want me to do the honors?" "I would. And I would like to ask you if you could do whatever it is you have to do to bypass the waiting period too." "Not a problem at all, man. I'd love to help you out." "And can you also bypass the need to see her actual identification? She lost it, and she's from New York. So it might take a long time for her to get a copy." "I can bypass that. But she'll need the driver's license number for the form. That and her social security number." "Yeah, I've got her trying to find those things." "So, Chase Duran is finally going to get hitched. What are you now, 34 or so?" he asked. 35. "I figure I've waited long enough." I had to laugh. "But I should tell you that I haven't asked her to marry me yet. So, this is a little premature." "How long have you all been dating?" "A month." His eyes went wide. Chase, that's not very long. How old is this girl?" 23. I knew she was young, but she was the one, and I knew that without a doubt. "Pretty big age gap between you two," he said as he shook his head. "You sure about her, Chase? She might have some growing up to do yet. I'd hate to see this end in divorce." "Her age doesn't worry me at all. She's got it all, man. Looks, smarts, big heart. And she loves me as much as I love her. I left out her insecurities where her father was concerned. My hope was that once we were married, all that shit would begin to fade away from her mind. I hoped that if I gave her a future, she'd be able to let go of the past. Well, if she says yes, then I'll make this marriage happen for you, bro. It would be my pleasure." "Cool?" I knew I could count on him. "Well, I've got to get going, got a ring to buy." I got up and began to leave. "Oh yeah. Are there any days you're not here working?" "Only the weekend. Other than that, I'm here from 9 to 5. Any day will be fine." I look forward to meeting her. "Yeah, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. She's as special as they come. I'll see you soon." I held up my hand. Fingers crossed that she says yes. "I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. And buy a big ring. It's hard to say no to an expensive diamond." "I know, right?" I laughed as I left his office. "Thanks again, Johnny." "No problem." Hands shoved into the pockets of my slacks, I walked out of the courthouse, then down the block to the local jewelry store. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see my oldest brother, Casey, and Zuri standing at the counter. She pointed at something inside the glass case. "Can I try that one on?" "I'll be right with you, sir. Feel free to look around while I finish helping these customers," the man behind the counter told me. Casey and Zuri looked up briefly and did a double take when they saw me. "What are you doing here, Chase?" Casey asked, and I could see the confusion on both their faces. "I've come to buy an engagement ring." Casey went pale. Zuri's eyes went wide. And the man behind the counter had dollar signs written all over his face as he said, "Congratulations, sir. I have just the thing for you." "I bet you do." But Casey put a damper on the poor man's mood. "We will see about that. My brother here needs to slow way the hell down. I'm good. I rocked back on my feet, looking at the engagement rings through the glass top counter. You've got some nice stuff here. Chase, you barely know that girl, Casey went on. I know her very well. I might not have known her very long, but my heart knows her, and hers knows mine. And if she's not ready? Zuri asked. Have you thought about that? She's young, Chase. Well, if she's not ready, then she's just not ready. But I'm ready to ask. So that's what I'm gonna do. And I want a gorgeous ring that she can wear until she is ready to marry me. I wasn't going to rush her. But I was going to let her know that the ball was in her court, and we could get married as soon as she wanted to. Casey didn't seem convinced, though. How long have you been thinking about asking her this? Well, let me see. I tried to recall exactly when the idea had popped into my head. Since about 6 last night. Holy shit. Casey shouted. You've lost your damn mind. Casey, when you know, you know. I see no reason to wait. And I think this will make things better between us. Are things bad between you two? Zuri asked with concern. Because you should know that getting married isn't some kind of problem solver. It's anything but that. Being married is a lot of work. You have to think about that person and what they need at all times. You have to put them before yourself. And then if you two have kids, there's even more that you have to put before yourself and her. It's a lot of work, Chase, and the consequences are much more serious if things don't work out. It's not to be taken lightly. Listen to her, Casey continued the lecture she'd begun. You can't just get married on a whim. It's a lot, man. I mean, a hell of a lot. We've already been living together for a month. I don't think there's much more to it than that. I thought they were both overreacting. What's her favorite color? Zuri asked. I looked at Casey. Tell me what Zuri's favorite color is, Casey. He looked at her for a moment, seemingly trying to read her mind, as I knew he had no clue what the answer was. She tugged at the neck of her red shirt, cheating. Silver, he said with such conviction in his voice that I almost laughed. Red, I corrected him. And that's how much you were paying attention to your wife. She was tugging at her shirt to tell you, and you didn't even get the hint. No, he's right. I forgot that silver is my favorite color, she said. I saw right through them both. Look, I know that you two care about me, and that's why you think this is happening too soon. No, Casey said. I mean, yeah, we do care about you. But we're not thinking this is happening too soon. It really is happening too soon. There's no reason to rush something this important. The man behind the counter chimed in, but hey, there's no reason not to give her a ring, right? At least, I had this guy on my side. As casual as I was being with Casey and Zuri, I knew that from their perspective, they had reason to worry. But I had more important things to worry about than other people's opinion of my relationship. All that mattered to me was that Arabella was anxious about something, and I would do anything to help her be happy. If that meant I had to marry my woman to help her peace of mind, then it would be the easiest decision I'd ever make.
Chapter 24. Arabella.
Not wanting to leave the house, I'd made a track around the property so I could run the dogs at home where I felt the safest. The stress of my situation was getting to me hardcore. I needed the run as much as they did. Running in the heat without the wind and water to splash in to cool off was hard on me though. My face was bright red when I came into the house after putting the dogs back into their kennel. Standing in a cold shower, I let the water wash over me, cooling my body down. With my forehead resting against the tiled wall, I decided things had to change. This was driving me insane. I wasn't myself, and couldn't think about anything other than what would happen if the man from New York found me. Will he just shoot me? What happens when a person dies? Will my mother be there to take me to heaven? I'd seen my own mother die. I'd never forget the way her body dropped to the floor in a heap, her eyes becoming vacant in an instant. Had her soul just shot right out of her body the minute the bullet went into her brain? Would mine do the same? Or would I suffer? Would I linger in pain for hours, days, weeks? Or would I simply cease to exist? I knew the thoughts were driving me crazy. I had to stop them. I had to get control over myself. The run had helped for a while. But as soon as my body cooled off, my brain went right back to thinking those terrible thoughts. Pouring shampoo into my palm, I washed my hair, trying to sing a tune to make myself stop thinking. I'm gonna wash these thoughts right out of my head. I'm gonna wash these thoughts right out of my head and let them run right down the drain. Even the song wasn't working as I sang the lyrics over and over again. I got out of the shower, dried off, then put on a thin sundress. Maybe cooking will keep my mind occupied. I headed to the kitchen, found some ingredients, then went to work, chopping, slicing, and dicing. I put the vegetables into a pot and poured chicken stock over them before setting it on a burner on low heat to let it simmer. I had no idea what I was making. I was just throwing things together randomly. Some sausage might go good with this. I found a link of sausage in the fridge and cut it into little round slices, then popped them into the soupy mixture. There was some leftover French bread in the bread box, so I got it out and cut it into slices, then melted some butter and brushed it over the pieces I'd put on a baking sheet. Sprinkling garlic powder over them, I left the sheet sitting on the counter. Adding spices to my soupy mixture, scents that reminded me of home started wafting from it. The oregano took me back to when my grandmother was still alive. She died in her sleep of old age. I thought that was a peaceful way to go. We all had to go sometime. Some of us got to go in our sleep, and some had to go in harder ways. A few hours later, when Chase got, we ate together, and when we finished, he grabbed my hand to keep me there and told me he had something to ask. I sat up, not having any idea what he wanted to ask me, but he looked serious. Is it something bad? I hope you don't think so. He sat up too, then leaned over to pick up his pants. He'd made sure to carry them out of the kitchen and had tossed them on the floor near his side of the bed. Excitement filled me as I watched him pull a small white box out of the pocket of his pants. You bought me jewelry? Something like that. He opened the box, and I saw a huge sparkling diamond ring inside. Putting my hands over my mouth, I didn't know what to expect next. That's gorgeous. I'm glad you like it. He pulled it out of the box. I hope it's the right size. Chase, that looks like an engagement ring. I looked into his green eyes to find them shining. The smile he wore had made its way to his eyes too. Yeah, it is one. And I would love nothing more than if you would agree to wear it. Are you asking? I stopped as a lump formed in my throat. You to marry me? He nodded. I am asking if you would like to become Mrs. Chase Duran. My head spun. My lungs burned as I refused to take a breath, afraid this was all a dream, and if I took in air, everything in front of me would disappear. His dark blonde curls were in the most unruly state. His cheeks were red from the vigorous workout we'd just had. His lips were curved into a slight smile. A smile that said he wasn't sure of what I would say, but the hope that I would say yes was there. I will remember him like this forever. Sweat glistened on his forehead. I reached out and wiped it off, pushed my hand through his hair, and then nodded. Yes, Chase. I would love to be your wife. One tear fell down his cheek, and that started a torrential flood for me. My hand shook as I held it out so he could put the ring on my finger. You had me worried there for a minute, baby. I wiped my eyes so I could see the ring on my finger. It fits perfectly. I'm glad it does. He kissed me softly. We can get married as soon as you want. I've already talked to people at the courthouse, and we can get it done in the matter of about an hour or so. All you have to do is get your ID numbers. You don't even have to have the actual cards. And no one can track you down by using them on the marriage license either. I made sure of that before I even went to the courthouse this morning. You did all of that this morning? I had to laugh. You've been a busy man today, haven't you? I enjoyed every minute of it too. Cupping my face, he asked, "Do you have any idea when you would like to become my wife?" I'd had so many thoughts of my death the whole day that I felt like time might be running out for me. If I could spend even one night as Chase's wife, that would be enough to make my life mean something. I wouldn't die never having been loved. I wouldn't die never having been married to the man I loved more than anything in the entire world. So my answer came easy. As soon as you want me, Chase. I would marry you right now if we could make that happen. He kissed me again. I'm glad you're as ready to become husband and wife as I am. To be honest, I did worry a little that you might want to wait since it's only been a month. But I was willing to take that. I will do anything for you, Arabella. Anything in the world. Running my hands over his cheeks, I couldn't stop the tears that fell. You are the best person in the world, Chase Duran. There is no one better than you. Not for me. You are it. You are the one and only man that I was meant to spend my life with. However long that life may be. There's no one better for me than you, Arabella. I can't wait to change your last name, woman. Wrapping me in his arms, he laughed. You and I are going to be the happiest married couple in the entire world. I hoped he was right about that. I also hoped we would have more than a few blissful days of marriage. Hope. I hadn't had much of that in the days since the man from New York showed up in town. And just like that, my spirits faltered, but they didn't fall. I took a deep breath, knowing I had to come clean sooner rather than later.
Chapter 25. Chase.
Yeah, she was able to get her identification numbers this morning, I told Callan as we walked out to our trucks at work. I'm taking tomorrow off so we can go down to the courthouse and do the deed. By lunch tomorrow, I will officially be a married man. I can't believe this, Chase. I can't believe Arabella is on board with this. I mean, you two haven't been together long at all. Everyone kept saying the same thing. I didn't know how I could expect them to understand the way Arabella and I felt about each other. The length of time doesn't matter. It's the feelings that do, man. There is no way more love could even fit inside my heart with her in my life. So you tell me, why should I wait if that's how it is? You two are living together, he pointed out. It's like you're married already. I just don't see why both of you are rushing things so much. I mean, you had what, one date before you asked her to move in with you? And 1 month later, you ask her to marry you? And 1 day later, you're going to get married? It's going to be 2 days between the time I asked her to marry me and when we actually get married. I knew that still sounded bad. I wish I could find the right words to explain this to all of you. It's just a feeling, a strong, nearly overwhelming feeling. I don't think you should feel overwhelmed when getting into a marriage. But that's just me, bro. He got into his truck. You're not even going to let the girl have a fancy wedding. She doesn't want one. It'll be just the two of us, the way it has been from the start. I thought it sounded romantic. Sounds like you two have isolated yourselves. He shook his head. That's not healthy. Well, I did try to talk her into making some friends, but she hasn't found anything she's interested in enough to find a group to join. I did agree that Arabella was pretty isolated. That may come from the fact that she's afraid that her father might be looking for her. She's got this thing about that. But I think that once she's my wife, she'll feel more secure about him not caring enough to drag her back to New York. What kind of man is he? He held up his hand to stop me before I said anything. Wait. Don't answer that because you don't know. All you have is her word. She doesn't have anyone, but her father left. Her grandmother and mother have already passed on. He's it, as far as relatives are concerned. I think she had friends, but she must not be contacting them for fear they'd tell her father where she is. Has she told you about any friends that she had? He asked with tons of skepticism. Aside from some high school friends that she mentioned in passing, we haven't talked about that. But we will. One day. I'm sure things will begin to loosen up after we're married. I had high hopes of that. You seem to think that marriage is a cure-all. I think that's hilarious. It's a piece of paper, Chase. Not a magic potion that makes two people act any different than they did before signing their lives away to each other. I don't look at it like that. I see it as a commitment to each other that's supposed to last a lifetime. But I do think that having someone that committed to you changes you. He cocked his head as he stared at me. How? I'm not married yet, so I don't have that answer. It's just a gut feeling that I have is all. I was tired of trying to explain my actions to my brothers. It was useless. In the end, they would accept Arabella as my wife, and I knew that without any doubt. And I have a gut feeling that you're going to wake up the morning after your wedding and find that you were wrong all along. She'll be the same girl you knew before you signed the paper and said the vows. I also think that you're going to be disappointed when you find that she's just a human being, incapable of changing in a mere day. And I'm afraid that you and she will continue to isolate yourselves. That's fine because I like her just as she is. I pointed out. Besides, I know she doesn't have a problem getting close to others. Look how quickly she took to Clarice when I brought her to Casey's. Once she's settled here, she'll make friends and blossom into the person she's meant to be. Just don't expect that to happen overnight. He closed the door, then rolled down the window. Anyway, I love you, and I do hope that you two have a wonderful life together and give me lots of nieces and nephews to spoil. Thank you. I knew that's what all my brothers would end up telling me. They felt they had to say something about the quick marriage, but they would accept us no matter what. Because that's what family does. I'll see you on Monday. You taking her anywhere for the honeymoon? I'm going to surprise her with a weekend trip on a yacht I chartered. It leaves tomorrow afternoon, shortly after we seal the deal. We'll set sail and cruise the Gulf of Mexico for 3 nights before heading back into the port. What about your precious pooches? Glad you asked. Want to stay at my place while we're gone so you can take care of them. They love their Uncle Callan the most of all of my brothers. And you're just asking me now? He rolled his eyes. Do you do everything on the spur of the moment? Mostly, yeah. It was my thing. So will you? I guess so. Lucky for you, I haven't made any plans for the weekend. Great. I was glad he'd mentioned the dogs. With so much to plan, I'd almost forgotten to ask him. See you Monday then. Thank you for watching my pups. Sure thing. I got into my truck and made my way home, feeling excited about seeing Arabella. But that wasn't anything new. I'd had the same feeling every day since the day I hired her. Coming home to her was the best. Stopping at the florist, I'd called ahead to order a bouquet. I picked up the flowers and then headed to the liquor store to get some champagne to celebrate. A box of chocolates at the register made a great impulse buy, so I got those too. Armed to the teeth with gifts for her, I pulled into the garage, then went in through the kitchen, the way I always did. Honey, I'm home. Not hearing anything, I kept going, thinking she must be somewhere in the house. Light streamed into the living room, and I saw the front door standing wide open. Arabella! I shouted as I looked out of the door, but didn't find her outside. Placing everything on the sofa, I went to the bedroom and found it empty. The bathroom door was open, the light off. Honey? Something began to creep up inside of me, and I went to the closet. Opening it, I feared the worst. But then I saw all her clothes were still there. She hasn't left me. I knew then that I was being stupid. So, I went out to see if the Range Rover was in the garage by the guest cottage. It was right there, parked in the same space it always was. I headed outside to check on the dogs, thinking she had to be out there with them. I found them but not her. I wish you guys could talk. I looked at their water bowls and found them as dry as a bone. No water? Getting the water hose, I filled their bowls. My gut twisted, and I knew something wasn't right. Arabella filled their water bowls several times a day, with the heat being so bad, she had to. Heading back inside, I checked every single room. When my cell dinged, I had to laugh at myself. Shit. I haven't even thought about calling her. I saw that I had a text from Johnny, telling me that he could do the ceremony in the morning. So I texted back my thanks, then called Arabella. It rang, and then the call went to voicemail. We'd begun sharing our locations with each other, and I looked to see where it said she was. But all I found was that she was at the house. I kept calling her phone as I walked around the house and finally heard the slightest sound. I didn't see the phone though, but following the muffled sound, I found it in our bedroom. It was lying on the floor. Looking around, I noticed a tiny dent in the wall about 4 feet up from where the phone lay partially underneath the bed. Had she thrown it? Nothing made sense. Stuffing both phones into my pocket, I went back through the kitchen to the garage to see if she'd taken one of my other cars. But no, they were all still there. A person can't just disappear. I walked back into the house and something caught my eye as the sun hit it. On the counter, I found the engagement ring I'd given her the night before. My legs folded underneath me, and I ended up sitting on the floor, the ring between my thumb and forefinger. She left me. That was the only answer there was. I had pushed and rushed things with her, and she felt that she had no choice other than to leave me without a word. She'd left her phone so that I couldn't call to beg her to come back. She'd left her ring so she wouldn't have a reminder of me at all. She'd walked away without a single thing. All her possessions were still in the house. That's how badly she wanted to get away from me. She just walked out of the front door and left it all behind. Probably much the same way she'd left her father's house. My brothers had been right. She wasn't the person I had thought she was at all. That person wouldn't have left me without saying a damn thing. My mind reeled as I had no idea what to do next. I thought back to every conversation we'd had the last few days, wondering if there were any signs that she might have been unhappy. She'd begun to be more truthful with me, giving me some insight into how her mind worked, and I'd taken it as a good sign. She'd told me how she'd left her old life without telling her father a thing. But she'd never told me why she would do such a drastic thing. Maybe she hadn't brought it up because she knew it was a trivial reason, and knew I would think her not only shallow but unstable as well. A mentally stable person doesn't leave with only the clothes on their back, not without a good reason. I began rocking back and forth as I thought of how my brothers would react to this. I wasn't ready for that yet. If I reached out to them for support, they would only tell me how I shouldn't have trusted someone I barely knew. They would tell me how I was stupid for moving everything so damn fast. And they would be right.
Chapter 26. Arabella.
I'd messed up in so many ways and on the grandest of scales. Tied up, gagged, and lying in the trunk of the black Cadillac I'd been trying to avoid like the plague, I had tons of time to think about how I'd gotten here in the first place. Not minding my own business was the first and possibly the biggest mistake I'd made. I never should have gotten out of my bedroom that night. After all, I knew the code at my father's house. Mind your business. The second mistake I'd made was leaving home. In doing so, I had put others in danger, and that was exactly what had made me give in and go with the man my father had sent after me. Third mistake, taking the bus. I thought I'd done everything in the smartest way possible. Turns out I was wrong about that too. Maybe it was the state of shock I'd been in after watching my mother get murdered. My mind was rather blurred at that time. Even though I'd had to show my driver's license to get the bus ticket, I hadn't thought about anyone being able to get that information from the bus company. Apparently, the man that my father put in charge of tracking me down had ways of making people talk. He told me all he'd had to do was go to the bus company nearest to our house in New York, and that was how he was able to find me in Brownsville, Texas. Once he was in Brownsville with its friendly, tight-knit population, it was an easy thing to track down the hotel I'd stayed at. And that was how he was able to get my phone number from the manager. Money and threats made people talk when they shouldn't. But that was life, and I should have been more aware of that fact. I'd also been too trusting with the motel manager. I told him that I'd gotten a job as a personal assistant, and that I'd be living at my new employer's house. I hadn't given him Chase's name, though. The super tracker from New York was able to get the date I left the motel from the manager. With that date, he was able to look up the local newspapers that were published around that time period, and there he found the ad for a personal assistant to Chase Duran. That was all he needed to find right where I was. Once he knew that, he let my father know, and that was when I got a phone call from dear old Dad. With one threat, he had me right where he wanted me. Somehow, the man who found me had also found out that I was in a relationship with Chase. When my father told me that I had to turn myself in to the man who was waiting outside the gate of Chase's home, or he would kill my boyfriend, I had no choice. At least, my father's partner in crime was nice enough to fill me in on exactly how he'd found me. I think he only told me so he could brag about how smart he was. My fourth and last mistake was both happy and sad at the same time. I'd spent the morning adding up the days since my last period. When I counted to 40, I knew something wasn't right. I hadn't ever kept good track of my period, but I damn well knew I didn't go more than 30 days between periods. Dressed in a loose-fitting t-shirt, ball cap, and dark sunglasses, I went to the same pharmacy I'd been going to for the contraceptives I'd been using. This time I'd bought a pregnancy test. Literally 5 minutes after taking the test, I got the call from my father. 5 minutes after that, I was heading out to the black Cadillac where the black-suited, fedora-wearing man from New York was gracious enough to greet me, fill me in on how he'd found me, then open the back door to let me get in. For a second, I'd tricked myself into thinking that things might not be so bad if I was going to get to ride in the back seat. But that was just so no one would see him tying me up and putting me into the trunk. When he went off-road after we'd gotten out of town, I grew even more worried. He told me to get out of the car and proceeded to tie me up, picked me up and put me into the trunk, then shoved a gag into my mouth before closing me inside. I'd been quiet while riding in the back seat and saw no need for this sort of treatment. I assumed this was just the way they dealt with people they were going to kill. I was supposed to be getting married the next day. I hadn't even gotten a chance to think about how I was going to tell Chase that we were pregnant. I hadn't had a chance to think about anything. Would he have been happy about the news? How did I feel about having a baby? Would it be a boy or a girl? None of that mattered anymore, now that I had an expiration date that grew closer with every mile we went toward New York and my father. My biggest regret was that with my death, our baby would die too. Of course, I did regret leaving Chase with no explanation the day before we were supposed to get married. I knew he would think that I'd gotten cold feet and just taken off. My heart ached at the thought that he might be hurting. But I hoped that he would push his hurt feelings to the side enough to notice that I'd left everything I owned, which wasn't much. I'd walked out with only the clothes on my back, the baggy t-shirt and baggy shorts and flip-flops, and nothing else. The cap and sunglasses I'd worn to the pharmacy had been tossed onto the bed just before I went into the bathroom with the pregnancy test. My purse hung on the hook in the kitchen, since I'd come in through the back door after parking the Range Rover. All my things had been left behind. If he knew me at all, he'd know that if I'd left him, I would have taken as much as I could have with me. And I wouldn't have left my purse behind either. And there was the box at the top of the bedroom closet in the guest house too. In that box lay all the answers to where I was going. There was no more cash, but what did remain was a picture of my mother and me when I was a little baby. She'd written the date and my name on the back of the picture. Both my driver's license and my social security card were in the box too. He would finally find out my real name. If he looks in there. I knew there was a big possibility that he wouldn't look for anything in the cottage, especially in what should have been an empty closet. But I had to have hope that he would search out every nook and cranny for an explanation of why I was gone. The bag and the packaging the pregnancy test came in were in the bathroom trash. The pregnancy test itself had been on the vanity by the sink, where I'd placed it while I waited to see the results. but I'd knocked it into the trash just before I left the house. I was sure that my leaving, combined with the positive test, would only serve to hurt him more. But if he looked into that trash can, he would find the test, and I had to hope that he would know that I wouldn't have just left him. Not while being pregnant with his baby. My phone was somewhere under the bed, I thought. I'd gotten furiously frustrated with the call from my father, and had thrown my cell against the wall, and I was pretty sure it had ended up under the bed. If Chase called my phone, he would find it. If he found my phone, he would be able to see the last call that had come in. If he called it back, my father might answer. Oh, that would be very bad. I hadn't thought about Chase calling the number back. If I had, I would have gotten rid of the phone. If he threatened my father in any way, that would mean death for him. Chase knew that my father was most likely in the Mafia, so I had to pray that he wouldn't be fool enough to threaten a man in that position. But I had no idea what Chase would do. We'd never been in a situation like this. How many people could say they had? That made it impossible to know what Chase would and would not do. Lying there in the complete darkness, I knew that we didn't know each other well enough to be able to make any kind of predictions about what the other would do. From what Chase knew about me, I'd left my father's house without telling a soul and had traveled halfway across the country to hide from him. But he had no idea why I'd done that. When Chase found that I was gone, he might think that picking up and leaving my home was just something I did. He might think that I was sort of crazy and hadn't shown that side of myself to him yet. He might even think that my leaving before we got married was like dodging a bullet. And he might not look in the bathroom trash. He might just pull the trash bag out, tie the ends closed, never knowing what he was throwing away. Even if he did find the positive pregnancy test, it might not be a point in my favor. I told him I was taking care of birth control for us. Would he think that I was lying? And he certainly wasn't trying to get me pregnant. He might very well see the test and be thankful that I'd just left so he wouldn't have to deal with a baby. The thought made tears stream down my cheeks. I knew Chase wouldn't think that way, and I felt awful for even considering it. I was just trying to make myself feel better about things. If he were mad at me, that would be much better than if he felt hurt by my leaving. I had never wanted to hurt him. I truly loved the man. If I hadn't loved him with all my heart, I would have dragged him into this with me. I would have told him everything and let him help me, putting his life on the line. I wouldn't have walked out to the black Cadillac and put myself right into my father's hands. I would have called Chase and had him come to deal with the man my father sent to find me. But I loved Chase Duran, and putting him into any kind of danger was unthinkable. Chase hadn't done a thing to deserve the punishment that I was about to face. He wasn't born into danger the way I had been. And he didn't have to face the things I had to. I had been the one who'd brought our baby into my dangerous life. It was all my fault because I hadn't been honest with Chase about just how much danger I faced, and how much danger I'd put him in. As I tried to stem the flow of tears and come to terms with my inevitable death, I took comfort in one thing: at least Chase was safe. That made all of this so much easier.
Chapter 27. Chase.
An hour passed, and then two, and I had gone from hurt to angry to upset and finally settled on worried. So, I called my brothers to come over to help me figure things out. All three showed up at the same time, eager to know why I'd called them and told them there was an emergency. I opened the front door to let them in. "I'm glad you guys are here." Casey's worried expression and sharp tone told me he was in no mood for skirting around things. "What's the emergency?" "Come inside and I'll tell you all about it." I led them to the living room and waited for them to take their seats before I got down to it. "Arabella is missing." Callan rolled his eyes. "What did you expect? When you're dealing with someone in their early 20s, you can't expect them to be mature enough to be honest with you about things they're not ready for. Like marriage after only a month of dating." Casey nodded. "Everyone saw this coming but you, Chase." Even Chance agreed. "Yeah, dude. You've gone way too fast with her. Take it from me since I'm closest to her age. I'm 27, and I still ain't ready for matrimony. When I was, he looked at me, how old is she? Pinching the bridge of my nose, I knew this wasn't going to go the way I'd hoped. 23. Oh hell. She's even younger than I thought she was, bro. Chance just shook his head. You screwed up, man. Sorry, but you did. She didn't take anything with her. Not even her purse or her phone. You tell me who leaves home without a damn thing but the clothes on their backs. Beyond irritated with my naysayer brothers, I stormed off to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of Jack Daniels, straight. One by one, they straggled into the kitchen to see what I was doing. Casey came in first and took a seat at the island bar. You say that she didn't take anything at all. Not a thing. I held onto the glass like it was some kind of lifeline. Callan came in next, taking the seat next to Casey. Maybe she's coming back. Maybe she just went for a walk or a run to blow off steam or pre-wedding jitters. I've been home for 2 hours. She was gone for a while before that. I know that because the dogs' water bowls were bone dry. It had been hours since she'd given them any water. Do you really think she's still walking off nerves? Chance came in last, grabbed a beer out of my fridge, then took a seat next to Callan. When you looked at your surveillance feed, what did you see? I stood stone still, feeling like a damn idiot. I haven't checked it. Chance threw his hands in the air. Well, dang it, Chase. That's the first thing you should have checked. Moving like a flash, I headed to the living room, my brothers following me. Come on, guys. We're with you, Chase, Chance said. Opening my laptop, I went to the security site and went back to that morning. Okay, she's just getting up now. There wasn't a camera in the bedroom, but there was one in the hallway, and part of the bedroom could be seen if the door was open. I watched Arabella stretch and get out of bed before she walked to the bathroom. She closed the door, and I sped through the next half hour until she walked out with a towel wrapped around her. She went to the closet and got dressed, coming out with a baggy shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Can we open our eyes yet? I'm about to fall asleep, Callan said. Yeah, she's dressed. We watched as she left the bedroom and walked down the hallway, then the kitchen camera caught her going out the back door. The outdoor cameras showed that she let the dogs out and filled their food and water bowls, then played with them for a few minutes before putting them back into their kennel. Is this how she normally spends the mornings? Callan asked. I guess so. I've never monitored her before. I don't know her typical schedule. The kitchen camera caught her going back into the kitchen and then back to our bedroom, where she went into the closet again and came back out with one of my baseball caps and her sunglasses on. She grabbed her purse off the hook in the kitchen where she always left it, then went out the back door. The camera on the garage attached to the cottage showed her going in, and then she drove the Range Rover out. The camera at the gate showed her leaving the property. So far, all normal, Casey said. Right? Yeah, so far. I fast-forwarded to when the camera at the gate caught her coming back home. Okay, I knew she came back because I saw the car in the garage. We all sat there watching the footage as she parked the car, then came into the kitchen. She hung up her purse, and we saw that she had a small plastic bag in her hand. That bag is from Hannah's pharmacy, Callan pointed out. Do you think she might be sick and in the hospital? Chance asked. I mean, the bag is from the pharmacy. She could have been feeling sick and gotten something to make her feel better, but it might not have worked. The front door was left wide open. Maybe she called an ambulance, then they came to get her and left the door open. That would explain why she didn't take anything. I hadn't even thought about that. You don't think she would have at least tried to call or text you about that? Casey asked. Yeah, she definitely would have if she could. Let's just keep watching, Callan said as he pointed to the screen. She's walking back down the hallway and still has the little bag. She went into the bedroom, leaving the door open, thankfully. And then she went into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Maybe she is sick, I went back to that idea. She did take the bag into the bathroom with her. I mean, she doesn't look like she's feeling bad, but who knows, right? She mentioned her stomach was bothering her the other night, but hasn't mentioned anything since. Fast forwarding to when she came out of the bathroom, we watched as she went to sit at the end of the bed. She put her hands over her face, seemingly upset. But then she stood and looked up at the ceiling, saying something that sounded like mumbling. The camera in the hall is too far away to get any audio, Casey pointed out. She turned, facing the camera, and she had a smile on her face. She seems happy now. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket, and the smile vanished as she looked at the phone in her hand. That's not a good look, Callan said. Like she's sort of in shock or something. She answered the call, but all we heard was unidentifiable mumbling. She turned away from the camera, her shoulders slumped, and then she threw the phone against the wall. It landed partially underneath the bed, exactly where I'd found it. I found the phone right there. I knew she had to have gotten a call from someone she wasn't happy to hear from. I wonder who called her. You said you found the phone? Chance asked. Yeah. I pulled it out of my pocket and placed it on the desk. I'm going to go into the bathroom to see if I can find what was in the bag from the pharmacy. I didn't see any signs of the bag when I went into the bathroom. But I did see something peeking out of the trash can. When I went over, I found something odd inside. Is that a tampon? Wrapping my hand with toilet paper, I reached in and picked up the stick thingy to find it was not a tampon at all. The air left my lungs as I saw a plus sign on what was very clearly a pregnancy test. Holy shit. Like a zombie, I went back to the living room and found my brothers had paused the footage while I was gone. Arabella stood right where she'd been when I'd left. I held up the stick, but no words would come out of my mouth. Casey gasped. Oh shit. Callan and Chance looked confused, and Callan asked, what is that thing? Casey came to me and looked at the pregnancy stick. She's pregnant. No, Chance hissed. Oh my, Callan whispered. Pulling the toilet paper off my hand, I wrapped the stick with it, then sat it down on the desk. I have to find out what happened to her. I finally got out past the lump in my throat. I started the video again and watched her walk back into the bathroom, but lost sight of her. She walked back out, down the hallway, and then the kitchen camera caught her taking off the engagement ring I'd given her the night before. She put it on the island bar where I'd found it. She took off the ring. Casey asked. But why? She just found out that she's having your baby. I hate to be the one to say it, Callan said. But what if she knows it might not be yours, Chase? It's mine, I barked. I know it is. We might not have been together very long, but she was faithful to me. That is my baby. And I don't know why she would have taken off her ring. None of this is making any sense to me at all. My heart both raced and ached. I have to find her. We watched as she headed to the front door and walked out, leaving it open. Then the outdoor cameras showed her walking down the drive, all the way to the gate. She punched in the code, and the gates opened. She turned right, then walked down the street until she was out of camera range. Do you think that's it, Chase? Casey asked. Did you see any evidence that she came back after that? I have to watch a little more. Maybe she walks back by or something. I couldn't pull my eyes off the computer screen. That cannot be the last I see of her. Chance picked up Arabella's cell and held it up. Chase, can you get into her phone? Yeah. I've got the code. I didn't know what good that would do. How will that help me find her? The call. If it made her mad enough to chuck her phone at the wall, it might have something to do with all this. If it's still working, you might be able to see what number called her. Hell, there might even be a name attached to it. Chance handed me the phone. You have to try. Taking the phone, I entered her code and went to the call log, finding the last call had come from me. But the one before that was from an unknown number, and it had been answered. Can one of you get on my computer and Google this number? Casey sat down at my desk, and I called out the numbers to him. That number is from Queens, New York, Casey stated. Her father, I whispered, and then ran out of the room. My brothers followed me as I went into the guest cottage, then to the bedroom closet where I found the box on the top shelf, just where I'd left it. "What's that?" Chance asked. "Arabella left this in here for some reason." I opened it and found only a few things inside. A picture of a woman holding a baby. On the back the words, "Arabella and me, September 16, 1998 were scribbled. I held up her driver's license and social security cards, which she'd told me she'd lost. Her name isn't Arabella Lauren. It's Arabella Lorenzi, and now I have her address in Queens. She told me she still lived in her parents' home before she left." Casey shook his head as if he watched me. "Chase, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to get to this address as fast as I can." I knew her father had found her. He must have threatened her with something to get her to go out and meet whoever had come to take her back home. "I'll call our cousins in Austin to see if they'll send their plane so you can get there as fast as humanly possible, Chase," Casey told me. "Pack a bag." "Thanks." I started to walk out of the room to get ready, before I remembered something. Guys. One more thing," I said, staring at them one by one. "Her father is most likely in the Mafia." "Then pack guns and ammo, bro," Callan answered, not missing a beat. "And conceal your identity the best you can. They can't know who you are or where you're from." I'd never been more grateful for my brothers in my life. And now that they'd helped me get this far, it was time to get my woman back.
Chapter 28. Arabella.
I'd been in the trunk for so many hours that by the time the car stopped and the trunk opened, it was dark outside. "We're stopping here for the night," the man said. He untied me and took the gag out of my mouth. "You make a sound, and I'll stick you with my knife and put you right back into the trunk." I nodded, knowing better than to test him. He helped me out of the truck, and I saw that we were at a sleazy motel. My legs barely worked, since I'd been in the fetal position the whole time. I wasn't about to take off running any time soon. I had to hang on to the man so I wouldn't fall down. He took me into a small room with 2 twin beds, locking the door behind us. "Can I use the bathroom?" "Yeah. Take a shower. Do whatever you want. There ain't no window in there, so you've got no way out but through this door. And you ain't gonna make it past me. So don't even try." "I won't." Hobbling to the bathroom, I kept one hand on the wall to hold myself up. Turning to look at him, I asked, "Can I have something to eat?" He pulled something out of the pocket of his jacket and tossed it to me. "That's all I've got." Catching the thing, I found it was a chocolate bar. "Thank you." I took it with me to the bathroom, closing and locking the door behind me. The place was a dump. Cockroaches zipped around as soon as I turned the light on. Gross. I used the bathroom, ate the chocolate, used one of the 2 plastic cups to drink some water, and then washed off the best I could in the nasty shower. A swift knock came to the door just as I finished dressing. "You gonna move in there, girlie?" "Yes, sir. I'm done." I walked out and sat on the corner of one of the beds. Running my hands through my hair, I used the elastic band I always kept on my wrist to pull my hair up into a messy bun. "We're not staying here long. Only a few hours so I can catch some sleep before getting back on the road. I can't have you running off while I'm sleeping." "What does that mean?" I asked, then gasped as he plunged a needle into my bicep, injecting me with something. "What's that?" "A sedative." That was the last thing I remembered. The next time I woke up, I was tied up, gagged, and in the trunk again. The drug's effects had my brain feeling foggy, and my mouth was as dry as a cotton ball. When we stopped again, I became afraid that he would inject me again. Thinking about the baby, I worried about the effects it would have. So, as soon as we got into yet another seedy motel room, I quickly used the bathroom, used a washcloth to rinse off a bit, and then got into bed, closing my eyes and feigning sleep so he wouldn't give me anything. I was wide awake when he picked me up to carry me back out to the car before daylight. But I didn't let on that I was coherent. He tied my limp body back up and stuffed the gag back into my mouth. Knowing that we'd been on the road for 2 days, I figured we'd make it to Queens that day and not have to stay another night in some trashy motel. Whatever my fate was, it was only getting closer. But I was ready for just about anything other than living my life, bound and kept in the trunk of a car. It might not have been that long, but it felt like a million years had passed since I walked out of Chase's home. I wondered what he thought and how he felt. I wondered if there was a chance in hell that I could get out of this thing alive and back to him. The odds were stacked against me. I was as weak as a newborn kitten. I couldn't fight to save my life. Negotiating with my father was my only hope. If I pleaded and begged for my life and that of my unborn baby, maybe that would save us both. I would promise never to tell a soul about what I saw that night. I would swear on a stack of Bibles. I would do whatever it took to get him not to kill me. Even if all he allowed was for me to stay there in his home, confined to my bedroom for the rest of my life. I would do absolutely anything to stay alive and keep our baby safe. I heard the man driving the car talking on the phone. Yeah, we'll be there around midnight tonight. No, I ain't told nobody about nothing. This is between you and me, and that's it, Beto. Not to worry. I know you don't want no one in your family business. Only my father and this guy know what he's planning to do to me. My father's voice came over the speakers as the man must have put him on his hands-free device. With the cops asking questions about my wife, I don't need them finding my daughter to ask her what she knows. Glad I found her for you first then, Beto. Yeah, that worked out well for me. But let's keep everything hush-hush. I don't like too many people knowing my business. Other than Arabella and you, no one knows what happened to my wife. I want to keep it that way. And no one will know what happened to my daughter, but you and me. If it doesn't stay that way, you'll be the next one on my radar, Joey. Got ya. No need to worry. I'll shoot you a text when I pull up in the back alley behind your place. No, come to the front. I've been seeing unmarked vehicles driving through back there. I think the cops think they can find something if they slink around. They won't expect me to do something out in the open. I'll come out to get her, toss a blanket over her and carry her inside right through the front door. But I'll leave the lights off. Let them look all they want in the back. He laughed, making my skin crawl. The man I now knew was named Joey laughed too. Idiots, those coppers. Yeah, my father agreed. No imagination. None of them. I'll be waiting for your text. Later, Joey. My father and his associates all thought of themselves as smarter than everyone else. Even the cops. It made me sick how they'd gotten away with so many crimes. I prayed right then and there that both my father and this Joey guy would get what they deserved. Whatever that was. I didn't care. I just wanted to see justice for my mother's death, and mine if it came to it. Justice for snuffing the life out of me and my unborn child. I prayed hard for justice to be served. I fell fallen asleep at some point during the ride, but woke when I felt the car stop. Soon enough, the motor went off. My body was stiff and tense. It ached as my brain went to work, trying to figure out how I could get out of the situation. I was home now. I knew the area. If I could get even a short distance away, I could make it to someone's home. Someone who might be able to protect me until the cops came. I knew I must look like complete shit. Anyone who knew me would understand that I was in peril. To the left was old lady Seinfeld's house. She was too old to be of any real help. To the right was the home of one of my best friends. Her parents would help me. I just had to get there. I would pounce out of the trunk and hop to the house if that's what it took. I would do whatever I had to do to stay alive. If the cops were lurking around my father, then they might be close by and they could keep me safe. I heard Joey's shiny black shoes clicking on the pavement as he came to the back of the car to let me out. I held my breath, trying to gather steam for my escape. I can do this. Excuse me, I heard a man's familiar voice. Can you tell me where I can find the nearest Starbucks? My heart skipped a beat and tears clouded my eyes. It had to be my imagination. The voice sounded like Chase's. But there was no way it could be him. "Scram," Joey said. "You're in the wrong place at the wrong time, bucko." "I don't think so. I think I'm at exactly the right place at exactly the right time," the man who sounded just like Chase said. Wiggling around the best I could, I managed to kick both my feet up and hit something metal, making a bumping sound. I tried to yell, and though the gag muffled my words, there was some sound. "Go on," Joey shouted. "Get out of here, or you'll be sorry. Open the trunk." "Get out of here," Joey shouted. "See this? I'm gonna stick you if you don't scram now." I heard the sound of a gun going off, but it was muffled by something. There was a loud thump on the ground right behind the car, and my heart stopped beating as I envisioned Chase bleeding on the pavement. "Hey, what's going on here?" I heard my father shout. Then another gunshot rang out, this one loud and clear. The trunk sprang open and there was Chase, looking down at me. "I've got you, baby." He pulled the gag out of my mouth, then scooped me up and carried me to the car parked right behind the black Cadillac. He gently sat me in the passenger seat. "Let's get out of here." Nodding, I couldn't see him through the tears that filled my eyes.
Chapter 29. Chase.
As soon as I got far enough away from the crime scene, I pulled over and set Arabella free. Caressing her cheek, I held back tears as I took in the state of her. "I'm so glad I found you." "Me too," she sobbed. "I've got something to tell you, Chase." "About the baby." I nodded. I found the test in the bathroom trash. I looked for something to help Arabella dry her tears, but came up empty. The car was a rental that I'd had one of my cousin's pilots rent for me, so that my name wouldn't be associated with the area at all. The last thing I needed was the Mafia hunting me down for killing a couple of their guys. Being a rental, there were no leftover napkins of any kind in the car. Ripping a chunk out of the bottom of my shirt, I handed it to her. She took it, blowing her nose. "And how do you feel about that?" I'd gone through such a range of emotions over the past few days, but I was finally able to pinpoint one thing in the ocean of feelings inside me. I'm happy that I have you and our baby back. You have no idea how afraid I was for both of you. I also found the box you hid in the closet at the cottage, Arabella Lorenzi. That's how I found your father's address. When I saw the Queen's number in your call log, I knew he must be bringing you here. I've been here for 3 days, waiting for you to show up. How were you so sure I was in that car, though? I know he parked out of the range of the camera that's on the gate back at your place. I kept hoping he'd done something back home that would give you a clue about who'd taken me. But that man knew how to cover his tracks like a pro. She ran her hands back and forth around her wrists, trying to get the circulation going again. Gosh, I'm glad to be out of those damn ropes. I was glad to see her out of them too. Seeing her like that, tied up and gagged in the trunk of a car, was something I'd never forget. It hurt my heart in ways I hadn't known possible. With my brother's help, I was able to gather all sorts of information. One of them went to the neighbor's house on the right, the direction you walked off in. He talked them into letting us check out their security footage. It showed a black Cadillac driving by, and the license plate was clear. With a New York State plate and the time the video was taken, I knew we had the right car. So when that car pulled up, I knew he had you. You have no idea how my heart sped up. It was insane. Thank God for you and your brothers. She sighed and laid her head back. I am in good hands. You are, honey. I ran my hand through her hair, which was matted and sticky. I needed to get this woman into a shower. I hoped that was the first step in helping her feel better. We watched the security footage of our house too, to see what we could find out. And it turned out to be a lot. I found your phone, and like I said, we saw that a New York number had been the last call. I knew your father had to be behind this. There were still questions I needed to ask her, like why he was so dead set on getting her back that he would stoop to having her kidnapped. But I wasn't going to rush her. Not anymore. I was done rushing her. Smart. She smiled at me. My man has some big brains. To be perfectly honest, it took my brains a couple of hours to catch up with the rest of me. My heart took over when I found you were gone. And it sort of shattered into a zillion pieces and took my mind on a trip. I started thinking you never really loved me, and that you left because I'd been an idiot and had pressured you into marrying me. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she reached over, running her knuckles across my now bearded jaw. I was afraid you would think that I left you. But I kept trying to hold out hope that you would figure things out. To be honest with you, it never occurred to me that you would be able to find me. That wasn't even on my radar. But I am so glad that you did. You are my hero. She put her hand on her stomach. You're our hero. You're gonna give me a big head. I didn't think I'd done anything any other man who loved a woman with all his heart wouldn't do. You should have a big head. You're incredible. Superman has nothing on you, Chase Duran. So are we driving back to Texas? She asked. Because I'm starving and dying of thirst too. Plus, finding a restroom would be awesome. I put the car in drive so we could start heading toward the airport. Gosh. I shouldn't even be parked here, wasting time. Of course, you need all sorts of things right now. You were stuck in the trunk of a car for 3 damn days. So, I'm not about to make you ride in a car all the way back home. We're flying back. Did you bring my driver's license so I can get a ticket? She looked at her filthy clothes. I don't know if they'll let me on a plane like this. I look like hell. We're going on my cousin's private plane. I brought some of your clothes, thought you might want to wash up after your ordeal. There's food and water on the plane too. But I can stop somewhere to get you something first if you want. No. Let's get the hell out of here. I've held out this long. I can hold out a little longer. My dad's goon did stop each night for several hours, and I was able to use the bathroom and get something to drink. I'll make it. We're only about a half hour from the airport anyway. I couldn't believe how calm she was after everything she'd been through. Maybe it was the shock, or maybe it was just her. I've got to tell you, you're like some sort of a Wonder Woman right now, Arabella. I thought you'd be a crying mess and too weak to even talk much. Chase, I'm just so happy that this is over. I'm safe. My father can't hurt me. He can't hurt anyone ever again. Her eyes went wide. My God, Chase. You killed 2 men for me. And I would gladly do it again. But we're not ever going to talk about that. I don't want to go to jail or have the Mafia after my ass. I figured she, of all people, knew how to keep a secret. The Mafia won't be looking for you, Chase. Or me, for that matter. I overheard my father and the guy who found me. They're the only 2 who knew about this. She looked away, then back at me. Okay, total honesty time. The real reason I left my father's house in the first place is that I witnessed him killing my mother. You what? I knew her father was evil, but damn. You saw him kill your mother? She nodded and gulped. They were arguing in the middle of the night, and it woke me up. Our bedrooms were just down the hall from each other. I kind of snuck up to listen as their door was wide open. My mother was angry with him for killing her brother. My gosh, Arabella. It was too much to take in. I know. She looked grim. My mother didn't see it coming, but I did. Arabella, I wish you had trusted me, but I understand why you stayed quiet. Rubbing her shoulder, I thought about what I could have done to stop this whole thing from happening had she told me the truth. I would have killed the jerk sooner. Chase, I did trust you. But I didn't know how you would react. I was afraid you might sneak off and try to kill him, if you want to know what I was really afraid of. And that thought frightened me right down to my core. It didn't matter that we'd only been together a month, she knew me well. What's done is done, Arabella. No reason to second-guess anything. Staring out of the window as we approached the airport, she said quietly, You know, once I get settled down, I'm most likely going to bawl like a baby for a while. She turned her head to look at me. Are you going to be able to handle that? Of course, I said gently. I think anyone who's been through what you have would definitely have some sort of a mental breakdown. And I'll be right here to help you out of it too. I've got you, baby. You can count on me for anything. Adoring eyes gazed at me. Yeah, I can see that now. And I'm so thankful for you. I truly am. Pulling around to go to the tarmac where the plane waited, I felt a sense of urgency to get her onto the plane and into the air, away from this place. Her life had to have been traumatic as hell, living with a father like that. She'd never have to worry about that again. I was going to make her life a living fairy tale from now on. She had no idea what was in store for her. And I am truly thankful for you too. We have a lot of life ahead of us. You and me and the baby. Her smile lit me up inside. And our 2 boys. Don't forget about Jürgen and Gunter. A family of 5 sounds perfect. You do love those dogs, don't you? I chuckled as I pulled up beside the plane. You sit tight. Allow me to carry my love up the stairs. Moments later, with her safely in the plane, I helped her undress so she could shower. My cousins had spared no expense with their state-of-the-art Boeing 747. She looked around as I started the shower. This is one amazing plane. I know. I'm going to talk to my brothers about us getting one of our own. Can you imagine the places we could go with our own plane? Pulling her to me, I hugged her gently. To have you in my arms again is the perfect ending to what has been a days-long nightmare. I love you, Arabella. Never doubt how much I love you. With a deep sigh, she said, I could never doubt your love for me. I could never love anyone the way I love you. Even after spending 3 days in the trunk of a car, the woman still radiated beauty. I'll let you shower and lay out some clothes for you to put on after. I know you'll be tempted to stay in the shower forever, but try not to take too long so we can take off. It's a 4-hour ride to get back home. You can soak all day in the tub once we're there. And we need to find a doctor to start looking after you too. I rested my hand on her belly, still unable to believe I'd soon be a father. So much had happened, and there was so much to do that I hadn't had any time to dwell on it. But there was time. We had nothing but time. Thank you, Chase. She ran her hand over my beard. And when we get back home, you should think about keeping the beard. I like it. You look so rugged. I only grew it because I wasn't going to leave the car for any longer than I had to. I had one of the pilots come stake out the place while I came back to the plane to take quick showers and change clothes. Then I was right back in the driver's seat, waiting for you to arrive. It's been a long 3 days, baby. I'm so ready to get back to normal life with you. I kissed her gently on the lips with all the love I held for her. And this time, no rushing. I promise.
Epilogue. Arabella. 1 year later.
Holding our 2-month-old daughter in my arms, I still couldn't believe that Chase and I were parents. My little Maria, you have your father's green eyes and your mother's dark hair. She curled her tiny finger around mine, looking at me. Every time I looked at her, a smile would creep up on me. I named you after my mother. I wish you would have been able to know her. She was a good woman. I'll tell you all about her when you're old enough to understand what I'm saying. She cooed back at me, and I felt as if she was trying to talk to me. I carried her with me to the closet so I could find something to wear. Chase and I were going on our first date night since the baby was born, and I wanted to look good. Chase had been spoiling me, buying me expensive clothes, shoes, handbags, you name it, he'd bought it for me. I still did all the personal assistant things for him that I'd done before, but I wasn't getting paid for it anymore. As his fiancée, those things were just part of our life together. I had bigger fish to fry anyway. With my father's death, the authorities in Queens had finally figured out that he'd killed my mother. Now that both of them were dead, I was the only heir. So I got the house, the money in the bank accounts, and the life insurance money they'd both had. I never wanted to step foot inside that house again, so I'd had a real estate agency sell it for me. I'd made a pretty penny on the sale too. With all the money I'd inherited, I'd found an empty restaurant space in Brownsville and bought it. I'd hired someone with lots of restaurant experience to manage it for me, as I wasn't about to risk the business by trying to learn that on the job. I didn't know how to run the place on my own yet, but I would learn. Besides, I had a baby to raise and I wasn't going to shortchange her for anything. So I was the creative talent behind the restaurant for now, aptly named after my mother and daughter. Maria's authentic Italian restaurant had opened a week before I gave birth, and it was a success right from day one. I'd penned the recipes so the cooks the manager hired would have them on hand at all times. And I'd taught the 3 cooks how to make the recipes perfectly. My hand was in everything, from the menu to the layout, to the old Italian interior and exterior designs. It really was my restaurant. Only I didn't have to spend hours on end there to make sure it was successful. I delegated the jobs to the right people, and things were flowing like waves on the ocean for my staff and myself. With Chase's help, my life had turned into something out of a storybook, instead of the nightmare it had been. No longer having to worry about being found or killed, I had settled right into place in town. I joined a Mommy and Me group and made a few friends. Within the neighborhood we lived in, I'd begun walking during my pregnancy and was soon joined by a small group of neighbors for my evening walks. We'd held barbecues, inviting our neighbors over, and had been invited to many dinners and special occasions at their homes too. Life was nice. Life was normal. Life was good. Not a day went by that I didn't think about my mother. But I never missed our home in Queens. I didn't miss New York, period. Life in Brownsville was far better than anything I could have imagined. I never wanted to leave. Living the beach life was the life for me. And thankfully, Chase shared the same love of the place he'd grown up in. This was and always would be our home. We would raise our family right here. His brothers seemed set on doing the same too. Our children would grow up with their uncles and aunts and cousins. Maria might have been without grandparents on my side, but on her father's side, she had a great set of them. They'd come from Florida for her birth, and had stayed with us for a week when we came home from the hospital. Chase's mother was the best. And I could tell it broke her heart to leave Maria when the time came for them to go back to their Florida home. If there was anything I would change, it would be the distance between us. I wanted our daughter to have as many people in her life, to love her as she possibly could. I wanted her to be everything I wasn't allowed to be. My cell rang, and I went to answer it as I'd left it on the nightstand. I saw it was Chase's mother and smiled, wondering if she knew I'd been thinking about her. "Hello, Connie." "Arabella. How's my granddaughter doing this morning?" "She's happy as can be." I'll put the phone to her ear. Holding the phone to my baby's ear, I heard her grandmother say, "Grammy misses you, honey. But I've got an idea that I think you and my other grandbaby might like." Pulling the phone back to my ear, I asked, "What kind of idea do you have, Connie?" "I'm all in for you and Corey being able to see Maria and Clarice more often. The girls need their grandparents, you know." Zuri had brought Clarice over every day when Connie and Corey had stayed the week with us. I knew Clarice missed them very much too. "I've already run the idea by Chase, so I'll let him fill you in. I hope to see you all soon, Arabella. Bye now." "What does she have up her sleeve?" Chase. 1 week later. "You know how I said that we don't have to rush anything, right?" I asked Arabella. She handed the baby to me as I sat at the kitchen island. "I remember how you said that, yes. Can you hold Maria while I work on this new recipe?" "Of course I can." Cuddling my daughter against my chest, I rubbed my cheek against her soft, downy hair. I loved every moment I got to spend with her. Anyway, so I was thinking that since my parents and grandparents will be moving into the beach house that my brothers and I bought them, you and I might think about getting married there. It's a gorgeous mansion. I can't think of anywhere more beautiful to have a wedding. Do you think your parents and grandparents would want to host something like that? It's a lot of work. She pulled some Roma tomatoes out of the fridge, then put a pot of water on to boil. We can do it before they move in. That way, it won't affect them at all. We'd been engaged for a year, so nobody could accuse me of rushing on that front. But I was about to change that. They're going to be moving in at the beginning of next month. That gives us 5 days to get things figured out. The mansion is already furnished, so that's not going to be a problem. And the current staff have all agreed to stay on, so we won't have to worry about hiring people either. I could have the restaurant cater the reception party too. She looked at me with wide eyes. The place is big enough to invite all our friends. But the only thing I'm not happy about is that your parents won't be there. I had figured that she would say that. They are going to be busy tying up all the loose ends before coming here. But I had an idea. We can set up webcams, so my parents and grandparents can watch the whole thing on their computer. I don't know. That's not very traditional. She popped one of the tomatoes into the boiling water, then took a spoon and pulled it back out. She began pulling the skin off it. I know it's not. But it's the best way to be able to have the wedding of our dreams and be out of the place before they move in. It's the staircase that's getting to me. I can picture you walking down it, wearing a flowing silky white wedding gown. Just think how the evening sun would look as it is setting outside that glass wall, making the most amazingly beautiful backdrop for the most amazingly beautiful bride in the history of amazing brides. Well, when you put it that way, how can I disagree? Let's plan a wedding. And we'll need to hurry. 3 hectic days later, I stood at the foot of the stairs, waiting for Arabella to walk down them and to me. The place was packed with guests. Arabella had made a name for herself in town already, and she had more friends than I could count. It was hard to believe that it had only been a year since she'd come to town. She'd grown by leaps and bounds in that short amount of time. There might not have been a plan to rush, but she and I just seemed to sort of do that naturally. We'd known each other only a month before getting engaged. The next day, we found out that we were having a baby. A couple of months after that, she'd bought a restaurant, and things had kept moving quickly after that. Arabella was the strongest, toughest, bravest woman I'd ever known. She worked hard at the restaurant, holding the grand opening a week before our daughter was due, greeting the guests, welcoming everyone with open arms and free wine for that first week. And then she and I had been at the hospital the morning of her due date, and brought little Maria into the world. Amazingly, only 2 weeks after that, Arabella was making daily treks to the restaurant, baby in tow, to make sure things were running smoothly. She'd even thrown together a lavish wedding in a few days. She was a miracle worker, and I was thankful to have her become my wife. The wedding march filled the large room, and then there she was, a thin veil covering her face and her dress flowing around her body with each step she took as she made her way to me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't believe this day had finally come. Taking her hand as she took the last step, I whispered, "Are you sure you're ready for this?" I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life. Let's make this thing official. She moved with such elegance as we walked side by side to meet Johnny, my old friend and the district judge who was about to marry us. The flames danced in the fireplace as we stood in front of it. The sound of wood crackling could be heard in the sudden silence, as everyone waited to hear us say our vows. At that moment, I knew we'd done it. Arabella and I had finally found our happily ever after.
The end.
Sneak peek for A Second Chance at Love, A Secret Baby Romance, Irresistible Brothers 12. Chapter 1. Callan.
Yeah, I'm about to head into Frankie's bar to get my drink. It's Friday, and I ain't got shit to do for the next 2 days. You should come out too, little bro. I pulled into the parking lot of the packed bar, parking my tall, red 4-wheel drive truck between 2 beaters that looked like they wouldn't make it another mile. So, you coming out, Chance? Not to Frankie's, I'm not. I've got a chica waiting for me at the Tampico. It's dance night for me, bro. Some steamy salsa dancing is in my future. If it sucks over there, you should come and join us. You got your dancing shoes on? I've got my cowboy boots on. Stetson hat, pearl snap shirt, the whole 9 yards. I'm like a walking, talking Texan billboard. Smoothing my hand over the front of my shirt, I adjusted my silver belt buckle with a bucking bull in its middle to make sure it was in line with the snaps on my shirt. A little bit urban cowboy tonight. Should be fun. Pool. Beer. Babes. You be careful out there, Chance. You too, Callan. Shoving my cell into my back pocket, I headed inside with a certain swagger in my step. A lovely young lady strode past me, wearing sky-high heels, and looking at me out of the corner of her teal-colored eyes. I never understood the whole colored contacts thing. At least not when the contacts were natural eye colors. But I tipped my hat at her anyway. Evening, ma'am. Cowboy, she said in greeting. Slowing her speed, she let me open the door for her. Allow me. Thank you. I do adore a gentleman. Most ladies do. But I wasn't about to get stuck with the first woman I'd laid eyes on. And she was lingering, so that meant she was sizing me up as a boyfriend for the night, a role I had no interest in playing with her. So does my girl. I didn't have a girl, but a little white lie here and there never sent anyone to hell. Or so I hoped. Without saying another word, the teal-eyed lady disappeared into the crowd. And that suited me just fine. Miraculously, I saw one empty bar stool and parked my ass on it, holding one finger up so the bartender would notice me. He nodded and began filling a chilled mug with draft beer. Taking the first long sip, I scanned the people sitting at the bar. My eyes stopped on a face I hadn't seen in years. Is that Sage Ruiz? The dark-haired beauty was talking to one of the girls I'd gone to high school with. And that pretty much told me that I was indeed looking at the girl I'd missed out on. But my best buddy, Robbie, hadn't missed out on her at all. Sage Ruiz had moved to Brownsville during the middle of our sophomore year. I remembered it as if it were yesterday. Her short brown hair cut into a bob. She'd looked at the floor, clutching several books against her chest as she walked into the first period class. The principal's secretary told me to give this to you, Mrs. Spaulding. She put a piece of paper on our algebra teacher's desk. Her head lifted so she could look around to find a place to sit. I had an empty seat on my left and almost pointed it out to her. I thought she had the most beautiful dark brown eyes I'd ever seen. And the jeans and t-shirt she wore looked great on her too. She wasn't skinny and she wasn't fat. She was just right. But she wasn't walking toward the empty chair near me at all. She made a beeline to the other side of the room, sitting in front of Mona Decker, the easiest girl in school. I couldn't help but look at her every time I got the chance. She had the sweetest southern accent too. The teacher kept asking her questions to find out where she was from and if she was ahead of us or behind us where algebra was concerned. Turned out she was in front of us and already knew how to solve the Pythagorean theorem that we were currently working on. Mona caught me looking her way and must have thought I was checking her out, which I was not. I didn't like fast-ass girls. Especially since I had no experience at that time, and I wasn't looking to find out what Mona knew. By the end of the class, I'd gathered enough courage to introduce myself to the girl named Sage Ruiz, formerly of Dallas, Texas. But, as I tried to get in behind her, Mona got in my way. Hey Callan. Is there something you'd like to talk to me about? No. I said, as I tried to move around her ample body. You sure? She asked with a smile that was meant to be sensual but came off sort of slimy and gross, as her lips were heavily glossed and she smelled of fake cherries. I saw you looking at me. I wasn't looking at you. I finally got around her and sped up, trying to find Sage. But she wasn't anywhere around. I'd lost my shot. If I would have only raised my hand to point at the desk beside me, then I wouldn't have lost my chance. But I was on the shy side at times, and this time it had cost me. Though I had no idea how dearly it had cost me yet. The next 4 classes went by with my mind still on the new girl in school. At lunchtime, I went toward the cafeteria to eat at the table that most of us on the football team sat each day. Standing in line, I picked up a tray of meatloaf, mashed potatoes with red ketchup gravy, which was everyone's favorite, and some green beans that literally no one ate. Lola, everyone's favorite lunch lady, plopped a giant, homemade yeast roll on top of the tray. "There you go, Callan. You have a nice lunch now." "Thanks, Lola." The rolls looked delicious, as always. I headed to the table, where guys jumped around, acting goofy like they always did. Searching for a free seat, I found that my best buddy, Robbie Winslow, wasn't at the table. So, I looked around for him, and found him sitting at another table. A table with only him and one other person at it. No way. I marched right over, not caring if I looked kind of stupid as I glared at him. "This table for anyone, or are you guys on a date?" Robbie looked up at me, towering over him, as he sat next to the girl I'd fallen in love with during first period. "Callan. Come on. Sit down. I'd like you to meet Sage Ruiz. She's from Dallas. Just transferred in today. I'm showing her the ropes. It's crazy. We have almost all the same classes. I've been joking, telling her it's kismet." I sat down rather hard as anger bubbled inside of me. "What the hell is kismet?" "Fate," Sage said with that devastatingly sweet accent. "Seems fate brought me to Brownsville and this high school in particular." She put her hand on top of Robbie's, leaving their touching hands on top of the table for the whole world to see. "I've met the sweetest boy here." Robbie's brown eyes twinkled as he looked at her. "And I've met the sweetest girl." I was about to throw up. "Holy shit. You two are gross." Her big doe-like eyes met mine as she smiled. "And what's your name?" "Like you don't know," I was about to say. But then I remembered that she'd come into my algebra class after roll call. So, she didn't know my name. She didn't even recognize me from our first period class. And I wasn't sure I wanted to let her know that I had noticed her in that class either. "Duran. Callan Duran. But the guys call me by my last name." I shoved the roll into my mouth to shut myself up, as I was talking weird for some reason. "Not all of them," Robbie said as he bumped his shoulder against hers and left it there, as they still sort of held hands on top of the table. "Callan and I have been friends since kindergarten. I call him Callan, and he calls me Robbie instead of Winslow." "Yeah, but only our closest friends call us by our first names." I took another bite of the roll, trying not to scream with anger and frustration. "I saw her first." Sage smiled as she looked at me. "I hope we can be friends too, Callan. Since Robbie and I are such good friends and you and he are good friends." "He's my best friend," I snarled. "And you can call me Duran Ruiz." She looked a little confused. "So, you want to call me by my last name?" Robbie leaned forward, breaking their shoulder connection, which made me happy. "Hey bro, chill. What's up with you? Why are you acting so weird?" I used my hands to gesture to their lovey-dovey crap. "Why are you acting so weird? What's all this stuff?" Sage moved her hand off his. She leaned away from him as her cheeks turned red. But Robbie draped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her to him, holding her close to his side, which pissed me off like I'd never been pissed off in all my 15 years on Earth. "We like each other. Can't you be happy for me? For us?" I had no idea what the hell he meant. "It's been what, 3 hours since she's been here and you're already in love?" Sage blushed even harder, ducking her head, seeming as if she'd love nothing more than to climb underneath the table to get away from me and my questions. Robbie's expression turned from confused to mad as hell. "Hey. Chill." Taking my tray, I got up. My hand shook as I carried the uneaten food and tossed it into the trash can, before shoving the heavy glass doors open so I could storm out of the cafeteria. I couldn't recall ever being that mad. But as I walked, I began to feel stupid. Robbie was my best friend. He talked to the girl fair and square. He'd had no idea I'd fallen for her first. And neither did she. So, I had no choice but to stop acting like an idiot. But I wasn't going to explain myself to either of them. And I never did. As hard as I tried to stop being angry, every time I got around the two of them together, I couldn't stop myself from becoming a giant jerk towards Sage. That shirt's too tight. Did you get it in the toddlers section? I would grin so that Robbie would think I was just joking around with her, but I wasn't joking at all. I really don't know why I said all those things to her. It seemed like it was out of my control. And it wasn't like she couldn't give as good as she got either. Why? Is that where you got your IQ? Good one, babe, Robbie said as he'd wrap his arm around her, pulling her close to him, then kiss her on the cheek. Gross. I'd speed off, wanting nothing more to do with them. By the time we graduated, Sage and I had our relationship down pat. We hurled insults at each other like a couple of pros. Neither of us ever missed a chance to put the other down. It was sort of like an art form. 1 week after graduation, Robbie came over and told me something that sounded rather insane. I wanted to tell you this in person, Callan. Sounds interesting. Shoot. I'd been playing basketball by myself in the driveway and went for a basket, missing it. The ball bounced off the garage door and Robbie caught it. I'm leaving next Friday. I've joined the Marines. My whole world stopped as I stared at my best friend. No. He tossed the ball to me. Yes. Why didn't you talk to me about this before you signed up? I would have tried my best to talk him out of it. There's a war going on, Robbie. And I would bet that the Marines are all up in that shit. You don't want to go to war, do you? I want to serve my country. You know, my dad was in the Navy when he first got out of high school. He was in it for 5 years. Being in the military gives you certain advantages. That's why I signed up. See, I want to be able to buy a house sometime soon. And I can get special loans. I think Dad said they're VA loans. Anyway, I want to get one to buy a home for me and Sage. Hold up. We were only 18. Why are you talking about buying a home for you and Sage? You don't need to be worrying about that right now. We've got college to get to in the fall. You have to get through college before you even think about settling down with one girl. She's the one, Callan. I don't want to date anyone else. I did talk to her about this. She's not entirely happy with my decision. But she said she'll wait for me, and when I get back home for a visit, we're gonna get married. That way, if I'm going somewhere where civilians are allowed, she can come with me. There was nothing I could say. His mind was made up, and he'd already signed away the next 2 years of his life to the Marines. The night before he left, he invited Sage and I over to his farewell party. It was only the 3 of us. And he'd stolen a bottle of tequila from his father's home bar. We all got drunk. We all cried. Robbie said something about puking, then going to bed, then stumbled away to his bedroom, leaving Sage and I alone in the den. I went to check on him and found him passed out soundly, face down on his bed, snoring like a buzzsaw. He was completely out. So I went back to the den, told Sage his condition, and things got real weird real fast. I hate you, you know, I told her as we sat cross-legged on the floor, looking at each other. If he wasn't all in love with you, then he wouldn't have joined the Marines in the first place so he could buy you a house. It's not like I want him to go. She wiped fresh tears from her eyes. I'm going to be lonely as hell here. I don't know how it happened, but all of a sudden, we were kissing and having the best night together. Despite the gnawing guilt of knowing I'd betrayed my best friend, that night was still on the top of my adventures chart. It was hot. And then it was over, never to happen again. Fancy seeing you here, Duran. It is her.
Chapter 2. Sade.
Brewers, he said before pulling the beer mug to his lips. I didn't know what I expected from Callan Duran, but the icy greeting wasn't it. Holding out my arms, I cocked my head to one side. How about a hug for your old best friend's girl? Putting the empty mug down on the bar, he looked a little reluctant to hug me, but then he gathered me up in his strong arms, lifting my feet off the floor. You know that you're a little more to me than just that. I wasn't sure about that. But him saying it made me feel better about how things had gone with us. You filled out, Callan. I rested my hands on his amazing biceps. He looked directly at my chest. You have too. I'd gone up a cup size in brass. When I had the baby, it rounded out parts of me that hadn't been that round before. Being a mother looks good on you. He looked around the crowded room, then took my hand. Let's go to the back where we can hear each other talk. Callan had always been on the great-looking side. But now he was too much for words. His blonde hair hung in soft waves to just above his shoulders, and his blue eyes seemed even brighter than they had 11 years earlier. Tall at a little over 6 feet, his shoulders had broadened and his legs were thicker too. He was no longer a boy, he was all man now. And quite a spectacular man to look at. Too bad I can never have him. He pulled out a chair for me at a small table for two, way in the back. A waitress came up to us right away. What can I get you two to drink? Callan took the other chair. We'll each have a shot of Jose Cuervo Gold. And a couple of Budweisers. I've got to watch my carbs. Make mine a Michelob Ultra. Mine too. He chuckled as he patted his firm stomach. I have to watch my figure too. I was just thinking you might still be into what we used to drink back in the day. I have grown up and so have my taste buds. But tequila sounds good. I vividly remembered drinking tequila with him and Robbie, the night before Robbie left town to join the Marines. The last time either of us ever saw him. I thought about Robbie often. But sitting with his best friend brought back tons of memories. Can we make a pact not to get wasted tonight and do crazy things again? Oh, come on, Ruiz. Let's not make any rash pacts so early in the night. His eyes sparkled as he looked me over. Reaching out, he twirled one of my curls around his finger. I like your hair this way. It's a lot longer than it was back then. And you're curling it now too. And wearing makeup. That's new. Well, it's new to me. I'm sure you've been wearing it for years. After I moved out of my parents' house, the summer after we graduated, I finally got to use makeup. My grandmother didn't care what I did. I'd moved to Dallas to live with my grandmother after finding out that I was pregnant, and that Robbie would never be coming back home. I couldn't stand to look at the places we'd been. I had to leave. And once I had the baby, I knew I couldn't ever move back to Brownsville, Texas. My body prickled as he reached out, his hand cradling my face as he gently moved his thumb back and forth over my cheek. I like the way you don't wear too much makeup. You always had the best skin. Never a blemish on your face. His touch was killing me. So I took his hand and moved it away from my face. Funny, I recall you calling me pizza face on many occasions. He nodded slowly. Yeah. I did do that. I could call you that because you never had anything to feel insecure about, with your clear complexion. If you'd really had acne, I wouldn't have said it. I know I acted like one, but I wasn't really a jerk like I was with you. I'm aware of that. I did see you being nice to other people. Jenny Majors, for instance. I'd been so jealous when he'd started dating her in our junior year of high school. How is she doing? I've got no idea. I lost track of her when I went to college, and she doesn't live in town anymore. The whole family moved off to somewhere. We were never that close anyway. He leaned back in his chair, looking at me with such softness in his eyes. You knew that though. You knew all along that she and I were not going to work out. I recall you telling me that she was too pretty for such an ugly guy like me. Blushing, I felt a little embarrassed for some of the things I'd said to Callan back then. Did I really say that? You did. The waitress brought our drinks. Then he held up the shot glass of tequila. I picked mine up too. So should we drink to him? I asked. Yeah. He touched his glass to mine. This one's for you, buddy. You will always be missed by the two of us. Neither of us will ever forget you, Robbie Winslow, the love of my life, and the best friend anyone could ever have. I had to fight back the tears as I downed the shot. Callan put the empty glass down, then wiped his eyes. Damn. I did the same, wiping my eyes. Yeah. Damn. I never told this to anyone. But I had a gut feeling the day that Robbie left, that I would never see him again. I hate the fact that I was right. I had hoped that he'd come back. I had held out hope the entire 2 months he'd been away. And when he was able to call me and I told him that I was pregnant, I still thought he'd come back home. How'd that go? He leaned forward, wearing a curious expression as he folded his hands on top of the table. He was happy, I laughed as I remembered his reaction. I was hem-hawing around, not sure how to tell him that I was pregnant. Then he said he couldn't talk much longer, and I knew I had to blurt it out. So I just said it. I said, "I'm having a baby." And he laughed and shouted out to everyone around him that he was gonna be a daddy. And then he told me, he didn't ask me, he told me that when he came home we'd get married and we would be the happiest family there ever was. And you believed him? Callan sighed heavily as he sat back. You believed that you two still had a future together. But that wasn't true at all. Nodding, I felt a lump form in my throat. It was 4 days later that his mother called to tell me that Robbie was killed in action in Afghanistan. She also told me that Robbie had told her about the baby, and that she and Robbie's dad would always be there for us. They even moved to Dallas about a year after River was born, so that they could help out with him. Thanks to them, I've never had to leave my son with a babysitter or take him to daycare. His mammy and pappy watch him while I work. Why'd you leave Brownsville? He asked. I mean, your parents never left. So why did you? Because I had a secret that I couldn't have kept had I stayed here. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I told him a version of it. I saw Robbie wherever I looked. I couldn't take it. So I moved back to Dallas with my grandmother. And we still live with her. I like it that way. It makes it more like a real home for River. Not just me and him in some small apartment, you know? Yeah. It sounds like you're a good mum, Sage. It was a rare occasion that he would call me by my first name. The reminiscing about Robbie may have made him feel like we still had a connection, which we could not have, despite this nice little catch-up we were having. I've done okay. But that's only because of the help Robbie's parents have given me. And my family too, of course. If I hadn't had such a great support system, then I have no idea how good of a mother I would be now. Robbie would have been proud of you, you know. He touched my hand, sending jolts of pure electricity running through my body. And I hated how it felt. It felt like I was coming undone inside. If things had been different, I would have loved the way it felt when our bodies touched in any and every way. But things couldn't be different. Callan had been the last man I'd ever been with. And it was the absolute best time I'd ever had. Not that I had a lot to compare it to. Robbie and I had been intimate for the last few months of our senior year. He and I had been each other's firsts. He had some experience, there had been Jenny, and then he had played the field a bit during senior year. I didn't like to think about him being with anyone, though. So, I'd sort of stopped listening when he'd talked to Robbie about any girls he was interested in, or had been messing around with. Betraying Robbie ended up hurting me more than I knew I could hurt. He was the best. He deserved better than what he got. He deserved better than me. Don't say that. Callan took my hand in his, holding it tightly, making fireworks go off in my lower regions. I feel bad about that too. I really do. I never wanted to hurt him. And we can be thankful that we never had to hurt him by telling him anything. I hated myself for a long time for what we did. I saw no other way to say it. I wasn't trying to make him feel guilty. I'd been just as into it as he'd been. Yeah, me too, he admitted, letting my hand go so he could pick up his beer. I was his best friend. I was the one guy he knew he could trust with anything. And the thing is that I don't know how we got to where we got, Sage. I swear that I don't. I hadn't set out to do that. I swear to you that I hadn't meant for that to happen. Not ever. I'd had this secret crush on Callan that I hadn't told anyone about. I'd always thought that if I had met Callan first, then I wouldn't have fallen for Robbie. I saw Callan with other girls and he was nice to them. If he'd been the same way with me, I had no idea how things would have turned out for me and Robbie. Callan had charm and charisma. Robbie had a solid heart, full of love and commitment. I loved Robbie. But at times I yearned for Callan. And that was why I had never blamed Callan for what had happened that night after Robbie went to his bedroom, leaving us alone in the den. I'd had more than enough liquid courage, plus I was sort of shell-shocked by Robbie's leaving. The two of those things combined had made it easy to make the first move. It only took leaning in a bit, biting my lower lip slightly and then sighing. And that's when Callan caught my lips with the most savage kiss I'd ever had. I'd made love with Robbie before. And in the end, I was left with a baby in my teenage womb. A baby who would always be known as Robbie Winslow's son. And that was how it was going to stay. We were drunk teens, I said with a laugh, picking up my beer and taking a long drink to try and smooth out my mind and body. And we were both reeling over Robbie's leaving. And where he was going. And if we would ever see him again. So, we were both vulnerable. Like you said, at least he never had to know that his best friend and his girl betrayed him. And no one ever has to know about that. What we did was a terrible mistake. I think we're lucky that we're the only two people who know about it. I regret it to this day. His eyes were on the bottle in my hand. There was no expression on his face. And then he said, "It wasn't a mistake." His eyes moved to meet mine. "I never regretted doing that with you, Sage. And to be honest, I had no idea that you regretted what we did. I had no idea why you never called me after Robbie died. I wanted to be there for you. And I needed you to. I needed you to help me understand why he had to die. I needed to talk to someone who loved him as much as I did." "And where would that have left us, Callan?" I said quietly. I knew exactly what would have happened. And then we would have looked like the jerks we truly were. There are many reasons why I left town so soon after getting the news that Robbie was dead. And you were one of them. I knew what would happen if I stayed. His brows arched and his mouth slightly ajar. He whispered, "You and me might have happened. We can't be sure about that. But we can be sure that me and you won't happen in the future." He downed the rest of the beer, then got up and walked away without looking back. The pain in my heart was nearly unbearable. Every instinct in me told me to run after him and tell him that I was lying about having regretted that night. That night had given me more than I knew I'd even wanted. And I wouldn't give that night back for all the money in the world. But Callan can never know that.
Chapter 3. Callan.
When did I start wearing my heart on my sleeve? Rubbing my eyes, I woke up with one thought in my head. I made a jackass out of myself. When Sage said that what we'd done had been a mistake, it sort of destroyed something inside of me. Sure, maybe I'd romanticized what we'd done a bit. But it wasn't something ugly, nasty, or even dirty. It was rough. It was unexpected. And it was spectacular. That was my take on it. And that was okay. She and I could have different ideas about what it had meant. Apparently, my ego had taken over, turning the pain I had going on into anger, which had spewed out all over Sage. Rolling out of bed, my head pounded with a headache the size of Texas. I downed 2 more tequila shots once I'd gotten home. And I had ended the night with some Jack and Coke, which was another huge mistake. Making my way to the bathroom, I turned on the shower, before finding some aspirin in the medicine cabinet. I popped a couple into my mouth, then got into the shower and let the water pour into my mouth so I could swallow them. I needed to make things right with Sage. But I didn't know how I could pull that off. There was still this seething anger that was going to make it hard for me to stop being such an ass to her. I'd never felt so much emotion toward any other woman as I had toward Sage. It was like anything I felt was caused by steroids where she was concerned. And the words came out of my mouth without any warning whatsoever. The shower had done the trick, and I began feeling more like myself by the time I was finished getting dressed. Making myself some scrambled eggs, I tossed a couple pieces of bread into the toaster. Getting food in my stomach would help me focus on how I could get in control of my emotions. There was their son to think about, too. River is what she'd called him. The boy would be 10 now. And I'd never met the son of my best friend, which was odd. It was also something I had wanted to do ever since I'd found out about Sage being pregnant. I'd been away at college for about a week when my brother Case called to tell me that he'd seen Robbie's dad, who'd told him about the pregnancy. I wasn't as happy for my best friend as I should have been. And the fact that Robbie hadn't called to tell me that himself had bothered me. Case had been the voice of reason, as he'd told me that Robbie didn't always have access to devices he could contact people from. And since my oldest brother had talked sense into me then, I sat down with my breakfast plate and called him to get his take on things. It's awfully early on a Saturday for my party-hardy brother to be calling me. What's up, Callan? Sage Ruiz is in town. I took a bite of toast and gave him some time to recall who she was. Don't tell me. I know that name. It sounds sort of familiar. Something to do with your high school days, if I'm thinking about the right person. Oh. Robbie's baby mama. Right? Well, she was more than just that. I didn't like to put Sage into any one category. Anyway, she's in town and I'm sure her son's with her. I'd like to meet him. But I sort of got in my own way last night, and now she's probably mad at me. And you want me to tell you how to make her not be mad at you? He asked. How can I do that? I've never even met this woman. I don't know a thing about her, other than that she had your best friend's baby. You're smart. And you're clever. I'm sure you have some idea of how I can right my wrong. I gulped some orange juice while I waited for him to come up with something. How mad did you make her? I'm not sure. See, she kind of hurt my feelings, and I kind of walked away from her. So, it's pretty much her fault anyway. His laughter echoed on the phone. She hurt your feelings? How did she do that? You're not a baby, Callan. I've never known you to get all butthurt about much. Yeah, she's got the unique ability to turn me into an emotional idiot for some reason. So, what do you think about me meeting Robbie's son? Do you think it's a smart thing to do? I was back and forth on it. She's probably only here to visit her parents. She and the kid live in Dallas. I don't know how much I could even do with him, but I feel like I should at least meet him since he's my best friend's kid. You know, being a single mum isn't easy. I bet she could use some help. You know, financially. Have you thought about telling her you'd like to help support the kid? No, I admitted, but that was a good idea. I have no clue if she'd like that or not. What single mum wouldn't want some money to help her take care of her kid? He asked. Even if she's too proud, you can tell her that Robbie would have wanted you to help out with his kid. You have a certain charm, Callan. Use it on her. Yeah, about that. It seems like my charm nearly vanishes when I'm around her. I don't understand why that is, but it just does. Something happens to me when I'm around her. I get sort of mean and say things I don't really mean. Why would you do that? I wish I knew. To be fair, she does it right back to me. Maybe that's why I do it. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg. I can't really remember who started the digs and put-downs. Yet, there was the vague idea in the back of my mind that I'd been the one who'd started it. But I didn't like to take all the credit or the blame. Perhaps you two could put your little war to rest for the kid's sake. His words made sense. I could tell her that. I didn't know how well that would work since my mouth had this way of going around my brain to say whatever it wanted to her. And I could try not to mouth off. Yeah, you should try to have some self-control, Callan. You're not some teenager anymore. You should have excellent control over what you say and do. You're an adult now. 29 years old. Too old to be making wisecracks at someone's expense. That's not cool, you know. It's not. You're right. And I know that. But apparently, I hadn't quite mastered the control thing with Sage yet. So, should I go to her parents' house to tell her this? I didn't get her number last night. If that's the only way you have of contacting her, then I guess so. I would recommend bringing a gift of some kind for her as an apology, and another one for her kid too. Something age-appropriate. He mumbled something that I didn't understand. Hey, I've got to go. We're taking the kids to the zoo today. Good luck with everything. I know you can handle yourself. Just keep your lips tightly closed and only speak after you've thought it through. See ya. Thanks. I ended the call, not feeling much better than I had before making it. I had to do it all. I had to apologize to Sage. I had to try to convince her to take money from me to help her care for her son. I had to do everything, and she didn't have to do anything. I don't care who you are, when someone tells you that they regret something as intimate as sleeping with you, it stings. But I wasn't some panty waste who cried forever over things. I am a man. Tapping my fingers on the granite countertop, I tried not to think about why I felt so hurt by what she'd said, but failed miserably. Was I the only one who felt the sparks every time we touched? Sage made fireworks go off inside my head. She made me feel things no one ever had. And I had a hard time believing that she hadn't felt the same damn things. Can she still be feeling like we would be betraying Robbie if we hooked up again? It would be preposterous if she still thought Robbie cared if we were together or not. He was in heaven. He had angel wings now. He didn't have time to think about what Sage and I were doing. And if he did, then I would think that he would want us to be together. Why wouldn't he want me taking care of the woman he'd loved and their son? Any best friend worth their salt would have wanted the people they loved and cared about to be taken care of by someone they trusted. And Robbie had trusted me. I have got to stop beating myself up about that. Sitting there, staring at the ceiling, noticing that there were spider webs that needed to be cleaned up, I thought about how Sage must have felt. She was supposed to have been in love with Robbie. And I thought that she was. But someone who's in love doesn't sleep with someone else. So, maybe Sage had a lot of guilt about telling Robbie that she loved him when she really didn't. I wasn't saying that she'd been in love with me, because obviously she was not. But she might not have loved either of us. For all I knew, she might have been incapable of loving another person. Nah. That's not it. Sage must have loved Robbie. It had shown in her big brown eyes whenever she looked at him. That was one of the things that made me the angriest. She had never looked at me the way she looked at Robbie. But that one night, the night we did something she ended up regretting, I saw something else in her eyes. Something meant only for me. Pure passion and desire. Maybe she feels guilty that she had a deep desire for me, when she was supposed to be in love with my best friend. Guilt could make a person regret certain things. And if that was the case, then her regret had nothing to do with me per se. It had to do with her and only her. That makes perfect sense. What we'd done that night had been amazing. And I knew it had to have been that way for her too. She loved it. So, maybe I misunderstood her. And maybe she didn't say it just right. With my hurt feelings fading away, I felt better and better. Going to the freezer, I pulled out some steaks and pork ribs to cook on the barbecue pit. I filled the sink with warm water and dropped them into it, so they could thaw out faster. Then I headed outside and started up the hot tub that was attached to my infinity swimming pool. Turning on the outdoor stereo, I put on some fun-sounding music, then went back inside to put on a pot of pinto beans that would go great with the barbecued meats. I was going to show River a great time. I had to smile as I thought about asking him if he'd like to call me Uncle Callan, since me and his dad were like brothers back in the day. Sage and I could be nice to each other for her son's sake. Hopping into my truck later on, I had a vague idea about where her parents lived. It had been years since I'd ridden with Robbie to pick her up. But I knew that once I found the right street, I would know the house as soon as I saw it. I remembered that her bedroom window was on the second floor of the two-story home. The window on the right side of the front door. I'd sat in the car many nights, watching Robbie toss small pebbles at the window to get her to open it, just so he could wish her good night in person. He'd been a real sap. And she'd loved it. The way she would smile down at him had made me sick. Or jealous. Whatever it was, it had made me nauseous. I had to get over myself, though. I had to do what was right. Robbie would have expected more out of me than what I'd done for his girl and child thus far, which was nothing at all. I had a lot to make up for. Pulling up into the parking lot of the nearest superstore that carried everything from groceries to sporting goods, I went inside, prepared to find the absolute best gift for a 10-year-old boy. Looking in the toy section, I didn't find anything for a boy his age. Ugh. These are all for little kids. He won't like any of these things. I moved to the next section, which was fishing gear. Moving along, I found electronics and knew I'd hit the jackpot. What kid wouldn't want a brand new gaming system? And one had come out only a week before. So, I grabbed one of those off the shelf. Reading the back of the box, I found that I would need to get him a subscription so he could play all the games he wanted. And I found that there were a lot of extra things that could go with the thing. Before I knew it, I had a basket full of things for River.
End of sneak peek for A Second Chance at Love, A Secret Baby Romance, Irresistible Brothers 12. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.